Got the best of me. 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 Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Got the best of me.
Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. cause you can't be faithful. Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no, cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no, so you make up shitty reasons for, want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide.
Hello everybody and welcome back for the final day of the Valorant Challengers Northeast Playoffs. Everything we have done so far has been leading up to today. We've got 2 teams left to battle it out for first place, and if you saw yesterday's action, you know there has the potential to be one of the best games you've ever seen in your life. It is going to be Team Liquid Academy, who have fought their way back from getting beaten by the same team that is going to play against them today, up into the upper bracket once again to fight Szach, who have surprised all of us to get to where they are without losing a single game in this upper bracket. It's been insane. And hopefully, Team Liquid Academy have prepared themselves for this rematch. They said that their map pool, they wanted to show off. They couldn't win a 3-mapper. Maybe they can win a 5-mapper.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I think today is gonna be crazy. The bar is set high already on yesterday. That lower final was insane. OT on a map 5. How do you make a better grand final out of this? I think Szach and Team Liquid Academy, they are about to find out, because this match is not gonna be easy for either one of these. Obviously, yeah, Szach, they have the victory against Team Liquid Academy already, 2-1. They won that on a best of 3. Now they have an advantage because they came from that upper bracket. They get the double ban. Obviously, they will have a bit of an advantage in this matchup, but I still think that Team Liquid form yesterday looked so great. A lot of these young players popping off. It's really hard to beat that form.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen so much of these two teams now. Their capabilities, all of them just have amazing players that can clutch up when the time is needed for them to do that. I mean, we saw that yesterday. Look, it went down to several overtimes on map 5 for Team Liquid Academy to be able to beat out Enterprise Esports. So we know they're capable of bringing out insane plays when they need to. Szach, we've seen a little less of them, but we know they're capable of what we expect from them, because we've seen them get to this stage without dropping a series now in the playoffs. And I mean, this is an amazing team so far. I think we're all a bit surprised. I don't think we're surprised that they're doing well. I think we're surprised that they managed to make it through to this stage pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, they came from the East qualifier, I think it was round 64 where they started. They have grinded so hard. 17 games. I think that's more than any of these other teams have played. For example, Team Liquid, they have only played 9 games. That's insane. 8 more games, and Szach actually closing out with a really, really good win rate there. 13 games won out of that 17 games. I think that's insane. Now they can add one more game to that list if they are able to beat Team Liquid Academy here, but it's not gonna be easy feat. I think it's gonna be a tough match. It might be a 5-mapper. I honestly think this is gonna be a crazy final, and I do hope so that we're gonna go all the way and see that 5th map as well, like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to take a look at the map veto in a bit and see how that affects things, because I do think that is going to be very important in how these two teams clash up against each other. We have seen that they both have maps that they absolutely love playing. They both have maps that they are insanely talented on and generally win. So it will all come down to that one. Obviously, Szach, having got their way through the upper bracket, are going to have the advantage in the map ban. In a best of 5, that means they get 2 bans to start off with, and then they'll take turns picking from there. But this team has been absolutely incredible. So many star players that you can't even just take a look at one and go, call it a day, that's our best player here. There are all of them that are capable of bringing out insane plays at any given point. And more than that, they are so, how do I put it, compatible with each other. They work so well, like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that all comes down to the core that they have had from since start of 2024. Szach, Demek and Nefi has played since that, and I think when you have a 3-player core, it's really easy to build up from that. Obviously you have Szach as the coach as well, has played with Szach and Nefi from 2023, so that even brings more cohesion into this team. And when you bring out a lot of these crazy players that can pop off, Zester, Chris, it's kind of easy to just play off of those. And I think even having that same language, all of these players being from Poland, it's gonna help them so much, and we have already seen it. I mean, you wouldn't be here in Grand Finals from upper bracket if that wouldn't help you.
Yeah, we talked with Enterprise Esports in an interview after Zero Tenacity's game, and we were like, do you have any teams that you really want to come up against in this one? If you do make it through to the finals, if you do make it through further in the competition, they were like, no, don't care, we just want to win games. And then one game later, after the first after the Team Liquid Academy versus Szach game that we saw in the upper bracket finals, they changed their answer completely. They were like, yes, we want to come up against Szach. This is an insane team. We didn't really... We didn't know. We didn't know what they were capable of until now, and now we want to play against them to see if we can beat them. So they've just made a name for themselves within the community that we have built here in Northeast, just by themselves. And I think that is a testament to how amazing they can be. You want to highlight a player here? I think Chris. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to touch on that a little bit as well. Zeke didn't quite believe that this team would be that good, even though they were at the upper bracket actually beating a lot of these teams, which speaks to volumes when you have a Polish player being like, okay, I think this team is actually legit. And then you have a player like Chris here who is topping these rankings so many times. And if we take the playoff stats, Chris is leading in rating, in ACS, in KD, in ADR, and in kills per rounds. So he's absolutely cracked in playoffs. He's been insane already in upper switch, and every time a new game comes around, Chris is even better on that, which to me is insane. How can you even keep improving from here? We even talked about that a little bit with Haza, and Haza was like, if Chris does this twice more, maybe in challengers, maybe in the next season, that's a tier 1 material. Absolutely insane performance already.
Exactly. I mean, we're used to seeing really good performances from players here in you know, the tier 2 kind of scene, especially in Northern Europe. We've seen it so many times, and even with Sentinel players. But I think it's the consistency to be able to do that day in, day out with such high stakes as in the playoffs that is making him absolutely insane. But he's not going to have an easy task of it. Once again, they are coming up against the only team that they've really struggled against here in this playoffs, which is Team Liquid Academy. This team has had their fair share of struggles coming in through this one, and you know, a lot of doubts coming in through it as well, but they have proven themselves time and time again. And now with Dema on the team, I think Cooper said yesterday that he's finally feeling really comfortable with this lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love the interview that we had yesterday with Cooper. It seemed like it was one of the most down to earth, chill guys. Literally,
Oh,
just
yeah.
a chill guy. Doesn't care about the haters, doesn't care about anyone else, just cares about improving these young players with Bacon, making them create a lot of great calls, a lot of great situations, and popping off, creating that comfortability in the team to actually make game-winning calls. And I think that was great yesterday. Team Liquid were insane in that game, and I think that form was really scary. Ninja popping off, obviously, in the pistols, but then you had Rex as well. I think one of the better parts for Team Liquid yesterday was their pistols. In Enterprise Esports, they didn't really stand a chance in those.
Yeah, exactly. I think without those, definitely we could have been seeing a completely different grand finals today. But you can say that about any amount of permutations of things. There's QPert, the IGL, in your bottom left of your screen. Everybody else will be popping up. And GSR, another player we can highlight on this one, has been such a consistent force for this team. Definitely in the conversation for one of the best players in the league here. But everybody is getting into that conversation. And I'm sure you want to highlight Dema in just a second here, once we've taken a look at everybody. We saw the first bit of emotion we've ever seen from Bacon yesterday after they won that best of 5.
I was so happy to see Demir just being really happy, really relieved after that OT. But here we have Demir. Obviously, when you check the ranking, it's not quite the highest. A lot of people think or might think that filling duelist role in a team could be one of the easiest roles. Yeah, you just go in and shoot. But in my opinion, that's not the case. It's one of the hardest because of the timings. You have to be absolutely on point with the timings when you execute a site. It's absolutely crucial to be exactly on that second in the site. And I think yesterday that was such well executed by Deemer. A lot of good, great picks on the defensive side with the operator, but a lot of space created. And I'm so happy to see, because I think the first game for Deemer was kind of rough. You didn't quite pop off. I think it was 8 and 16 on a Jet or something like that. It was a rough game, maybe a little bit shaky, but already yesterday from this cam as well, we saw a lot of relievance for Deemer. We saw a lot of freedom. He was able to build up his identity in the team as well, and I think that was a great situation to see, especially when we think about Team Liquid Academy. It's a hard situation to stand in a team that is such a strategical team, but I think Deemer is doing it great.
Well, we want to take a look at another player and maybe something else, because obviously against Team Liquid Academy you're facing some very difficult players, but maybe on a different stage we could see Kozok facing a different Team Liquid player here, in that we've found out some information a few days ago. Maybe this was not a difficult thing to find out considering the amount of trophies he has in his background. Kozok is a very prolific chess player, it seems as if. And so just switching, casually switching your focus from being a FIDE master in chess to being a tier 2 player in Valorant, and possibly more than that as he moves on through challenges EMEA. So here you go, against Magnus Carlsen from Team Liquid. How do you kind of interpret these stats?
Yeah, I think Kozok obviously not quite at the level as Magnus Carlsen quite yet. But today there is a possibility that Kozok would add a trophy to this collection that Magnus Carlsen probably won't have. I think that would be a great addition to Kozok's stats here.
Yeah, exactly. Lovely thing to take a look at there. We brainstormed this literally just today, so hope you guys enjoy. I mean, look at the amount of it's kind of insane. That is kind of insane. Yeah.
I think that's one of the greatest trophy cabinets, but then you have kind of Valorant logos there as well. I think that it's a great parity.
It's such a mix. I love it.
Yeah, I love, and I always love seeing Kozok on this webcam. Happy face usually, like you see there, a small smile before the game is about to start.
Yeah, exactly. I think calming themselves down before they get started today. It's a big game for everybody involved. There's going to be a lot of emotions on display and a lot to play for here. But let's focus on what we saw yesterday. You have a little clip that you wanted to take a look at once again from the telestrator.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a great round. Obviously, it's the round 30. Double, triple, quadruple OT. Maybe. If I'm counting correctly. I think that's a triple. Yeah. So a lot of situations where you are nervous here. I think there was a situation where Cupert said, Bacon made a call, let's go to C. and GSR made this trap play. But the one thing I want to focus here right instantly is, where is Rexstone? He's towards that A area. Obviously, rest of the team is towards C area. But you want to focus what happens in the A area, especially what happens here. You have the Jet and the Sova. Recon is broken by Rex here. Cage is placed right here to actually displace this operator line. Yeah, camera is taken out, but look what happens right after the recon is broken and the cage is placed. Right here, Sova has to reposition. That's crucial part of this run. Before we even take a step further, Sova has to reposition towards the side because the Jet doesn't have a sight line here, has to focus towards rubble, so you have to pull that extra player here. But this is where the magic happens. This is the trap play. Look at this smoke here and look at the placement where the Omen is. Let's go to the full screen, see what is gonna happen. Because of this smoke that is in the mount right now, you have to have Starkey out in the open. But this is where the trap play comes through. You have Paranoia, you already have a Prowler here, and look at all of this utility coming towards Starkey's way. Let's just play it out. Salvos taking out Starkey. It's so hard. You cannot even do anything as Starkey here. Overextension because of that smoke, and you have Ray satcheling in, you have double salvos right here as well, and Team Liquid instantly gets a pick. And look how beautifully they work these trades in the C side as well. Just going in, you know they have a player advantage, you have to figure out those trades. Zeke, Kiles, they're ready. They find the first pick, but the trade comes through instantly. Another trade comes through instantly. And the crucial part, what we highlighted at the start of the round, the Sova Jet pair, they are late to this round because of the Cypher work around here. And they cannot trade. They have to go for that retake. But in the end, it's not quite enough. The round ends to Team Liquid win. The map, the game ends there, and I think that was a crucial part of Team Liquid's win. Insane call by GSR, 16 years old, hasn't been in this situation previously, and caused that trap play in a really rough situation. I think that's great work from Team Liquid.
Right, let's look forward to the game here, and Szachmat have not banned Split. They have not banned Split. They have gone for their own. They don't care what Team Liquid want to play. They are banning out the maps that they want to ban out, apparently. And one of those is Bind. Interesting stuff. Ooh. I don't think we've seen a lot of Bind from Team Liquid, so that is a interesting choice considering Team Liquid have a 100% win rate on Split. You can get yourself a massive advantage with the two bans that you get coming from upper bracket, and they have essentially chosen not to use it.
Yeah, which is really weird. And I think that Bind, it could be because the utility that we saw, the composition that we saw from Team Liquid yesterday, Szachmat was probably like, yeah, we don't really want to go there. Fracture Haven, absolutely one of the best maps for Szachmat. And if they have fixed that split that they played against Team Liquid, this could be really good looking stuff for Szachmat. Obviously, if they leave that, or now that they have left that split out, it means that they should have something here. They should be fairly confident in this, because Team Liquid, they are 6-0 there. They haven't lost a single split, and it's always clean. It's so clean from them. It must be something set up for Szachmat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no better way to flex on your opponents than be like, we're going to let you play your best map. We're going to let you do it. On a best of 5, we're going to let you have a map choice of your... Oh, hello. Dimmer is picking up the Neon today.
I mean, Team Liquid is just doing it again. New composition, 4 different havens, 4 different compositions. Yeah, exactly, why not? But I do actually love that they have gone for the Neon and Breach. I think this adaptation shows a lot of pressure from yesterday. A lot of pressure from that Neon from the side of Szachmat. That Neon was able to just run towards the side, actually capitalize off of that side in 15 seconds. Team Liquid Academy, they are like, okay, we have to adjust that. We have to bring out the Breach and Neon, which is great. I think that Neon is also incredibly strong. And honestly, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, we've got a long, exciting day of Valorant ahead of us, so we're going to get underway right now. Hazard and Cairo, take it away with the first map.
Thank you so much, guys. What an occasion that we've got coming up here as well. Since 2022, every winner from Challengers North and East has gone on to win back-to-back titles. So this isn't just about taking the challenge for yourself. It's about starting another legacy in this brand new league.
Well, if you're going to win this split, it would have to be back-to-back titles now that we're in the new system. Milcheck's in the stadium, but I'll tell you something, Hazza. You want to speak about gauntlets? That's what Yakma have exactly been through. They've played a total of 34 maps in their run-in to this position, whereas Liquid have only played 21. An advantage of 13 maps to their opponents in terms of how they've got their team working, how they've got the comps organised. And Team Liquid are trying their 4th new comp on Haven to try and get their first win on this map.
As you say, it's been a 17-game run leading up to this point from the East Open qualifier, but the shortest through the upper bracket for Szach. It is the furthest that any of these players have been in their Challengers career, and at the end of the day, we will crown the first champion of Northeast.
Rex already hearing everything going on in the C site, wants nothing to do with it. Would rather run clear towards grass and make sure that everything else is sorted so that all the focus will be put on the site for when the retake comes in and all 5 players are here for Team Liquid Academy.
Last time Liquid Academy played this, they were quite aggressive on their pistol round, playing down mid. This time into the retake, Chester the one to draw first blood, and we're in a bit of a stalemate. Szachmat's still fighting from the site.
No wonder. I mean, you look at the utility still to come in, and the players still to go through. It's Cupid that comes in with a triple. Not to be expected, but Team Liquid Academy moving forward is a team that just seem to always bounce back when it is needed, and now they need to bounce back right now. Onto the spike, getting it defused. Crunch, who's been the MVP for Szach, will not be able to stop the onslaught.
Yeah, it was a lot less proactive from Liquid on that round. Something which Szach have been so good at doing when they won Haven. Obviously, it popped up in the previous series. 8-4 first half in their favor, that being the benchmark. Was just through little bits of micro that they're really good at setting up on the fly. For example, a turret contact. If you want to try and fight mid, you've immediately got a breach flash and 2 players peeking off the back of it. These are little things that they'll work into their game plan quite frequently, and Liquid need to be aware of. So just going for the set retake there, seemingly working out.
Tripwire destroyed.
Yeah, and Chris as always seems to be looking around this mid area, whether it's looking through window, going through grass, obviously has the turret to support, as you said. Point of contention for maybe Liquid Academy to go and clear out later on. I mean, that's the thing though, has as well, like, Liquid Academy haven't really had time to set themselves up and review the footage that would have happened when the last time they played Yakma. Has been constant.
I mean, we're talking about one of their players celebrating his 19th birthday and making it to prom late the same night. I mean, I don't think they'll have got optimal rest here, but doesn't seem to matter in the follow-up round. Anti-eco just as clean as you like. And yeah, I think it's important again to remember that we've seen this map played between the 2 teams before. It was heavily favoured towards this attack side of Szachmat the last time that we saw it. So Liquid now on the defense with a different composition can bring new ideas to the table, but they still retain some of that conditioning. For example, the amount of A pressure they were putting on before was ridiculous, and you can already see Szachmat starting to respect that.
I think as well, like having the breach in the composition, playing a much more standardised comp, with the exception of the Neon, obviously. Maybe a little bit more comfortability, right? Keep it simple. Demer in the team as well. That's another point you've got to think about. And well, Demic, completely isolated, will get picked up by that main man.
Oh, Rex has managed to find another kill in the meantime. That's so huge. Chester going down. The theme that we had from the last time they played was that he ended up dropping early in a lot of rounds, but actually went even for first bloods on Haven. It's the one map where they don't play double controller, so there is a little bit more reliance on him having those smokes up, and with that now gone, you're wondering where you find an opening later into the round. Kozak spotted Ninja, but that information goes both ways.
This is going to be a big fight here. You can see that Liquid want to aggress and see what they can find at the other side of this smoke. It is one kill, but there's plenty more to be found. And it's Chris, the player who's usually good for 1 or 2. It's going to get through in towards the B site. There's the second right there, but it's up to Ninja now. 1v1 to win the round, convert the bonus. But up against the better weaponry that Chris has, a Bulldog is all he'll need. That's 3 in a row, and that bonus converted.
Yeah, Liquid were really good as well yesterday against Enterprise at converting bonuses early on. They won both of the second half bonuses in the opening 2 maps. And this is just a great way, as I said before, to build up momentum on the defender's side where they struggled before. We'll ask questions of what the attack side looks like it when we get to that. Demo was the one driving them forward most of the time with the ISO, not the Neon there, as part of the double duelist. But you can see there are more layers to this. The utility, the support network that Liquid Academy have here is already proving dividends.
My eyes are down.
Up, I think, they're going to have to respect this. Demo's just hanging on the edge of the smoke, doesn't want anything to do with it again. Would rather go for that set retake, but they haven't cleared towards mid, and in fact, somehow Rex has managed to escape in towards site.
Yeah, something that Liquid Academy like to do a lot on this map. Their defensive protocols are just flooding backside where possible. Rex, on a lot of maps, his job is literally just to buy enough time for the rest of the team to arrive. And in this instance, it's 4 players towards C. Chester deposited in Garage for the time being. Looking like this might still be a split push, and Demex made his way through B. Ninja knows it.
Ninja well aware, and well, Demic knows about Ninja as well, so information traded either way, but this is nice. Team Liquid Academy, they tried to be proactive, they tried to go and clear Garage, and well, the punish was there straight away from Szach.
It's a really frustrating one too. Chester taking the timing from the corner, was waiting there for so long. Not until the re-aggression does he show himself again. Still rifles in the hands of both of these players.
Cooper already getting the fuss with the last 2 remaining players. They're focused towards CT. The drone will confirm it and allow Cooper out of Garage. Hasn't gone for it yet, and now they can switch their focus. Go towards where Cooper's sitting. A player who got 3 on the first pistol could perhaps go 1 better here and get 4. A tap of the spike, the paranoia used. Cooper so well aware and so aware of where Chester is. Gets the defuse and keeps the momentum rolling.
Brilliant work from Cooper. He has started strong so far in this map, as have the rest of Liquid. It feels like whenever he gets going, everyone else is on board. You've got to remember with him being another one of the names here of all 10 players who are in their first ever Challengers Grand Final. This is his first ever playoff stage, and you think of the run that he's been a key component in making their way to this point, beating IGLs with so much more experience, Insider, Starkey, and even Affen with those finals that Sweet and Sour picked up last year. So much value for his team. It's another rifle buy immediately from Szach, but got to be thinking about the ults that they have now, especially that Rolling Thunder from Neffy to set up Demek.
I mean, this time it seems as if Team Liquid Academy trying to play in the front foot and force Szach's hand, which they have done so successfully. They'll get more information through the form of the Cypher trap wire, but it's about whether Rex can keep hold of the C site or whether he can keep himself alive, which he's done so successfully.
Slight change of the setup from Rex. The cam has the info, but for all intents and purposes, Liquid are off-site. This is yet another retake, and it's not often you'll see Cupid without his paranoia. Big tool missing, and he's going to fly straight in and lose his life for it.
Yeah, that's both Hunter's Furies on either side being used. Good delay coming through from Szach, and Chris still holding on to Garage. GSR has an idea, but can't quite win the fight. At least the Demo is there to trade. Now in a 2v3 where Liquid have won before, and Demo looks like to put them in that position again. A 2 versus 1, which Demic needs to come up trumps. Still has a slide, but is he going to get to use it? Is he? Hell, Demo's going to find 4, and Liquid will find 5.
I mean, Hubert yesterday was talking about the teething issues with getting Demo into this team, but I think that round is the perfect demonstration of how this squad has gelled over the last 3 series that he's played with them. The fact that he doesn't get greedy and go for that next fight out of Garage, realizes, okay, I have the ult, I can rotate back around and support Ninja coming out from spawn is exactly the kind of decision making that you want to see from your duelist.
Yeah, no wonder. Oh, straight away, timeout coming through, has it? 5 rounds Jackmat have got to run free at Team Liquid Academy, and it has not worked whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'll take that one step further as well with the conversation about Demo, because I think it's quite interesting. That lower final we saw yesterday was actually his first official win in his last 8 series played, so definitely a confidence booster, and as I said before, he can be slow to start, but I think the big thing as well is just that he was looking more competitive by the end with the rest of this team. His first blood success rate did take a hit, but for the most part, yeah, you're seeing him a lot more involved with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and again, it's that conversation we had somewhat yesterday, like about how like Demmer is doing his job, whether he might not be hitting the heights that we know he can. But at the same time, he's gaining the space, he's doing well, and once the kills start coming in, the confidence will start to build. And I mean, it was a slow start yesterday, it's not the same here, which is absolutely brilliant to see.
Question will be, can they keep this consistency up? We know what happens to the Liquid VCT main roster in their grand final, not to look too far ahead, but first sweep always a possibility. Never get too far ahead of yourself. Szachmat, they're no stranger to finals, a couple of East promotion tournaments which they played to put themselves here. Core which have been together for over a year at this point. They know what it means, been in these situations before. And onto the B site now, the spike plant's going to go down. GSR, Cupid, they're in close proximity, looking to try and take the fight here, and between the two of them, they win each duel.
Fantastic, and look, the neural theft comes in as well here, Hazza, so everybody's lit up and they know exactly where players are sitting.
Oh, stun volleyed right down the throat of Chris, nowhere to go. Neffy wants to flash back on the angle, but it's a target-rich environment which just shoots back. Kozok good for one, but one will not suffice. It is a 6th for Liquid Academy.
Yeah, and to go one further here, Hazza, 2 rounds away from Team Liquid Academy, equaling the same amount of rounds they got over 2 halves playing against Jackmat last time. So it shows you the improvement that they've made since they've played it.
Not every day that from the timeout you see a quick B pop like that, but for Szachmat, at the very least, they were able to get the spike down. Still holding on to a couple of ultimates. Demek tried to use the overdrive and cause some kind of a problem on site, but Liquid Academy reacted to it so quickly, and that's always the issue. If you do go B untested, have you done enough pressure on the rest of the map to actually stop that instant rotation?
Standing ahead.
Back to the 8 play right now with the bolt destroyed and the smoke down. I mean, it brings out the L drone. There is 4 players here, which Denver needs to be careful of, Hazza. He is stuck with just an outlaw.
In saying that, this outlaw could be huge to once again put a downer on Szachmat, but Chester opens up, and as I said before, Haven was the map where he did find success in some of these duels playing with the rest of the team last time.
Rather than holding a line on the site, the players decide, let's go and try and look for the weak side of the push, but Chris is certainly not weak. And well, Ninja won't be long for this world, and now Cooper once again has to come up huge, but a brilliantly timed flash will end up losing him his life. Now it's all up to Rex in a 1v3.
It's a really well dealt with round by Szachmat, but it's not closed just yet, and Rex has spotted the barrel of the player towards short. Walking up into a situation where there are 2 players. Helen, he's already found the first. Neffy, the captain, does a good job to bail out the rest of his team, get Szachmat on the board.
Yeah, finally, first round here. But how many rounds can you start to put together now? You look towards the economy, like, I mean, that was what, a half buy coming through there from Jackmat. They'll be happy with that. Vilcek not completely convinced just yet. I mean, that's the big part here, right? You've got to be thinking about like, making that, starting to snowball this, starting to use your ultimates to gain a significant dent in this lead that Team Liquid Academy have.
Yeah, you can see as well in the pre-round, Neffy the one calling most of the shots, but it's then as the round drags on that, you know, names like Demek get a lot more vocal, a lot more active. Kozok as well as that second initiator. Neffy himself with the highest amount of assists per round of any player in playoffs, and that just speaks of the style of setup that the duelists are looking for. Rolling Thunder from the opposite breach, actually, just getting rid of this B plant. But investing a lot of utility to clear out this space as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'd seen that before, the Omen playing up high. Jack Matt still with so much utility
Yeah.
in their belt after that pop.
It's a big win for the attack, that initial bit of pressure, and I think that kind of has to be the game plan, knowing that what the reaction was last time they went for a B play. Let's see if we can bait some of it out. Demek's light on his feet, still has the fast lane to isolate some of these angles, and they're going to need to pretty quickly because that cam has caught notice of the C push early.
Yeah, the other thing is, though, is they've not smoked off Rex, and he's managed to escape out of Garage and get the first. Can't quite get the second, though, Hazza, which is a bit of an issue, and somehow Chester's managed to keep himself alive, which allows Jackmat to come through massively here and keep it competitive. 2 versus 1. Cooper down to Spike, but doesn't realise that the last player is behind. That'll be 2 for Jackmat. They'll double up the round count.
Another classic Kozok clutch that we see from him. He was watching from the sidelines in Twitch chat as that lower final was going on yesterday, so studying his opponent as always. We joke about him being a chess master, but definitely an analytical type, and right now leading the charts for his team, building up some good ult economy as well. And it's rounds like that, as I say, where you see Szach make slight adaptations in their game plan as they study their opponent. Review has been such a key factor for this team as much as it has Liquid Academy.
Seems if we are heading back towards C, whether that's going to be the same as what we saw before in terms of just doing a quick pop, beating out utility is another thing entirely. You can already see that Liquid Academy are getting into position and they won't allow Rex to be as cheeky as what he was last time. Spike will go down successfully.
Yeah, Rex just caught on the spam. This is a much more direct take from Szach. They've been a little staggered in previous rounds, trying to bait out utility from Liquid or force a player to concede position. We know how volatile they can be, but right now it's a 4v4. No real upgrades available to be collectors as they sit on the site themselves, as Szach are still present here.
Rolling Thunder in as soon as it's come online, whether that's maybe a little bit too eager to be used, it's another thing entirely. Remember, Liquid Academy are only on pistols, I mean, stingers and the like, light buys. Seems as if they're happy to concede the round and just die to the spike.
Damage control in this round for Liquid Academy. Szach have put their foot in the door all of a sudden and called the attention of all of us as this attack side resurgence doth continue. It's just the Rolling Thunder invested there, but I mean, just the awareness, I think, again, from Szach in terms of the positioning of Liquid Academy, such as Rexzone, playing through Garage, common position, and you even had Chris following up mid-late there to potentially be an issue for them. Lurk's not something that they've really threatened all too much so far. And, I mean, Chris still has that lockdown. He's been holding on to it for a while now.
Yeah. Well, to be or not to be, Hazza, that is the question. It seems as if it's going to be Garage instead as Dema decides to walk down and catch players off guard. Where does this come from? Just holding on, looking to contest. Liquid Academy catch Jackmat on their heels. Stop them going any further.
And I'll tell you what, if there was any time to use a lockdown, it would be when the Hunter's Fury isn't up. Unfortunately, it's a 2 versus 5. So where do you go here if you're Szach? Looks like they're going to be at least starting to walk up and investigate A, but it's a long road to the site. And while Liquid Academy should remain unwavering in position, see long checked by the cam and Garage, the contact which plays in both Dema and Rex. This is the only side of the map that they're playing retake in, so if there was any chance, this would be it. But even then, just look at the surplus of utility that the defenders are holding on to. Chris has to hunt for a kill here.
It's not only that though, right? Say for instance you isolate one. Can you really survive past the second? Because you've got players playing close by.
Look how diligent this is as well, even just for Ninja to use the drone. Sure, the turret goes up for that initial contact, but there's really not much left here for Szach to work with in the 2v5.
Yeah, they've got absolutely no chance. Very well played. Team Liquid Academy. That puts them within 1 of their overall round count last time that they played Jackmat on this map. Which shows you, again, as I said before, the improvements that they've made since the last time that they've played it, and with the change of comp.
And the focus, I think, for them would always have been on that defender's side as well, because when you look at it, they opted in to playing on defense first. Right? They know that they have a good attack side. It was the exact same story in the best of 3. And look, if you take away Szachmat's pick of Haven here, early doors, you then go into split. 6 times 1, no defeats. And for Szachmat, I mean, we only saw it from the once, but it left a lot to be desired. So the front end of this veto can get very scary very quickly for the team. Should be the more prepared in this situation.
Yeah, 100%. I think that the choice of bans was an interesting one, but we can break that down in a minute as Dema is left all alone in sewers, leaving a lot to be desired. Chester is the one to get that kill and plenty of more utility to be traded between the two. Hunter's Fury doesn't get the immediate value that it was looking for, but I imagine the lockdown will.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ninja and GSR were still hanging around thinking about the possibility of playing under Heaven. They give up on it in the end. And it's Action Stations for Liquid Academy, a full retake, which they'll have to surmount to. Demek orbiting close to the smoke, thinking about this first fight. Usually there's a second player off his shoulder and yeah, realizes that this isn't an angle I'm going to be able to stay on without support.
Still so much utility to delay here. Look at Neffy, full bell. Demek still has a fast lane. There's still a paranoia on Chester has it. So there's still many tools which Szachmat can use, but GSR, just get rid of Demek.
Yeah, actually, it stopped the main entryway to the site. Players from Heaven getting checked on first. Chester already with a triple. It's on to Rex. Last man left. Another 1v3, and Szachmat will peak in unison to check him out of the round. A 4th on the board for them. Feels like you're just about hitting the baseline right now in terms of rounds. But 4 out of 5 is not bad going, and as we said before, with how momentum-based Haven can be, you give yourself a damn good chance of turning this one on its head.
Yeah, it's the fact that Demek's death is the go button for Team Liquid Academy, and they Szachmat just know exactly when to use all the utilities. Spot on.
I do find it a little crazy as well that when Neffy has his full belt, he's not just investing that towards spawn side, maybe just expecting the pathing of the Neon to come out of Heaven instead, because that's the tip of the spear, that's the player you're looking for. Our own piece into mid is a 1-for-1. So advantage attackers as far as I'm concerned. Cupid is, you know, your vision blocker gone, and usually the tools, those smokes, which you're using to flood back sight. Rex could be alone here.
Yeah, but with Cossack gone, it will force probably the breach utility to be used a lot more, and if not, if they try and contact him, something like that will happen as Rex catches Neffy's head and even gains control of the spike just for a moment. Demek's just trying to make sure no one else comes through, but at the same time you look towards mid, there's one more player there, and maybe Ninja was a little bit too late, but it's alright, because Rex can just take your head and take Liquid Academy 2-8.
Rex holding his own brilliantly in that situation. The duo of him and GSR was fantastic yesterday. Clutch situations aside, they're able to play off of one another brilliantly. He gets a 4K in that round, and the funniest thing is, he had 9 3Ks yesterday, and nothing beyond that. Like, he was just pumping out triple kills the whole time, and that was as far as it went. So the fact we've already eclipsed that in terms of performance maybe says what all you need to know in terms of where Liquid Academy are on an individual basis. And an 8th round for the half is definitely a statement after what we saw last time.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff so far from Liquid Academy and what they're doing. The fact that they've been able to equal the total round count as before has already been mentioned, but just to note that now moving into that second half and seeing if it is going to be what is the difference between the two.
Question will be, how well oiled is this offense? Demek is the Neon player that gets the first. Chester unchecked in the corner. Headshot gets the first, just about the second. But Cupid still active. With 3 kills under his belt, he'll search out the final 2. To send Liquid on their way in this map.
Like ships in the right, walks past the breach through short. The last 2 remaining players for Szachmat are disconnected momentarily.
I think Neffy or Chris is really expecting him to be A side right now. I think the expectation is that he'll have moved over towards the C site, that maybe he could have crossed through mid, and that's what they were checking for. This player will be Neffy. Cupid puts down 2 smokes and eventually the spike.
Planted.
Goes towards Heaven. Towards CT just to investigate, but well, that happens. Neffy comes at his heels and clips him. That will be 5 for Szach, which you imagine will be 6 as well with the anti-eco, but considering how yesterday went, there was a few anti-ecos denied.
Yeah, look, we'll just have to see. It's a plant more than anything else, and a sigh of relief from Kozok, looking to add yet another trophy to his ever-expanding collection. Well played between Neffy and Chris there, and I mean, this from Chester is ultimately the play which just about wins them the round. Something I do want to say though, when the scoreboard flashes up, if Szach want to get back into this, especially on the defense, it has to be Chris. I was hyping him up so much, and the reason for that, he hasn't gone negative once during playoffs, yet currently sits at 6 and 11, and he's the player that has to pass the first test as Dema's right in front of him in Garage.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go elsewhere though, and towards B there's still a Nano Swarm waiting for the players to come through. Doesn't get a chance to pop it. Oh no, has popped it, sorry. But there is still Dema towards the back side, and you can see Szach have an idea. Ninja's taking the first towards C-Link, but still Neffy stands. And it's Kozok who's next under siege, drone to find out where these players are. And it feels almost like a gang chasing down a sole player, a lone pedestrian holding down the A site.
Yeah, caught up in the madness of it all, I think Liquid Academy will just revert to this B plant in the end, or at the very least, see if they can force a reaction from Szach. It was a second tap, now they're looking towards C-Link, and that's where they'll find the pick. Ninja, the 1-for-1 trade on Rex's body. 3-on-3 with a bucket in the hands of GSI. Every chance, unless it was the judge that comes barreling down on top of his head. Numbers disadvantage, and it's all on Cupid to clutch out once more. The Stinger can't find the shots, and with that, he's a dead man. 6th on the board for Szach, but an admirable effort from the Academy.
Yeah, the one site where the judge is going to do the most damage would probably be that B side. That's really unfortunate, but all in all, you can see what Liquid Academy are trying to do. Trying to like play a little bit fast, a little bit loose, seeing if they can bait people out, finding a couple picks. Unfortunately, not able to find the upgrades that they had dropped to the floor. That's all right. I mean, you look towards the next round, it doesn't mean that this buy is going to be as good for Szach. Something that they've been really good at in the bonus round is always finding themselves with at least 4 or 5 rifles and making their bonus look really, really dangerous.
Couple rifles in the mix. I mean, Szach have been one of the better teams at managing economy so far, from what I've seen at the very least. Too many chances to do that on their attack side. This is just a 5-player push from Liquid Academy. Szach have already cleared out so far as lobby, but that's where the majority of the players still stand. Kozok holding onto the drone, not investing it to go one step further and just confirm that they can afford this rotation. Sitting in position with just over a minute left.
Cover going out.
I don't think Liquid Academy are fully sold on this being the C play. Still wanting to go back and re-clear towards A just in case that Szach have pushed up. I mean, with that trap placed, they'll get an early notification.
And Rex was thinking about it. Just use the drone here to sell a little bit more, but as soon as Szach realized there's nothing behind this, then the game is up. It's only Rex here. Still, Ninja yet to back away. We're into the 30-second mark, and the C play still hasn't come in. There's only 3 players that can execute on site right now, and it's Dema that's got to do the most. Paranoia still yet to be used by Cupid, and he won't get a chance. Spike dropped to the ground. Chris filling in the gap behind with only a Sheriff in hand. Man advantage for Szach, and the rotation's coming through. Liquid are so split right now. They just don't know where to go. Someone's got to drive them forward, and it's only Ninja left to do it. Upgrade for Chris eventually gets lost, but there's no time to remove Chester from back sight. He'll win that duel and move Szach within 1 round of tying up the score.
Yeah, that was a really well executed round. And I think as well, Liquid Academy, they had an idea. They knew that there was going to be some proactivity. Try to poke and prod back towards A. We've seen this a few times, just looking to see what's happening all across the map. And the problem that happens there is, as you said, is the indecisiveness that comes through from Liquid Academy.
This is the maturity you need to show in matches like this, grand finals. Can you step up and keep a cool head? It's exactly the kind of effervescence that Liquid Academy were looking for from Szach on the B site when they were poking and just tapping the spike. Is anyone going to give away a peek? You know, stuff like that. And in this round, they just have to commit to their game plan. They were second guessing themselves on whether C was where they wanted to go or not. Szach showed a lot of rounds quite similar to that on their attack, in the sense that they would show initial presence, freeze, and then re-hit, and that worked pretty well against Liquid. But in this instance, it was neither here nor there, and I think that's what Bacon will really be focusing on right now. Just focus on what you're doing and commit to any play you want to make.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what, you've got through to this point now, the second half, with having 2 of your timeouts still in pocket. You can use it for something like that, right? Like for the, I'm not calling it menial stuff, but things that could go into a larger issue later down the line.
Found them. My ult is ready.
Oh, big reveal. Demek not in a position to actually hit Cupid through the wall, but he's going to get out of dodge with a little bit of damage done off the surface already. Liquid Academy with 5 players in mid, just looking perhaps to try and isolate Chris towards Garage. It's not been the best showing from him so far. He has warmed up a little bit, but the pressure is put on and it has forced a reaction, which is Kozok being dragged away from the A site.
Demek denied the information through a lobby. Doesn't know what's behind the smoke, and at the same time, Liquid Academy pushing themselves further and further forwards. It's all a big ruse already. You can see that Szach want to try and re-clear that A long, and Liquid Academy want to go elsewhere.
Chris has just got the info back on Garage now, and it's confirmed with the spy camera invested. Another round put down to the final few seconds. 30 of them left on the clock once they finally call this execution in and pull the pin on the push. Flying across the screen is Dema. He'll get the first with the stinger, and Chris just has to forfeit the sight control. That's a rifle back in the hands, and while Kozok does have this Hunter's Fury coming into the retake, Ninja has his own for post.
Yeah, but you look how delayed it is for Szach to go and re-clear. If this Neon gets found in the back lines, it's going to be big. Instead, it's Demek finding Cooper. No more smokes to hope one way or to help the post plan. And now Team Liquid Academy are under siege from many different avenues.
Oh, 3 players revealed. And again, they want to try and push forward, but they're getting held back by Szach. Neffy, amongst the rest of his team, the captain holding the torch and leading them into trouble, leading them into Dema. Back sight, Liquid Academy do enough to hold on.
I mean, Hazard, it's Dema once again coming up clutch for Team Liquid. He might not be prominent in every single round, but he will be prominent when he is needed. What was it we said yesterday? Do not count him out. Unbelievable stuff. Keep that 2-round gap. And Szach, I mean, it seemed as if they had that round, especially when you see the Neon and the backlines of Demek destroying what was going to be that hold, that late post plan.
We already spoke of Chester's involvement in the early round, and now there's an operator in his hands to just sweeten that deal. Riz will be spotted as the site anchor, but do you expect this? Oh, obviously not. Dema goes down, and that's not as good as the ones that he was relied upon for Liquid Academy to open up before, but with Chester goes peeking, it's into GSR. Chris finally coming back into this game and leaving Rex alone to deny Szach, bringing themselves back within 1. The chase is on.
Certainly, and the players are starting to chase down Rex. He doesn't see towards the mid. That will be back within 1. It's going to be another one of these nights, where we can't really get a difference between the two. Ultimates will probably be the biggest decider when you look towards what's on the plate for either side. I mean, the biggest one is that lockdown. The counter is there though for Ninja with that Hunter's Fury.
Just wondering if he can maybe set up a player here. I mean, Liquid Academy have 3, only 1 orb away from bringing this to a full house, but where do you put your priorities? What are you focusing on? It's just the one rifle in the hands of Dema as things stand. Again, just the catalyst to send them forwards on this attack side. He's caught Kozok and very nearly whistles a bullet past the ear of Jester, who has to make this retake happen with an op in hand. Thankfully though, they have some pretty big ults to try and make this happen.
Yeah, but so do Team Liquid Academy has it, and they also have plenty of utility in this post, something which they weren't good at yesterday.
Oh, immediate counter. Lockdown comes in and so does Hunter's Fury. Both breach ults invested. Everything thrown into the middle of the felt. Dema's ult as well. Even the overdrive looking for something gets nothing. It goes cold. It's quiet in the round. Liquid Academy aren't showing anything right now. All 3 players round a corner. Demek able to at least isolate Rex, but that's as good as it gets. Double digits for the Academy. They're on the warpath to a winning first match now.
I mean, Hazza, you look towards that last round, both teams used at least 3 ultimates. Hunter's Fury, Overdrive, and Rolling Thunder from Liquid Academy, and well, 2 of those big ultimates, the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, were traded by Szach Matt. Massive stuff coming through there, and the fact that Team Liquid Academy came out the other side unscathed is absolutely massive in terms of the ultimate cycle and the round count.
In many ways, Vilcek feels like a watch party at this point because his services have not been called upon in the coach slot all too often. Huge swing round in terms of finance. Neither team flush with cash, but for Szach Matt, this is everything. Damage onto Ninja early, fighting tooth and nail for lobby control. Eventually have to give it up, and Chris trying to fight back through has been denied yet again. He just can't find the openings that he would like to search for.
Szach Matt need this round as well, Hazza. When you look at the economy, it doesn't look great, and the utility that they've got is starting to run a bit thin.
Chris does win his duel though. Again, you credit for that positional play, able to get the punish, but Rex is hot on the heels. The Sentinel duel taking place in Garage. Chris the one that puts them a man in front. It won't last long. GSR's there. Opposite number claimed by Neffy, and it just keeps on going. The wheels turning in the favor of the offense. Attack post plant now set up. Just the one shock to work with, but when the one-way drops on the site itself, Chris should be out of time and out of luck. Ninja will play Discipline, the widest of wide peaks, as he walks his way to an 11th round.
Yeah, this is big now. Team Liquid Academy starting to put a bit of breathing space between the two. You can see that they try to have some different win conditions towards the end of the round. They send Rex through Garage. I mean, they've got one-ways, info darts, the full shebang, playing down from grass. But at this moment in time, it seems as if Vilcek has seen enough and wants to introduce himself to his boys in the second half and talk about what actually has been going wrong.
And that's it too, because so many of these rounds are being played fast-paced, quick trades, left, right and centre, and for a team as well practiced, as well, you know, trained in official environments as Szach Matt, they should know what it is that they need to do to fix up here. Vilcek even himself, not the most vocal at this point in time, just conversing with his players. It's a two-way street after all. Someone who, when you look at his history, he was a player for the original Anonymo roster in East, just joined literally the stage after they won the first ever East Surge that there was. He moved into a coaching role. He joined Anonymo's Game Changers team one stage after they triumphed in 2023. He's always been one step behind greatness, and now having joined Szach Matt from player to coach yet again, he will be hoping that things don't go the same way and that they can finally get ahead of that curve. It does start with the eco, and unfortunately enough, that would lend Liquid Academy the first map point of this series.
Yeah, it's a big advantage to have. Trying to get map point here. I mean, there is a few things Szach Matt have pushed forward to work with Demic with a Bucky, and we all know how frustrating a Neon Spucky can be. Kozok has brought the Bulldog through though. That's a big bite for the defensive side. At the same time though, I like this from Liquid Academy.
Yeah.
They're respecting their opponent, know that they'll have some sort of plan and don't want to get caught off guard.
Finger on the pulse, just feeling the rhythm of the round as it plays out. Are Szachmat going to give you an opening? Show their hand. Because you've got to try and make something work in a round like this. My only concern would be, we know Liquid like to hit sites late, 30 seconds or so left on the clock, and up against an eco, when you're more willing to call bigger rotations, could that be an issue? For now, it is only Kozok on A, and with the intention shown by the attacking side and the lack of movement from the defense, it's a little more concerning for the Poles in this round.
And they go. Tapping the spike, seeing if there's any sort of response, but there hasn't come anything from Szachmat in through CT. It's all 5 players here from Liquid Academy. Rex somewhat thinking about the back lines, but for the most part, this will be a 5v5 retake on site.
GSR in a moment will have that fault line back up as well. It's already used the aftershock. Stuns getting traded, and Cupid hits a cannoning shot from the front of the Phantom as they are looking to move towards 12. Every single gun involved on the Liquid side. It's a flawless finish as they are right on that finish line now.
Spot on, right. Everything from the get-go, knowing what the pattern of the Neon would be like out the window. Not only that, has it, you've got the players like sitting in the prime spots in terms of the breach, Cupid taking his chance. I mean, everything was set up to perfection. They don't have ultimates to finish out these last couple of rounds. Szachmat can maybe build up a lockdown or a Hunter's Fury depending on how the round goes with the ultimate orbs. But it feels as if the biggest point here, the biggest point of contention is going to be mid.
Doesn't feel like Szachmat can even get into a winning position early, but that will change. Lightning has finally striked. Demek finding the shot with the op, Dema the one caught. Back to mid we go. This is the fight that we were talking about, and Szachmat hunting for it. 2 players already facing, and a third just for good measure. Chester, the one who reaps the reward, and Demek wants to double dip.
I mean, again, the information that he'll be able to give in proxy from his position is going to be massive for Szachmat to set up accordingly towards the seaside.
This is a round now which should be literally unlosable. Even if Chester gets put in a difficult position, has a paranoia, a TP to just close that distance, get to a safer position, Demek might be lucky to find Rex before the round ends here anyway if he can't hold his nerve. Just double, triple checking mid. So as it appears to be a save, we can open up the conversation again. Szachmat getting back into this. Only 3 rounds the difference. Once this one concludes, they'll be up to a 9th. Kriz creeping closer to the lockdown. Kozok also 2 away from the Hunter's Fury. And these are rounds which build confidence, especially when Demek's getting as active as he has been.
10 seconds left.
And the later we get into this half, the more time Team Liquid are allowing Szachmat to get those ultimates back online, as you've just noticed. And not only that, I mean, you get the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. That's cool. But Breach is close by, then comes Demek. Team Liquids, if they're losing, won't be getting that many ultimate orbs in their pockets either.
Yeah, they are starved for them right now. I mean, look, GSR, Ninja, Dema, all quite a ways away, and say what you want about the Omen and Cypher ults. They're not as strong as you would probably like. I mean, in saying that, Rex gets a pick here. It's probably a different conversation, but...
Oh yeah, and it's not only that though, Hazza. How many opportunities have they had to use it? These ultimates have been online for a fair few rounds now.
This one could very well hinge entirely upon that confidence I was just speaking about on Demek's behalf. Behind the dark cover, the spam goes traded. Cupid has already sifted his way in behind the defensive line, and now this is where the Liquid freeze is going to have the most value if he doesn't get cleared, but Neffy just knows. Cupid gets found, caught out by the captain. Trades coming in, but Liquid finally walk all over them. Neffy, to take his own timing, needs to find the shots, but just can't keep his cool when it's required. Chris is going to try and flood into the site. The paranoia is there to set him up, and the smoke is here too. There's no utility really for Liquid to challenge back through here. He's just got a peek on a drive-by mission and it won't work. Chester 1v3, it's not the gun for the job, but he's giving it a go.
He's got to try and stop them, but he won't be allowed. His Team Liquid Academy will take that first map, and it's the map you least expect them to take.
Liquid Academy notched their first win on Haven so far in Northeast. A map which was looking to have reached an 8th victory for Szach. In all the games they've played together, this one of their best. If that's the performance that you give right out the gate, then I feel as if the title may be heading in an unexpected direction of the Academy.
They're coming in at a veto disadvantage, apologies, that was my bad. But they're also coming in at a series disadvantage in the form that they just played a best of 5 yesterday. I would think that would be a disadvantage in terms of how tired you would feel after last night. I mean, I would feel tired, I'm an old man, but maybe these young guns have thought about that as practice, right? They're on a high and they're taking that into a grand final where Szach may be coming in a bit cold.
You've got to remember at the end of the day, Cairo, the amount of reps these guys were getting in ranked. They could play 2 more best of 5s if they needed to, but right now it's Liquid Academy, 1 map to the good on their opponent's pick, no less, to open up the grand final.
It is indeed, and that is not a good start for Szach. They're not going to be happy with that one. Team Liquid Academy have cleaned up their Haven so much with the 4th composition that they've tried, the 4th attempt at getting this one over the line. They made it work on the biggest stage that they possibly could, and they're going to be incredibly happy with that. I think Szach are going to be kicking themselves that they did not ban Split after next map.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the 4th time is the charm here for Team Liquid. Insane performance. I mean, the contrast was insane to the previous Haven. Team Liquid were able to actually have control of this map. They were controlling it really well. I think the Neon, the Breach, they were insanely good. And Deemer, it's no wonder why we highlighted him yesterday. Obviously a great performance already. Now starting the grand final with a great performance as well. 4 first kills, 20 and 16. A lot of supportive utility alongside Deemer as well, so we have to give it out to GSR as well. Obviously it's not easy to frag out all the time for GSR as well, even though it's great, but sometimes you just have to support Deemer, and I think he did great on that map.
Yeah, so in the end, pretty much an opposite scoreline to what we saw last time, which, yeah, I mean, we can't really drive it home as much more as we have already. Team Liquid Academy, it is their home ground up next, as it were. We'll get to that in just a little bit. I think you had a segment that you wanted to show me here, so how about you take me through round 5? Yeah, absolutely. Like I already said, it's a insane contrast to the previous Haven. The struggle was that you had ISO, you had Yoryu. You really didn't have anything to stop this Neon of Demek to just push out of these lobbies. Right here, you have GSR already prepping for the stun. You have Ninja Deemer ready to play out this A lobby control. Finally, they have composition that they can actually play this A lobby. Let's see what happens when Demek tries to go for it. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll go there. Stun coming through, smoke, recon, Demek is out of there. There's nothing he could do. The aggressive A is out of the control. Obviously, checkmate. It's a great call. They hear a lot of commotion in A lobby. They know there's 3 players, so they shift their focus towards C side. It's an obviously great call to go towards C. They get that fairly free. The post plant is about to commence. But this is where I think Deemer shines. Insane performance. Look at the position where Deemer is right now. GSR is gonna go for the garage big. You have to have some kind of support for GSR here. It's not quite the best pick for GSR. It's a tough situation, but Deemer goes for the instant trade. Right here, you have to go for this pick. 2 versus 3 situation, and Deemer, insane amount of skill. But look what he does. Overdrive online from those kills. The discipline
the maturity, the adaptation, the skill from Deemer is insane to group up with Ninja on this 2 versus 1 situation. That millisecond call in his head, oh, I gotta go back to Ninja, is what wins the round. Because if Demek gets this pick, it could be very hard. Deemer, perfect stun coming through, swinging wide with the overdrive, and the round is over. 5-0, shutting down Szach. That was a rough situation to come back, and honestly, I think that was a great comparison from what we saw yesterday. A lot of confidence coming through for these young players, a lot of confidence in the post plant, and realizing when you don't want to overheat is insanely good from Deemer.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit with Cooper yesterday as well after that win. In the, you know, this first series that they had against Szach, they were kind of like, you know, the way we were working together, it was not quite there yet. And that's understandable. You've brought this person in very kind of last minute, and it's going to take a little while to get your kind of rapport going with them. And that, I think, is endemic of a fundamental change within the team. Demo is now fully integrated. I feel like that has worked out so
100%.
well for them. And it's going to be exciting to see how that carries on throughout the rest of the series. They're going to their home ground next. It's split. They have not lost this one once. They played it 6 times. They have not lost it. And most of the time, it hasn't even been close. So, this is a bit scary now for Szach, because more than likely, they are going to be already on map point.
Yeah, I think this is something that we didn't see coming from Szach, but actually floating out that split. Obviously, they should have something in store for this split. They should have something, because Team Liquid was so amazing. They're gathering all of the information. Deemer actually utilizing that information to push out these aggressive defensive side positions where Team Liquid were able to create some kind of stacks towards that B side. Was great. I highlighted that, I think it was two days ago. It's insanely hard to play against Team Liquid's defensive side split, and something has to be done for Szach to actually break that.
Something has to be done, and we will find out, hopefully, what that is relatively shortly. We're going to go to a quick break before we get started with our analysis for the next map. See you in a bit.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely needs me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and ever.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, everybody. We've got one map done now, and for Team Liquid Academy, things are looking good. For Szach, not so much. This is a tough start to the best of 5. They got 2 bans in their favor, and then picked Haven and lost it. So now they have to go to the home ground of Team Liquid Academy here on Split. They have not lost this map once this split, haha. And for them, it has been relatively simple. Their strats are so well practiced, and they seem to just be able to deal with whatever anybody can bring their way. So I think for Szach, things are going to be a little tough from here on out.
Yeah, and it seemed like Team Liquid Academy is starting on the defensive side, so I want to bring some stats what happened yesterday. They only played 7 rounds on the defensive side because they won, or it was 2 days ago, they won 13-6 against Szach. Rex was 4-1 on the defensive side in first kills and first deaths out of 7 rounds, which tells a lot. When you have your defensive side Cypher 4-1, you obviously placing at the right position, but you have a lot of confidence in that Cypher to get that entry. And Rex has 41% headshot rate. That's #1 in ranking in Upper Swiss and playoffs, which is insane. And that is crucial part, especially in Split. Not only on that defensive side, but also on the attacking side. Once you start lurking towards that B area, maybe go towards that A area, you have to find those 1 versus 1 duels. You might have to find those timings. And when you have a Cypher that is as confident, as good headshotting people as Rex is, it's gonna be really hard to face that Cypher, at least alone, so you have to bring multiple people to do that.
Yeah, well, last time these two came up against each other here on Split, it was 13-6 to Team Liquid Academy. That was in the series that they lost in the end, 2-1. So, you know, I think if we're going off, you know, Haven, right, went from 8-13 to 13-9 in Team Liquid Academy's favor, and now we're going on to Split, the one map that they didn't win, Szach. I think things we might have to start looking past Split here. I think we might have to start looking at the other maps that we're going to be playing. You know, let's just go. Okay, we're up to Fracture next. Let's see what's going to happen there. But yeah, things. The easiest way we can put it, a little scary now. We don't want to discount them because a lot of stuff has happened in this split that could kind of change things up, and we don't know what's going to happen. But it's not a great look. I still think they should have banned it out.
Yeah, definitely. I think Szachmat, they had a great idea in their composition. They had great setups on Split with their comp, the Breach and Teho, bringing a lot of ground for the Yoru to TP, gate crash in, find those picks. It worked out few times in the attacking side, but I think we have to look at the pistols as well. They weren't able to win a single pistol here. And I'm wondering whether they're actually gonna switch up this composition. I think it looked actually really good, but you have to find something else to bring into the table, because Team Liquid, they were reading you like a book. They were all over the place, actually all the time. Pretty much knew where Szachmat was going. There was multiple rounds, especially that defensive side half, where Team Liquid played their bonus round, where they exactly knew where Szachmat was going. They shut down that. Execute instantly with perfect position paranoia, perfect position fault line from the Breach as well, and Rex getting a 3-piece there. That's something that we cannot see from Szachmat, is that kind of thing happening. So you have to place maybe Chris on the other side of the map, deny that all of that information.
Yeah, for sure. I am going to be interested to see if there is going to be some kind of composition style change up from Szachmat here, because, you know, look, we can theorize as much as we want, but there has to be a reason why they left Split in the map pool here, knowing that it was a unbeaten map from Team Liquid. You know, they have not lost any games on here. The closest they got was a 13-11 versus Wild, and that was way earlier in the split. That was not in the playoffs. In the playoffs, they have been almost flawless on that one. There was a 13-10 yesterday, but that was an insanely close kind of best of 5, and it was a weird start to begin with anyway. If I remember correctly, they lost a lot of rounds in the first half and then suddenly kind of got back into things. There are no changes from Szachmat, so maybe just some strategies?
Yeah, could be. I mean, something that I want to see from Chester is maybe play a little bit more patient. He had 6 first deaths as Omen. I think that's kind of tough. Yeah, obviously you have the Viper, you have double control setup, but you don't, even on the defensive side, you don't really want to have that first entry coming from your smoker. So I think that's something you have to look into. I think it's not a bad composition. There was a lot of good ideas in this situation, but Team Liquid Academy, they were way more comfortable in this map with their own composition. They knew exactly what to do, and I think now Deemer has adapted way better. He had a rough game, 8 and 16. It's gonna look scary this time around.
Alright, well, let's see what Szachmat have in store for us on this map. It's Team Liquid Academy's home ground, and it's going to be Hazza and Cairo to cast it for you.
Yes, thanks guys. Look, Szachmat have some of their strongest maps later on in this series, but they've got to pull off one of the greatest heists that we'll have seen so far in Northeast if they're able to raid away Split from Team Liquid. Undefeated with 6 appearances. The only difference is this time they will be starting from the attack side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing though. I would argue that Liquid Academy have pulled off a heist on Haven. I mean, you think towards what the most played map Szachmat have, it is Haven. And on top of that, Team Liquid Academy have been terrible on it. Now we move to Split, it's always possible. And I imagine Szachmat will be thinking about what went wrong on Split, bearing in mind they did have a day off compared to their opponents. So that's one place where they could have put all their efforts into, Hazza.
Occasions like these do not come often, especially with it being a new league, a combined league, and the birthing grounds for future talent. Liquid Academy currently 1 map to the good into their own pick. This is the prime position to put yourself within touching distance of that first ever title.
Seems as if it is going to be a very quick play towards A Heaven. The players that are up there, Dema and Ninja, will have to hold fast, smoke down, trying to stop any further sort of taking of the space, but at the minute Szachmat are completely stopped. They're respecting what's been put forward. Liquid Academy are already thinking about moving towards B.
They rotate away. Ninja's Prowler not catching anything again. I think the main man that you've got to focus on this map will be him. And right now, without anything to work with in terms of utility, another 20 seconds before the Haunt comes back up. The deepest player to the site is GSR. Common position to find him in the left corner. Szach should have to clear this. If they've done their homework, they should know. Right now, there is no knowledge in the mind of the defense where the push was going until they call the util in.
Still GSR hangs in the corner as the Haunt goes through, and still more stall comes in. GSR traded out, and now Dema is stuck in a tough spot. It's not as nice as what you would have hoped. It's a little bit too dangerous, a little bit too messy for Liquid Academy as Szach put them to the sword and punish. Now Rex has to come back in a 1 versus 4. Doesn't have much to work with either.
We saw his first 4K in the last couple of games in the previous, but this would have to be even better. Szach on the pistol, showing their prowess as a team, an outfit which have been together for some time. Over a year as a core, as I said. And just that initial contact, even where Demek is already low on HP after the first exchange, you use him as a bait, you know where to pre-aim in that corner. GSR, as I said before, his position noted. And they're able to get the kills which they need to secure the round outright. And what a big pistol to find on the defense as well. As the desk was saying, this is their first between the teams on split.
I mean, the attack starting off with a bit of momentum again. It can feel like Haven in terms of how choke point it can be, much more defender-sided, and Dema not having the best of starts here on split as he did last time.
Szach's Tail utility is going to be so important in tandem with Neffy, and that's a great combination to stop Dema, who was looking towards Garage on a lot of defensive rounds, namely with the Operator, and that will be a different conversation when it comes up. But the movement the same with the dash, of course, and a great way to start things off.
Rex just, I don't think, was caught there. Seems as if Liquid Academy have an opportunity there to go and take out a player. They have done, but at the same time the execute comes in the other side of the map, and now Ninja gets a chance to catch one of the players off guard. Keeps it competitive, and the only upgrade that Liquid Academy have been able to pick up is a Marshall, but the key point here is actually GSL's utility belt.
None of these kills have been tradable so far, but you take that 1-for-1 every day of the week if you're Liquid Academy in this position. GSR's picked off another. Kozok's lost his head, and now Liquid have numbers.
And they do. There is still a paranoia to delay if they want to go for it. Another blindside if Demek needs to use it, Hazza.
Chester usually getting pretty agitated in these positions, trying to find a kill for himself. GSR shows himself, and with that, the rest of Liquid can try and play into this. Cupid gets one, but Demek on cleanup duty has just about secured the second by the skin of Szach's teeth.
Yeah, Valorant is not wanting to watch that last round. A little bit too close for comfort there, Hazza. But at the other side of it, when you look towards what's coming in the next round, again, Szach's management of their own economy is absolutely massive. They've been able to come in with almost a full buy in the bonus round, which Team Liquid Academy will need to be wary of.
Early util towards ramp. Same start to the pistol that we saw. Szach taking this space behind the Viper wall. Great tool for just scaling into tower. Liquid Academy succeeded when they retook it last time in number, but GSR goes solo, and that one kill is not as much as he'd usually be worth. Trades back and forth again. Szach in an advantageous position.
Yeah, especially with the utility lost. I mean, losing a breach belt is honestly one of the worst belts you could probably lose.
GSR and Rex are the two best players in terms of closers on this side, so Liquid Academy will have to do without their services, and maybe it isn't going to matter. Ninja himself with the most playoff clutches of the team, and he'll just get things started. The rest will finish. It's mop and bucket stuff from Liquid Academy as they clean the house with Szach.
Yeah, well, all the carnage and chaos is going in. Demo's been limit testing us full round. And this is exactly what we saw last time, right? In terms of the duelist having that confidence and that agency to keep moving forward and testing the limits of what Jacquemat's post plan looks like. And at the same time, well, they're being distracted, Jacquemat, by the push coming through from CT. Demo's just walking that full time and catches them off guard. Valorant, at the minute, is not convinced by what Jacquemat are doing entirely.
Here.
Yeah, and I think when you look at both sides, Jacquemat and Liquid Academy, having star players who are great positional players with brilliant awareness as well in both GSR and Chris, you have to be talking about their isolation of gunfights, and on a round like that when he peeks into the pack you are going to struggle. This time they do have the support of Rex's setup, and that initial inquiry towards Garage does fall flat.
Kozak can go by. Yep, this is a really nice trap. But somehow does not get picked up, and there's plenty more support to come through here. The only issue is that support does not have the firepower to boot. They'll end up all even.
And as I was just saying in that round, I think it's the perfect demonstration of GSR playing off the shoulders of his teammates, always hitting the shots in those lower pressure situations, I guess, when you know you have that guarantee. And it's the same to be said for Chris. This is one of the few maps where you're seeing him on the Viper instead of the Killjoy, which we know him for. And a couple of maps coming up where he'll get a chance to right that, I think, after the performance on Haven. But as it stands, his util will be key on this round to move towards ramp yet again. This time, Liquid are ready for it.
Yeah, and well, there's even a TP forward. What is happening here?
Oh,
Carnage coming through! And still, Demo's able to escape. Sure, he's pretty low on HP, but he's done the damage nonetheless.
Just with a rifle in his hands, yet to see the op break out, but Neffy has smashed the A door down. They're in for now, and they will be for some time, it seems. Dema offering an opportunity, as does Ninja. They all fall in line, one at a time. Teeing up Rex, thrown into a clutch situation. Neffy might give him half a chance here. He does. Okay, hat off the head. He'll know where Kozak stands. The salvo's yet to come back up, but Armageddon if he needs.
Question, 1 versus 1 in the cage to perhaps cross by elbow, through into elbow. There's so many opportunities here, and as you said, the salvos have come up online, but Kozak is playing on site hazard. This is basically going to be a gun duel.
Yeah. Rex just thinking that Kozak might be getting proactive, looking for some kind of an opening pick, but now time is of the essence. First tap amounts to nothing. It's another classic Kozak clutch to keep Jacquemat in the lead.
Yeah, it does so well, Dema. But
he's not happy with any of these rounds at all. As I said before, every single one of them so close. But to just quickly rewind on that Kozak play as well, he waits for both of the pings from the neural theft before he moves anywhere. Rex has that knowledge himself. The reason why Vilcek is annoyed, though, is because even Neffy there in the 2v1 is just going walkabouts, and that's your IGL, for goodness sake.
Yeah. Split up. Not what you want to see, isolated fights. With that being said though, it seems if they're going back towards mid, there's a few set plays they've had for taking space using Demek's TPs. And look at this, Team Liquid Academy are ready to fight back through.
Love to take this duel. The anchor of the gate crash has already been spotted. It's actually from Demek on the way back through to join up with the rest of his team if he needed it. In terms of players that could go in, it's Dema instead. Solo from Vents, he's down. Jacquemat with good map material here if they want to execute, but the Nightfall's going to hold them for just a moment longer.
I mean, 5 players caught. I think that's actually one of them, the fake out, so a little bit not like all the information they want, especially considering that the breach of Neffy is in B main and can catch one of the players off guard.
Red herring thrown in the mix, but Jacquemat want to expand on this initial ambition. Into Ninja they go. He's found the first, but needs a whole lot more. Only player on the site removed. Kozak to claim it. Szachmat staking their claim on this attack side. It's been a brilliant start from them so far. A fourth in the rifle round would be everything. Between the selection of Serbs, it's GSR that's got himself the first. It goes no further than that. Number 4 for Szachmat.
Yeah, Valchek a lot happier. He's almost like the emperor for Rome, right? He's just like, yeah, it's entertaining. But at the same time, it is looking a lot more convincing. Szachmat finding their form, finding what they need to, and unfortunately, not finding the next round because we have to go into a quick tech pause.
Yeah, like you say, it's the first thumbs up from Caesar in slot, if you want to give him that nickname. But yeah, I think it's going to take a few more rounds like that to satisfy this Szachmat team. At the end of the day, though, I think you're quite happy to go through the motions. As long as you're winning the rounds, that's got to be the key detail, because look at the money for Liquid Academy. When this one resumes, they can go for a force, perhaps, but I don't think you risk it at this stage in the game, especially when you know that your own attack side is where your strengths lie.
100%. I mean, with that being said though, like how many rounds do you want to hemorrhage on the defensive side? You do have to go through it, to be honest, in the next couple of rounds, because I mean, Szachmat have the Rolling Thunder, will have a Viper's Pit, Dimensional Drift as well. It's not going to look pretty the next couple rounds, and the momentum that you're expecting probably is all towards the attacking side. And as you've already mentioned, economy is starting to get a bit ropey right now. Team Liquid Academy aren't in the best scenario.
And as I called Ninja the engine of this Liquid Academy team earlier, I think we have to give the same credit to the scan initiator, the revealer, whatever you want to call him on the other side, Kozok. I mean, the clutch that he already won, a lot of his utility's been so important, paired up with Neffy to get things going. People were joking about him being a chess grandmaster. I think he would love to call himself that. He is a master after all at 2400 ELO. Chess.com, as we've seen, and I was actually going and looking through his chess history just as, you know, in case a tech pause were to come up, so we have something to talk about. Any guesses as to who his last opponent was on that website?
I have absolutely no idea.
It's someone from the scene. The Fireflux coach Salah was the last game that he played, formerly of Vitality, of course. So, yeah, you know, there's a bit of a community, a chess Valorant merge. So we've merged North and East. It's only fitting.
Kill them.
All the issues resumed though, and we're back into the next. This time it is Rex solo on A, and if this push has any potency to it, he is in a world of trouble, and that ult has already shown exactly where they're going.
Yeah, at the same time though, Liquid Academy aren't rushing over. You see Ninja's priorities to go and pick up the ultimate orb before they get into position. And we knew that Rex was completely on the chopping block, and well, it seems as if the rest of Liquid are as well.
I mean, he was screwed there. And to just make it worse, it's the stuff I was talking about earlier. Cupid gets away with one here, but it's Ninja's rifle to give them half a chance, and they won't get it. To go back to the point I was making, I was speaking just then about Kozok having these great salvos, which they're pairing up with Neffy's stun. Instead of just having that be an initial set piece from the strap book, when you throw in the dimensional drift, it's a cheat code, as Vilcek is quite rightly showing us there. When you have the knowledge to just make those plays on the fly, it was really nicely done. The Konami code, perhaps you could call it. The Japanese duelist, just giving them a little bit extra.
Yeah, at the same time though, Hazard, the operator has finally been introduced by Demer. That's in place more towards mid. The extremities though is where Szachmat are going to do most of their work at the time.
Ninja again, so much resting on him. Revealed, flashed, stunned, blind, and should be dead here as well. Took a little longer for Demek, but he has the entry, and GSR's already showing that Liquid Academy want to retake quick.
Yeah, and well, Demo's the one that's actually got the opposite number, and Duelist, Rex clearing mid, knowing that Chris likes to go for these late larks, and well, as simple as that, you give Demer an op, and you expect there to be some sort of value, whether that's through proxy information, or whether that's through kills entirely. That's 3 for him this round. Neffy has to go searching elsewhere, perhaps, just for a little bit of safety, because right now, Team Liquid Academy are holding on to every I guess every lane almost.
This round feels like wraps unless Liquid Academy are to throw a lifeline in Neffy's direction,
30
but even
seconds
then,
left.
you don't feel he'll be in position to latch onto that regardless. Doesn't want to give away any ult orbs. GSR having just invested his, and you know how quickly that kid can rack up orbs. To him, every head on a pair of shoulders is just an orb that he needs to take. So Liquid Academy now with 3 rounds
10
and
seconds left.
coming out the back of the break in play. Just see the response. I would love to know what percentage of Dema's kills are with the op, because I have to say he'd look razor sharp with the rifle already in this map. And if it gets as good as that when the op is then introduced, it is something that Szach might need to be thinking about on every round.
Yeah, and again, like we've already seen Dema try and pose a threat, not like by testing the back lines, testing how to see how long he can actually go before he is challenged, and finding his way all the way to the back lines of Jacquemat's post plan. That's another thing that they've got to think in the back of their head, as Team Liquid Academy have been doing for Chris and how he wants to play.
Ult from GSR. Key in winning the previous round for Liquid Academy, and here, Neffy holding on to his alongside the pit. Proved to be useful as this round drags on. Right now, Chris is just trying to sell the idea that movements are being made towards A, as they often have done for Jacquemat, but there's a trap there placed by Rex to just confirm it. And instead, it is pressure on the opposite extremity put by Ninja. The mid-fight, the one about to break out, though.
Rex's sixth sense telling him to get back into vents and get away. The break of the trap, nothing else has come, no pressure.
I mean, look how many players are solo on different ends of the map. Ninja here is about to get double peeked if he's not careful. Little bit of damage dealt. In fact, it's Jacquemat who draw the short end of the stick. Playing from backside again, but you know how punishing that Jacquemat utility can be. The signature of Kozok and Neffy, just waiting for the latter to become available in this last 33 seconds of play that we have. Ninja's dead.
30
Oh, he's managed to escape. There was a little gap, but Demic on top of everybody at the back of sight is the one who finishes them off. Demo still playing around the edge of the smoke. He's still able to get one. GSR having to dance around the smoke himself, and is still alive and still able to get a kill. Viper's pit down. Well, make that Viper's pit completely down. It's gone, and now Kozak has to clutch once again, but he won't get the chance to. A massive round from Team Liquid Academy, and a massive round from that man towards the back of sight, Dema.
Second sight defense for Dema on B. The op, rifle in hand, matters not. The guy's doing it all, and it's the exact kind of performance that you don't necessarily expect from the stand-in, but it's the one that you're getting, and the one which could very well send them towards this first title if they get there. But for now, it's keeping things even. Jacquemat's still in front by just 1 round. I think the biggest takeaway for me is just tightening up the micro. These trades have been a lot better.
Certainly. There's still, you can see the pressure being put on the B site, and Team Liquid Academy, the players there, just a little bit more active, ready to swing, ready to fight. But it's a bit of a fake, and you can see the players of Jacquemat now starting to look towards the other lanes in the map.
I think in saying that, Liquid Academy are still playing an individual game at times. That's what you want to try and empower. And as Ryan was saying in the upper bracket final game, you need to find a balance between the two. When logic is applied, magic is less likely, or something like that. That was the quote which he gave, a much more poetic set of words than mine. But point being, you do still need to see some team play from them here, and Jacquemat unlocking A through this dimensional drift. They note the trip, and Dema has been spotted. The star of the show needs to step up.
Guys, but I don't think he's going to get the chance to. Stunned up, locked out. That's exactly the case, but Cupid, well, he had a good last map, hasn't been up to the same heights, and is trying to dance around his own smoke, and unfortunately, he'll be dancing a dance of death. now a 3 versus 4 for the remaining players on Liquid, and well, they somehow managed to get into a 2v2. This is somewhat doable.
It's Kozok and Kriz against GSR and Rex, the two players on either side, which have been such a potent pairing for either squad. So much firepower between each of them. Rex and GSR grouping up to try and push on in. The Salvos have elbow, but not Rex. He runs on forward. It falls to Kozok yet again. He is stunned, and with that, GSR will fire a bullet to the back of his head. A clutch from the kid puts the scoreline equal yet again.
I mean, what else could be said? It's a nice execution, but it's the fact that it's GSR again, Hazza, who fights them back through. Being able to get the trades, Valchek not happy whatsoever. And now going all equal on the score count. I mean, at the same time, you're thinking to yourself, Szach might probably have done enough on the attack, moving on to the defense, but I mean, it's a big retake to come through from a Liquid Academy.
Yeah, and they have ults to work with now too, because obviously Demek investing that to make the same set piece. Fresh out the strat book, but recycled a couple of times. Has been effective, don't get me wrong, they've been getting the entries, but not too much left to work with now on this round. The fundamental issues come down to their own team play on the site. So much damage onto Demek. GSR will trade stuns, but his position is condemned. Demek had to be careful. He was an inch away from the Salvo's death. But he survived it, and so have all of Szachmat. This is going to be such a huge round if they keep these weapons to find financial security in the final round, where Liquid will lack it.
I'm not so sure about that. I think they probably will have enough to buy, no? I mean, they're going to make sure to keep the rifles anyway, just in case. Fair enough, 40 seconds, and time to talk about what went wrong in that round, because that Heaven defense, Hazard, did not work out whatsoever.
No, it didn't. And as I was sort of saying, it is the final round, but you've got, what, 4 players who don't need to, or can upgrade their shields from light to heavy for cheaper here. I don't think Liquid Academy, like you say, are going to be too bad themselves, but in terms of the execution, it was just a lot more faster paced. As I said before, Szachmat have been a little bit staggered, and they're going to hunt down these final bits of weaponry here. Quite able to find it, so in the end,
Last round before the switch.
nothing more.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can understand why they called a stop to that, because Szach might start to bleed a few rifles there, chasing the players on the A site. You could find themselves in a tough spot, but nonetheless, plenty of money to go around here. In fact, Demo's actually deciding to opt for the blades and a bulldog. This is going to be an explosive round for Team Liquid Academy. I mean, they're probably wanting to play for getting GSR in towards his Rolling Thunder, if that's where they can find themselves, but right now it's a walk down mid.
The first time really that we've seen Liquid take this fight on all fronts into Szachmat rather than wait to react, and it will be beneficial for them. Demek is lost to Dema's blades, and with that first incision made, they drop all the way back to their standard setup.
Already. And towards B main they go, trying to catch out Ninja, but they're not clearing the corners, and that's the worrying thing, is Dema peeks out! Prime spot, missing the heads. An unfortunate position to be in, but at the same time, as you look towards the other side of the map and how far Kriz has managed to get into Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility that he gets this far up, but then it's the pathing beyond that. I mean, right now he's sat in vents waiting for a potential rotation, but there's a slight gap, an opportunity that he could walk around back through mid. You've still got Neffy on B with this Rolling Thunder just trying to sell a fake, and it's actually called Cupid. Well, no, it hasn't. It's called Chester to fake his own TP. What's going on? He goes back to A. They win the fight there, all across the map. Szachmat getting work done. Onto Rex, the sole anchor of A, and you have to plant here. He's the only one that can stop this, and he might very well go ahead and do it. Neffy is nowhere near the play, and Szachmat have stretched their hand to reach out for the round that should have been theirs, but overplayed it entirely.
Oh, Hazard, they have tried to go for the big play, the smart play, outplay, and it's just ended up with them outplaying themselves. Egg on the face. What more can be said about that than it's Rex once again to hold on to his site and go up huge for Liquid Academy.
And there were some real nice layers to that from Szach, but the gross overcomplication and the issue of it is you're pushing into the Cypher setup, and when he has that cage that you see here after that first ping to walk out, potentially threaten being elbow, but go wide instead to deny the plant, that's absolutely everything. With the equal half, Liquid now onto the attack side, the side in which they did the most damage previous.
Cover going out.
They were the favorites coming into the map, and even after the opening 12, they still seem to be in that position.
Chris feeling the pressure from mid. Calling for support, and in the meantime, Jack Matt are thinking about what's going on in A main, trying to re-clear that. More players looking to try and force Chris all the way back. In fact, he's even maybe going to find himself in CT here. A response through utility. This is going to be a big engagement between the two as Liquid Academy stand in the smoke and try and burst onto the site, which they've done so. Everybody who was standing tall there is gone, apart from Kozok. And Demic, nowhere near being able to try and link up with his teammate. Demic still continuing on, and now Kozok left in heaven, all alone, and a 1v4. Will he even get a chance or a kill? No, he will not.
Brilliant pathing from Dema there, going over the top of the box in tower, making sure that the corner was cleared when Neffy was holding close to the smoke in that situation. Now coming into the second half, we need to see the step up from these anchors on the site defense, because I hate to say it, the last map was the first time we've seen Chris post a negative kill-death ratio since the third round of Upper Swiss, and we're about to get it back to back. Also, another stat, third lowest deaths, first deaths as an anchor in the whole of the league, which is crazy. And I'm not saying first deaths as an anchor, first deaths overall, and he's playing an anchor role, which is so stressful on that fact.
Bring them down.
It's hard to just isolate one player and say it as it is, but I think at the same time, Liquid Academy's game plan has sort of centered around being able to make those players uncomfortable.
Kozok though, he's looking to stand up and be counted, and unfortunately, he's going to get forced all the way back. Has to respect everything that's been put his way, and he's getting found out by every piece of utility possible. He'll get a trade by Demo, a smartly placed bit of utility, but at the same time, Neffy's standing at the top of ramp and seeing what he can find. Rex is there, and he's only got a pistol.
Now has support though. Ninja by his side. Premium rifle on the Liquid Academy side of things. The flash just feigns presence. There is no follow-up. Defense should just be trying to make their way through here. TP off the paranoia and the stun doesn't do all too much, but the classics together collect a couple kills. Chester on the site and the spike to look for the defuse, but the cam has read the game out. Chris has to defend his teammate, but he'll fall by their side. Instead, it's a shared grave for Szach Matt. 6 rounds, no better than that for now.
Listen, getting the Antico over the line. There's even going to be a bolster of a rifle being bought up for Dema. This is still a spicy looking bonus round. Szach Matt's defense so far hasn't been too great, even though they've not had the weaponry. What's different now that they have the rifles? Are they going to be more proactive? I mean, you saw Kozok trying to push A main. Not going to go for that this time round.
Liquid
Very
centering
defense.
this attack towards mid, and yeah, Szach Matt just sitting back. They know that with Nethy's utility, for example, you can just try and slow the pace down a little bit here. The snake bite has been invested early by Chris just to stop players getting into tower, but Cupid's been really clever with these smokes. You see where it's placed right now. Chris does have an off angle to just confirm that no one's moved on up. They don't have complete security in the knowledge of this area of the map right now, with vents a possibility. defense is split.
Need to clear that close corner. They're playing off Neffy's contact. One from Rafters. Neffy gets taken out, but it's Chester from side. Massive
enemy
stuff.
remaining.
And Chris finally comes through. You can see Ninja trying to get an angle, but can't quite find it. And well, you thought it was a passive setup. The active part was waiting to be activated.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we demand of those two players, Chester and Chris, at the top and bottom of the scoreboard respectively, but combining brilliantly to stop that quick execute that was attempted to be made by Liquid Academy. I mean, the prerogative right at the start, the priority, just take vent control and see what Szach might do. The setup in the end, though, pretty strong.
Look at this, Liquid Academy. They're not stopped by the smoke. Willing to invest the utility to get the space. Chester having to respect it. The spam not quite connecting. Through the other side of the map, though, you can start to see bodies moving towards the B side. As Liquid Academy go for their execute, Chester finds GSR. Well, there's a little stop to things. I mean, this is not looking good for Liquid at all.
Oh, shot through the wall is punishing to Chris, and so is Chester. His foot put down, boot at the throat of Liquid Academy, and he will keep them there. 3 kills from the controller, who has stepped up massively in his own site defense this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing here, right, Hazza, is that... Oh, wait, that big round, that round there, like, Liquid Academy just stalled themselves out. They get onto the site, they stop, they feel as if they've got time to try and find that pick at the back of site. I don't know what happens because the players are rotating over. Szach and Matt are reading into this, and Liquid Academy just don't have the killer blow on site.
The analysts broke it down brilliantly as well, though. Chester individually struggled a lot in the last series to hold his own in those kind of positions, but he's done it for them here, and so too has Demek, filling up the backside, painting the town red. It is just pistols that Liquid Academy bring into this round, and Cupid will catch one on the way out. He has been dismissed from the round, and between Chester and Chris yet again, Szach Matt have saved themselves and sent themselves into the lead.
Yeah, and the position that we find ourselves, though, Hazza, is that the attack economy has been completely broken. A couple of rounds without a spike being dropped on the floor. What, 3 in a row now? That economy is starting to suffer.
Definitely is. And it gets to a point where you wonder, when is Bacon required? You think of his timeouts throughout the series against Enterprise yesterday. Very reserved, and when he chooses to invest them. One at the start of Lotus, you will remember, to help mount that comeback. And then one in the 30th round to just see it over the line. He knows when something is wrong, but equally knows when something can go right. And well, Chester has to hold again if they're to find success on this round. It's getting aggressive.
Oh, but Demer's so quick on the mark. Neffy gets an indirect trade through Ninja, but still the rest of the players are starting to support this. Demer, well, his dash is going to be up pretty soon, and it is. Look towards the map, Rex nowhere to be seen. Demer's now positioned on site, deposited. There's a chance that, well, Liquid could go elsewhere, not before Demer activates. Can't quite get his 4th of the round. And now Rex has to try and clutch up a 1v2.
The clutch for him. 2 players peek around the corner. It's clean. Szach Matt win the rifle round and kick Liquid Academy back down onto another poor buy. Getting close to some ultimates as well. And just a big thing for me on that round is the fact that they got aggressive with the site hold as well. And then once that happens, you get the second layer coming back through. They've been really quick to react in some of these pre-take situations where you've got players holding on to backside. And I think that's going to be the case in point for the timeout, the one thing that Bacon wants to focus on. These guys are instantaneously making those decisions to move players to the other side of the map. If there's a way you can catch them in rotation, maybe play through mid a little bit more, that's where you can start to find some more openings.
Big thing for me though, has looking at that round as well, is that like get the entry picks. It seems as if like Liquid Academy, they're like, well, we've got the entries, let's send it. And as they try to send it into sight, it feels as if they're falling over their own feet at that time, rather than taking a second, setting themselves up and getting them towards sight. Because by the time they're on sight, it feels as if the utility isn't right. They're not getting their heads straight in what they want to do. I mean, a big thing in Valorant, and something that a lot of coaches would teach you, is once you get those 2 picks, sometimes it's good to pause and see what the reaction is off the back of it.
Potentially. I think it's more both teams playing their own individual game, something which Cupid was talking about in the series against Enterprise as well. Szachmat, once again with these quick rotations, as I say, they have 4 players towards the A side of the map. The ult invested to stop the execution, which is just pistols here, may I add. So we're looking at potentially 2 ults from this defense to confirm round number 11.
Ali, listen, sometimes when you're this close to the end, you may as well send everything you possibly have to confirm that Demer's bullets disappearing into the ether. Ninjas, though, disappearing into Demek's head, and so is Chester's finding Cupid. Still keeping themselves 1 to the good. Elsewhere on the map, though, look at GSR. He's on a little bit of an adventure. All the way through and towards the back of B, but it looks as if, yep, there you have it. Szach might have an idea, and will close in on that breach.
We respect GSR for looking towards spawn there. Did it a few times in the last series, but he had a phantom in his hands that time. And the rifle to watch right now is Chester. That will be the 11th. And sure, they spared no expense to make sure that the round was collected, but 1 away from the Armageddon, the Viper's Pit. Plenty of tools to work with. Liquid 4 of their own. I think back to Bind. You know, round 20 in that series. The ults that they had. The opportunities to close, or at least claw closer. I want to see what this investment will look like from them.
Oh, Rex. I think this must be some sort of anti, because they're sending it right forward. Paranoia on point. Big stuff from Szachmat.
It's another round where Chester is used to open things up as well. Chris has spotted the play coming in. That's when the Armageddon is used. Knocked off his feet with the Rolling Thunder behind it as well. Demek in the site has the TP to get out. Comes at the cost of Chester's life, and we go 3-on-3.
Cupid using the ultimate to get out, just missing the opportunity, and well, you can still see GSR and Ninja considering the idea, and Cupid is planting elsewhere. Ninja tried to activate a bit too early, and that brings us into a 2 versus 3.
Cupid had to go for that play with the TP, because if he were to head back to tower, he was a dead man walking. GSR, on the other hand, sprinting to get over towards the A site. It's an open plant, and Cupid has gone the full 9 yards, wrapped his whole way around. No aftershock here to deny, so Demek will just stick. He follows it all the way through, and Szachmat have 12. The kills that come after may go in Liquid's favor, but they will walk out without the round.
That's just silliness, Hazard. That is just silliness to the extreme.
Desperation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even that. Cupid doesn't need to go at those extra yards. Doesn't need to go towards CT. Just go to heaven, mate. Look out from there. The plant's open. There's people stunned up. I don't know. Listen, at the end of the day, though, that's now 6 rounds in a row. We talked about the impossible. Taking Liquid Academy's home ground map, taking away Split. It looks as if it's going to happen.
A second time out, they come back and prove exactly why Szachmat have been a team to fear in the first year of Northeast. Seemingly out of nowhere, following in the footsteps of the unsigned teams that came before them. The 4th in the last 5 finals within the 2 regions now combined that we have seen. Sit right on the edge. Chester here does get caught out. He has lost the B site for the first time in a while. Chris needs to support it, but it's just not been his day so far. Neffy trying to help, but just throws his body to the fire. Kozok another, yet still they trail.
Still, yep, exactly. But this is going to be a big kill. And the scheme of things has her, because it's put Rex into a 1v2. Cam gone. Has to be massive in that dimensional drift. Is giving away his position. This is not looking good whatsoever.
Such a step up from yesterday. Here's Demek already on the line with the op, has to jump in, baits the shot, can't even find the first. Kozok will claim, and Szach will steal away Split from Liquid Academy.
Listen, Hazard, we said it was possible. The fact that Szach had an extra day off to go over what went wrong against Liquid Academy, and that foremost being Split. They've done their homework, they've done what they needed to do, and they've got it over the line. Well played.
The series now gets seriously interesting. Kozok hyping up the rest of his team, knowing that they're not too far away now. They have got that first map on the board. Both teams have taken their opposition's pick, and even with the strength of the double ban and initial selection for Szach not going their way on the opener of Haven, they've managed to spin this now in their favor. Coming up next is going to be Fracture, and I mean, that is the best map statistically I think that we have seen. For the amount of reps that Szach have given us, they put themselves in such a strong position. There's a question of whether Liquid can keep themselves in this and get back to it.
Oh, you've got to hope so, right? We haven't seen this from Liquid yet, so it's a complete unknown and a complete enigma. And well, listen, that's the key point here. That's the part that I'm excited about, to see what ideas that they have, or what Liquid have on it.
That's what we're waiting to find out. Right, look, I mean, if their performance on Fracture is any good as the main team, maybe if they've been, you know, scrim partners or something like that, then this could be quite the third map in the series. But as things stand, it all hangs in the balance. Szach answer back.
Well, we're in uncharted territory here. I mean, yesterday we watched a series where everybody just took their map picks and onwards we went with our life. We're in the exact opposite timeline now, where Team Liquid Academy have taken away their opponent's map pick on a map that historically they have not done well on, and then their opponents have taken away their map pick on a map where they have always won. So this is completely, I don't even know what, silly hours, I don't know what's happening, but we're getting a series on our hands where we kind of didn't expect one from last map.
No, and I mean, I think Sester here heard my criticism of him. 6 first deaths previously on Split 11-16, now 24-14, 4 first kills, holding down the fort on the side. Amazing performance from Sester. That's such a strong performance, especially when you have that Omen on the defensive side. The Paranoia is such a huge player there. You have those chokes that you can play the Paranoia, delay a lot of time for your team, but also play out with those smokes, with those routed steps as well. And I think Sester did it brilliantly. Amazing performance, I gotta say it. But the synergy between Kozok and Nefi as well, having those salvos and the fault line come through, kind of switching it up here and there as well. I think that was a brilliant look from Szach. I wasn't expecting that, but damn, they delivered.
Yeah, I don't think any of us were quite expecting that. Either way, I think we should get on with these couple of rounds that you wanted to get going, because I think we got some more Valorant on our hands than we previously thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a brilliant round for Szach. A lot of greatness happening on this attacking side. Obviously, it's gonna be kinda a B hit. You have to go for a B hit here. You have to go for that pressure at least, because when we take a look at the ultimates, you have here Ninja, the Nightfall. It's a crucial ultimate on a B side. You have to play that instantly when you hear a lot of utility coming through, so you can stop that side push instantly. I think Szach, they know this. They have to pressure B, and look at all of the utility that comes through. They are almost ready to go in. Pulling that Nightfall is brilliant. Nefi also gathering a kill there allows Nefi to actually be 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. You can see here's an orb, but the most crucial part here is looking at where the Viper is, looking at the rotations coming through. This is gonna be a fake B, kinda trying to insert that Viper towards A area, get that control with this Viper wall, and have these 2 players rotating towards that area as well. Let's see how it happens. Slowly but surely, Nefi is gonna go for that orb, trying to get that the Viper is gonna go forward into vent, and this is one of the best positions that you can have as an attacking side player, because when we have this setup of the breach going for the rolling thunder, you have the Viper on this position. Every player that rotates through the CT for Team Liquid Academy is gonna be on the area where the Viper hears the rotation. This is brilliant because they can get all of the information of the players that are gonna be rotating, and from that they can actually make a call when to attack towards the A side. Also, one of the most brilliant things here is the position of the Omen and the Teho in few seconds. They just go forward, inch forward, little bit by bit, and when they're at this position, they are in a great position to catch this rotation coming through from the side. And look at the timing where the breach ultimate comes in. You're starting to prep that slowly but surely. The breach ult comes in. Omen Teho tries to inch forward a little bit. That fake is a brilliant, and look at the pick happening in CT. That's gonna be insanely crucial pick right here. The side should be clear instantly. I mean, I don't know what the shenanigans is happening on B, Neffy absolutely clearing that, but this round should be over. But it's not. Look at Rex. Gets that first kill. Goes for a second one. How does Rex get those kills? How do they keep dying there? Let's rewind it back a little bit. There's small thing. Okay, I'll take it back a little bit here. You see what Rex does after this first kill. He wants to go towards the site. This is a fake step towards the site that the Viper hears, and they think he's all the way to the side. There's not a chance that Rex is gonna lose those duels when they are turned away from him, and there's no chance for Neffy to have that round. That's a brilliant play from Team Liquid, or Rex rather. It's a brilliant round for Szachmat, but it's not quite good enough. Then we have round 20 as well. I think this is that kind of round that gives chills to this Cypher, this attacking side Cypher. This is how you take the confidence away. Really heavy, aggressive push at the start of the round, instantly going for that Cypher. Not only stopping there, but going for Rex all the way. Chester just getting that kill, absolutely shutting down the Cypher. It's pretty much GG in that situation. Rex is like, oh, I'm out of here. I cannot play this A lobby if you're gonna be that aggressive.
Yeah, well, we have several more maps to go now at this point. I was going to say it could just be over, but no, it couldn't. We've got Fracture up next, and Team Liquid Academy are going to have to start to bring things back, knowing that it's possible that, you know, anything could happen. Szachmat have come up with a counter-strat to, or at the very least just started playing a lot better there on split and brought things back in their favor.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really rough situation on Fracture for Team Liquid, because they haven't played a single Fracture. Obviously, Szachmat, they are brilliant there, so it might be a rough situation. But I think that that's the thing that we're gonna see, because you're not quite sure whether Liquid is gonna run a different type of composition. You're not quite sure whether they're gonna go for the Teho. I think the Teho could be really strong here, but I'm not quite sure.
Alright, well, we will find out very shortly. Join us in a few more minutes, guys. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with more Valorant.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, yeah. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna one time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, everybody. Once again, if you just joined us, we are in the final best of 5 of this playoffs. It's the grand finals. It's Team Liquid Academy versus Szach. Szach had the advantage. They got 2 map bans, but it's 1-1, and not in the way you'd expect. They've each taken their own map picks away from each other, and Team Liquid Academy, in the weirdest of fashions, loses Split, the map that they have a 100% win rate on, and that's not, you know, a small sample size. That is most of their series that they have won this map on, whether it is a 2-1 to them or 2-1 to the other team. Split has been their mainstay. They have lost it now, and things get a little weird from here on out, because we're heading to Fracture. Team Liquid have barely played this whatsoever, and Szach haven't played it for a little while, but they've got a really good win rate on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Split loss was insanely rough because they have obviously had multiple good wins there. When we go to Fracture, I think it's a tough situation for Szach because their last match has been over 2 weeks ago in Fracture. You have won against like Detty Ulis, Uniway, Lil Mix, Unsigned. You won against, or you lost against Metisport, which is like, maybe there's a chance for Team Liquid. They haven't shown any Fracture, but there definitely is a spot where they can actually come in and sweep this for themselves. But it's getting hot. I even had to take my funnel away as well. One thing for Szach is because their last game in Fracture has been over 2 weeks ago. Teho has been coming in to this meta, and I think a lot of these teams have been picking. I wonder whether Szach is actually whether they have adjusted to that new meta, whether they will actually replace that Fate with the Teho or something else. It's gonna be really interesting to see where they're gonna go with the composition. Are they gonna stick with the same? Because yeah, it's a really great composition. You have that Neon, but I think not playing in Teho in Fracture is pretty much shooting yourself in the leg, and I think Team Liquid will go for that Teho breach composition.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing with Team Liquid Academy on this one is that they have insta-banned Fracture most of the time. Like, pretty much 80% of series they've played, they have gone ahead and banned that one out immediately. So they haven't even had to worry about it whatsoever. But we did speak to Cupid yesterday. He said that he was excited to show off his map pool, and I would assume that would include their insta-veto, because they knew they didn't have any bans to use in this series. So I'm assuming that he knew that he was going to be playing this map at least once during the best of 5 if they didn't 3-0 it. So I'm hopeful for Team Liquid Academy, but obviously they're coming off the back of a very difficult loss for themselves.
Oh yeah, and not to play too much on the script, but I think Team Liquid winning this map would play exactly to the script, because you're picking off the enemy map pick, so I think that would be definitely something that Team Liquid would love to see. I think there was some kind of scrappy rounds in that split, definitely that needs to be fixed. A lot of gaps were utilized by Szach. I think there was a lot of gaps that Szach actually were able to make in the Liquid's defensive side, and Fracture is one of those maps that you cannot have gaps on your defensive side. You have to focus on 4 different positions, or you have 4 different positions that you can focus. You have to focus onto like 2 or 3 might be too much, but at least 2 of those, but you cannot still leave gaps on your defensive side, which is gonna be really, really rough. Oh, I love this voice pick. I love this. I'm surprised that they haven't gone for the Teho, but it's usually either Teho, Fade, or Sova that you want to pick here. They feel better with the Fade, maybe combination with the Neon. I think that's great. That Vice pick for Rexstone is gonna buy them so much time, and it's a great pick against Neon as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit different. Vice hasn't really seen a lot in Fracture, so that is a slightly interesting pick, considering that Rexstone loves a Cypher here. So, not here, I mean, just in general, he loves a Cypher. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, but I mean, that I think denotes that there's something at plan here, right? There's a setup, a specific setup at plan, that why he would choose something that he doesn't choose very often. Either way, we'll find out very shortly what they have in store for us. We're going to go over to the map now with Hazard and Cairo.
It ends up almost being a mirror composition between the two teams. The fundamentals of it the same, that slight deviation in the Sentinel department, which for Rex, I think we've got to be looking at quite clearly. Can he perform to the level that we know he can on an agent which maybe he doesn't have as many reps on in comparison to Cypher?
Listen, we have seen, well, the thing is though, we've seen the Vice come through time and time again though, Hazza, and it's shown that it does have really good value. The one thing that I would be worried on is just how many lanes there is that you have to keep hold of as a site sentinel. Always felt that it has to be a KJ or a Cypher to do it because of how many you have to keep your eyes on, especially if you think towards B and A. For instance, you've got A on drop, you've got drop, you've got main, you've got sand, etc. You get the idea. As for the rest, Hazza, I'm excited to see what Team Liquid Academy put forward as how to play this map.
Szach on the way back into this series after going a map down on their own pick at the start. Now they look to make the push to be the first all-Polish team to win the East and North League since 10 start back in 2022. In fact, North has never had a national winner. So that's why it's a new league for a reason. Starting off on the defensive side, I mean, Kozok's been almost isolated instantly. He's the only one towards B and might just have to give up the site here.
Yeah, respecting it. Having to let Team Liquid get the prime plant spot that they want. And the one thing that's good about Rex is he's so good at getting the pick and getting out. Exactly the case, knows that there should be more players to come, waiting for that confirmation, and well, that stun will probably be enough, calling for support in the form of GSR, but can't quite get the pick that he's looking for.
You've still got Ninja coming back across the ropes, so there's another flank now to this. Szach making the approach from main. They can be caught, and they do.
Kozok's not got the haunt to perfection, not where he wanted it to be, which allows for a gap that GSR manipulates to his favour and gets the round win for Team Liquid Academy.
It's such a scrappy round in the end, but Liquid Academy, this bunch of youngsters, just run circles around Szach, understanding that they wanted to create a flank from the defender's side. you mentioned it before, there are so many lanes to be thinking about, and so the fact that Rextone can just shut one down completely is so huge. A player which we've noted who is great at playing off of his wall. Something else as well that you're about to see here is the arc rows. That flash and the audible cue that it gives is just an extra little bit of information which it would otherwise be lacking.
Good thing about Fracture for the defense is they can't really sit in the laurels. Trap plays or being proactive in terms of clearing space out is always highly advised. Technically it's 8 players, 4 on either side towards this A main spot, with the other 2 towards that arcade position.
Yeah. I mean, with Rex, bridge side right now, as I said before, he has that flash. He can use it whenever he wants towards arcade. The wall for Dish, and that's where he's going to start heading as this push heads in. Dema gets the first, but Chris's classic has taken 3 names with it. He's still left standing in the round. Can play contact off of Neffy's own utility. Ninja's on an island. If he doesn't land this Marshall shot, he could be screwed, but will just about survive it for now.
They know where the breach is, and now 1v1. There is a player coming in from behind, can't quite collect it, Rex, and there's going to be a thrifty round here. Complete upset. The trap play works.
It's brilliant stuff. As you say before, you've got to bring something to the table. And now Bacon giving very much the same range of emotion that we saw from Vilcek at the start of Split, who, well, I don't think was even here, as he is now just popped back down under the sea yet again. It's Liquid's head below the waterline. They've not got any money here. It's such a big round to win as the defense. And it's the perfect start for Chris to build some early confidence.
It's a good horn. Marks the players in, mate, and again, there's going to be a push coming through, and it's the breach utility from Neffy who finds supreme value. 2 players gone. I know they're only on pistols, the legs don't have that much shields, but still excellent from Szach to stop any further push or any value come through.
Couple times now, Liquid Academy have tried to test A main, and it's been a serious difficulty, especially when you have that second layer of Demex stun to place on top of Neffy's to just give additional coverage. Now walking into the Killjoy setup, which, with the range on the turret, can spot players well ahead of time, where Rex on the Vice would need to be a lot more proactive. Now, coming into this, obviously, as well, with it being the first official, Liquid, a team with an IGL in Cupid, former analyst, and Bacon, analyst of the main Liquid roster. Review is so important, and showing it for the first time in the grand final always presents difficulty, so lots of adaptations needing to be made on the fly. Information given away. There's just simply not enough time to get to A here, especially with Kozak's holding the judge.
Yeah, I don't think that's the aim, though. The aim was to hit all the orbs as possible as the players jump in. Yeah, it's the exact scenario you would expect. It's just trying to collect the orbs, or actually collecting the orbs if you're Neffy. And he's got the Rolling Thunder online after that round.
Feeding him 4. As I was saying, Liquid do have the agent pool to them. Cupid stressed it. He wants to make sure that everyone can play multiple different roles. They've experimented a lot on different maps. Haven, for example, which they were able to win right at the start of this series. They've shown multiple different compositions there. But now a big test against a strong Szach on home turf. Ult available, as we mentioned. Neffy building that one up. They've just been looking for one of their own. It is a topside crunch, which Liquid Academy have been able to get away from. No, they haven't! Demek with a huge find.
Yeah, well, they're going to get the stim beacon put in so they can get onto A site quickly. The only issue with that, Hazza, is it's only the Neon that's been able to do it. Ninja, on the other hand, has been able to escape into spawn. Defenders spawn. Rolling Thunder primed and activated, and this is going to be a high-octane round. In terms of the kills, though, it still goes Ninja's way. He's tripled up in the round. You'd expect this to go Szach Mat's way, but it's not the case. Advantage Liquid as they look to send it home.
Ninja, the Prowler on the last player. They'll peek one at a time, but in tandem to tie it up 2 apiece. Liquid Academy with an instant response. A quick reaction to take A after the topside crunch. The bridge piece from the strat book of Szach Mat. That's exactly what you were looking for.
That was textbook. It really was. I mean, it's just unfortunate that Rex gets caught out there, but apart from that, the Ninja luck, the positioning back through in towards drop, able to find 2, being able to keep themselves alive after a Rolling Thunder is big from them. That's the first big ultimate that we've seen being used from both sides. And well, now Liquid have their own Steel Garden to work with.
Emma offline early, deleted from the round by Chester. Cole has provided for his team on numerous occasions so far, and against his fellow countrymen, he will take the fight with Neffy. Brothers in arms, battling well on the A side. Demek's already walked up to flank B. Liquid may just have the sight here, but holding on to it poses a different threat entirely. They do have ults.
They do. That depends. I mean, it seems if they are going to get it into post plant, and it's the prime post plant for A main. Whether they can hold on to that is going to be a different story entirely. The Neon standing outside of the Sheer and Rex, well, he stood on sand, and it's not where you want to build your foundation. Cupid now having to do it all himself. His wrist is being broken, and Demek has committed himself back to spawn. That's going to be 3 for Szach Mat.
Team Ace.
Another slam dunk from Demek. This shot is just disgusting. Like, what do you do? What do you do in that situation? I was really expecting Rex, when he walked sand, to go for that quick Steel Garden, take the guns offline, and stop Szach Mat from retaking when they had the window to do so. You still had the orbital strike in pocket. Some big ult investments, I know, but if you wanted to go for it in the round where you had guns, that was the opportunity. It seems like instead, Liquid Academy will be saving those for a rainy day, or should I say a rifle buy. That one will be coming up in just a little bit. For now, it's the Bucky in the hands of Dema again.
Good arc rose once more. Stops anyone going any further. As for Szach Mat, in terms of the side, they're going to have to just give it up entirely.
Szach Mat calling this rotation. A main cleared out, flank prepared.
What?
Chris getting one on the fadeaway before the plant has even come in.
That was through the smoke.
Spike planted.
Liquid doing a good job for their eco so far to get this one down. Cupid's without the molly. You do still have that orbital strike I was talking about, and it seems as if they're not going to sit tight. They want to take this duel towards Canteen.
Yeah, they do. Well, at the same time, though, you're going to get the nightfall, so sound has been completely stopped. Although, now we're getting into crunch time, because time is starting to go away from these players.
Huge molly.
Yep, not only that has it, the orbital strike, that's going to go as well. Onto the spike, it's just one player that can deny. It's Ninja. He only has a Sheriff as the smoke goes. He's not going to get a chance to deny the defuse, deny the round. He'll be denied his own life.
Chester happy with the round result there. It looked shaky. Liquid Academy really made Szach Mat sweat. Dema had a great position. The trade off of that initial damage to the second fight was great as well. Good spacing from the attack side. But we now need to see that translated into a full buy for them. 4 ults available, 1 away from the 5, the flush. Szach Mat still with so many pieces of their own. That lockdown specifically may just force the investment of the orbital strike to counter it.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a defensive orbital strike to get getting the kill. GSR, I think, must have been seized. There's no other way to
he was
describe
literally
it.
just stuck in the smoke. There was nowhere to go.
Unfortunate. Liquid Academy have just not had their way on Fracture whatsoever.
I said before, it's Szach Mat putting them in difficult situations. Ninja bounces back, but Neffy's right there. There's an arcade battle brewing. And Dema is trying to be at the forefront of it, finger on the trigger. Neffy getting another. And while Demek will fire a stun down the throat of Cooper, he gets a bullet back, bites it between his teeth and goes down. 2 on 2. Rex investing removes the guns from the situation, but the lockdown coming in has just reinforced this site and forced a retake over on A.
Yeah, but look at this. Ropes has it. Cooper's coming back.
How often have you seen that? How often have you seen that?
That's an interaction you don't see often. But at the same time, most importantly, is that Liquid are coming back round. 20 seconds left though, and this is a big 1 versus 1.
Kozok's heard the steps of Cooper as well, so at the very least he knows about the second player. The flash confirms the first. Both of them now spotted with a haunt dropped at his feet. He knows, and so does Chris. But to come in and support is a task too tall of him. He doesn't have time. He can't deny the plant, but he can find Cooper. Still, 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to play with. The turret doesn't guard that initial peak. Rex can take this fight before Krids gets a location of it. Takes the jewel and Rex will win. Liquid right back in this.
Yeah, I mean, even after you get the kill there, it's still, you don't know about where the arc rose is. I was used to clear sight earlier, and with it being such a small cooldown, Hazza, it was coming up online, ready for when Krids got on that spike. Well played by Team Liquid Academy in the end, but I mean, they've managed to get big ultimates out of Shakma, a lot of them early on, and now they can start to rule the roost in that aspect of the game.
Stockpiling some of their own. And even that round there, I think, is the perfect demonstration of Cupert's mid-rounding on Liquid Academy, why he's such a powerful asset to them in that department to just put the players in the right position. And as it stands, Demek down. No chance in that situation. Stunned to the mark, but Kriz hits his. That's the first that he needed to find. Ninja compromised other side of the aftershock, but will live to fight another day. GSR and Ninja, 10 points of HP between them as the spike will go down.
At the same time, I mean, Shakma have been in position for quite a while and escaped through all the thorns, all the brittle is coming their way, and even though they're low on HP, it doesn't matter because GSR will still just hit your head. Kozok finally gets the trade, and Rex caught by the horn. This isn't a good position to be in, and Ninja is nowhere near close. It's being stuck all the way. Well, they get the last 2 kills again, Hazza. This is another round that you can't help but feel has been let go by Liquid.
It's another round which goes close. And there's no Shakma player left to save a gun. So while they win the round, they've still not got out of the woods in terms of their own money. Fortunately enough, the same issues plaguing the Academy at this stage in time. First timeout called, first break in play from them on the attack side. I mean, in terms of that one and what went wrong, I think this has to be Bacon highlighting the miscommunication, because there's no way Ninja is walking all the way through spawn and Rex hasn't told him that the players are already on site. You should be sprinting there.
Yeah, it needs to be told. There has been a lot of mistakes in that round as well in terms of like. This is something that we saw in Split, like in terms of like their micro play and playing off one another on that site. You saw a lot of disconnect. I mean, I know that players were low, etc. A lot of hesitancy involved. Like, why is, for instance, why is Tower not being taken? Such a key spot to protect the spike from.
Yeah. And it's stuff like this as well, which you don't see until you go into an official environment in terms of what those comms look like on a map which you haven't played in this kind of situation before, let alone a grand final of which every single player in the server is yet to experience in Challengers competition in the VCT circuit. Gone by both teams, fully equipped. This one huge. Shakma are looking to ply their trade towards A main again. It's been the success story for the defense so far, but Liquid are converging from both sides.
The only thing about that is it seems if Shakma are ready to fight their way out of main, or so you would think. It's Team Liquid collapse upon the players there and get by themselves A main space, by themselves A site, as the last 2 remaining anchors that were on B have to try and recover this round.
It's brilliant stuff. Just enough of a fight, buying time to get the dish side of the push to come in. Now, Szachmat have already taken back Sand, and that will be noted as the door swings open. Chester inside the smoke, supported by Kriz, but it's 2-on-4 and twice the number for the Academy.
Hearing all these steps, all the audibles coming their way. Kriz up next, can't even get one. Yep, same like with Academy, fighting themselves in a very good spot to answer back. But there is still that gap of one, and every time they've got close, it seems that Szachmat are able to extend the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the Vice, you kind of wonder, what's the benchmark of rounds for Liquid Academy here?
Yeah.
Because on Szachmat's behalf, there's a difference of 1% between their attack and defensive win rates, both around 60. So we know that they'll be competitive from half to half, but how far past the post do you have to get? It's a fourth already posted, and Eco is the chance to tie things up. That's what you face if you're Liquid.
Big reveal to come through. Well, he couldn't get the Rolling Thunder. It's all
Vested.
chips. Yeah, they're trying to get as much as they possibly can. Demi and the rest are looking towards rope.
Whoa.
In fact, it seems as if everybody's going to be on the ropes. This is just Rex left. It's that Vise you talked about. A brilliant eco plan thought up. And Rex going up against the rest of the players. Only one shield. That's on Neffy. And only one rifle picked up. That's on Kriz.
Shows the confidence in the game plan to invest the ult there from the in-game leader, Neffy, as well. Once more assisting his team as he stands at the top of the statistics for playoffs. Rex, this clutch is beyond him. A 6th round secured for Szachmat on an eco no less, just when it looked like Liquid Academy were on the upward swing.
Yeah, under the sea, Vilcek has shown his appreciation. And,
You know what they say?
Well,
Life sure is better down where it's wetter. And it is Liquid you're playing at the end of the day. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
yeah, you're getting a big sigh after that one, mate. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Liquid Academy. Last couple rounds to come back through. The ultimates is probably what's going to decide it, depending on which way they fall. I mean, there's 4 orbs, and it seems as if Denver has been marked up, and he needs to be careful. Sure, he has Cupid for support. There's plenty more utility and plenty more Szachmat players here. The utility is spot on, as well as the game plan, as they take dish for themselves and have themselves a feast.
They do. GSR's already probing towards defender spawn though, and the approach here from Szachmat as that train of players are grouping on up. No, with a little bit of hesitancy, this could have been taken, and it has. GSR! Hat-trick of kills, back through Canteen. He will walk away, head held high. That's the numbers for Liquid Academy, and it could very well be the round.
Can't believe it, GSR. When he is needed, honest to God, this kid is an enigma. A player that you can put all your trust in. He's not even viable for VCT anytime soon, but Liquid Academy have themselves an asset. Unbelievable.
Ridiculous. A kid born the same year the now org that he represents was founded. 25. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true, actually. I forgot. Never mind. We share the same birthday, though, and that's close enough. Yeah, I mean, the guy's nuts. That's all that needs to be said about that.
That's gonna hurt. And it truly is, because the rest of the players on the other side are trying to push in. Team Liquid Academy are trying to react, felt a little bit of pain for it, and they've even been stalled out. One thing I will say though about how this game has gone is that I haven't seen much value from Rex and his luck towards that top side of the map.
It's a full setup on A as well. I mean, it's completely covered by Kriz right now. You go towards B, where it looks like Liquid are currently posturing. Ninja will be coming through main late, but in terms of this defense and how it's set up, there's no real focus neither here or there, but the earliest info they get is through Chester, just shouldering Arcade as it stands.
Where are you?
get the information. Sheer push down for late information through Arcade if it does get really clear, but it's Neppy on site who's been shot on site. The rest of Jacques Matt are coming in at the right time. Deny Spike, and look at the time, Hazard. It's 20 seconds left. 2 versus 2. Rex and Ninja nowhere near to getting that Spike down, considering Kozok is in tower, looking to hang the rest of Team Liquid over the abyss, over into their end. 7-5, Jacques Matt will take the advantage.
And there you go. It's another Kozok clutch. And I won't make the same mistake this time. He was born the same year that Team Liquid were founded, and now their paths have finally entwined yet again. Another big blow to deal at the very end of the half. As the opening 12 are settled, it's Jacques Matt which will be in front.
Yeah. And now you think towards that defense side, we kind of spoke about it as well in terms of, is this Vise going to be enough to hold down the sites? I mean, you can imagine it would be, considering the utility that's there.
There.
In terms of actually stopping a push, but in terms of watching lanes and locks that could come through, that's something that is going to be required of Rex, and what's required of the players on B is to hold on, because 4 players from Jacques Matt are coming in.
Great entry work from Demek, right at their throats. GSR looking to hold on, but that grip will loosen yet again. B site lost, retake coming in from Arcade side, and it's Chris first to meet them.
Demek up, trying to retake towards tower, and does so successfully, but not before Demek has got his third. The Ghost finally makes work and clears out tower. Rex still not activated from CT, and you can see Jacques Matt just have one eye towards that generator position, just in case the players come through. Demar has went elsewhere, and Rex is the one who picks up the 2 kills. Now up to Demek, 13 points of health, but he's the one that's unlucky this time. And Liquid Academy win another pistol, which they always seem to do.
They certainly do. And it comes at an important time in the game as well, with just a couple of rounds the separation. As you will remember, the first half started with success for them, but Jacques Matt immediately back into things. This is about building up their empire on this defender's side. The Force Buy has come through though. Jacques Matt know when they see an opening, and they feel as if there's more to be found on B. The difference is this time, Rex has moved that Vice setup.
Well, that's the thing, though, Hazza. What is the saying? You're no longer a racing driver if you see a gap and you don't go for it. Jacques Matt risk everything here and allow Team Liquid to get a decent advantage if it does come through to it. Rex having to stand against all the stingers, and does so with just the Ghost of all guns. Now the rest of Team Liquid Academy are here to support, but he is fully blind and somehow manages to survive for a long time. But Liquid Academy probably won't either. Dissipation looks to be the case as Ninja looks for another avenue to get back into the site.
1 versus 3 for him. The most clutch player on the Liquid Academy side, but can't make it happen. It won't be the birthday boy this time. It is Kozok that claims. 2-round gap restored with quite the crafty Force Buy, and it's not the first time that we've seen the teams trade a set of rounds at the start of the half.
I mean, I think we've seen these two been trading rounds since, what, round 7 it looks like on the board. That's insane. Checkmarked all the way through, doesn't look to stop here. When you look at the buy right now, Jacques Matt are probably looking at essentially an anti-eco.
When the previous series between the two was nowhere near decided by low economy rounds, it has made all the difference here, and that's the kind of boon that Liquid Academy require from their current position. Chris would be the one to break that balance with Outlaw in hand, but really tested by Demo, just looking for info, sees nothing towards Bridge. That's where they call the rotation, expecting this to be yet another B play, but as soon as they do, Jacques Matt have their sights set on a vacant A, at least for the time being.
GSR stun primed and ready. Demo there to support. Smokes down, utility in. Well, oh shit, Demek nearly able to escape there. Has allowed a rifle to be picked up, but it doesn't last long. So the rest of Liquid try to support the site hold. GSR, he got the headshot, but it's not enough. Not enough to kill this push. Not enough to kill any of the players. As the last two remaining Sheriffs of Team Liquid Academy try and see what they can find. But if this is a game of hide and seek, mate, you're not going to be winning this one.
Definitely not. Ninja hit and hope that maybe his name might flash up in lights, but it's Chester with the Hollywood finish. The Bulldog does what it does best, plowing through these anti-eco players. The pistols put down and a 9th posted for Szach. Do or die on Fracture in this round. Those are my thoughts and feelings at least. Liquid will be back on another eco if they lose this, and as you can see, a couple of big ults coming up on both sides. Overdrives
I just need a drop.
and each initiator.
Go, go, go.
Every round we get closer to reaching the conclusion of this map, and with every map we get closer to the conclusion of this series. Rex though doesn't feel the pressure of that. Demek, the only one in sand, knows they can't go any further, don't want to risk it, would rather wait for the support of a Rolling Thunder. Or the rest of the cast of Szach to make their way on towards site. Still though, players dancing around the edge of smokes. It's the ones from drop though that get the value, and the ones on Team Liquid that find the kills.
Now all of Liquid on speed dial for this A-side defense, and while Ninja will collect a clattering from Demek, he's not going to go down. And I think this is the sort of adjustments that you need to be making as well. Not playing on site after the previous, just knowing it's so difficult to defend most of the time. With Demek flanking around from attacker's spawn side, Szach are boxed in, whether they know it or not. They'll go searching to the other side of spawn to look for an advantage. They may very well get it. Demek can dance and Neffy can follow up. A 1v2 with time on his side and the spike on his back.
Yeah, there's the ever so slight chance that you get time to get the plant down. There is a Neon chasing you, and that's the scary part of this scenario.
Any real position that Neffy could use that aftershock from would have been towards the defender's spawn, but that's where Liquid will arrive from and conclude round number 16 with success. The exact kind of success that was required of them here. While it's not going to completely stabilize the economy, it gets them on the board, keeps them in this map for now.
Yeah, the big thing for me in that round was Rex's utility. Being able to create a divide between both sets of players there. Absolutely massive, and that's essentially what stalls out the push, right? The spike can't get further forward, they can't get it down, they can't feel comfortable. The Rolling Thunder doesn't find the value that Szach are looking for. Team Liquid Academy has it. They had the perfect plan, and they played from like the extremities of the site, played from drop and played from CT.
The onus seems to be put on the defensive performance right now rather than the attack, because they have kept consistency in terms of what their executes look like, committing to playing with Neon despite the deviations in meta for the time this team has existed. And once again, it's Demek which will lead the line. The point man to the push has already dealt plenty of damage onto Rex, and Ninja catching some of it as well. But down to 3 points of health, he just needs to be the bait from which the rest of his team can find the result which they need, which right now is a post plant.
Still though, there's delay in the spike going down, and that brings out the Steel Garden. And it's caught at least 3 players there. In terms of ultimates to follow up, I mean, it is going to be the orbital strike, but Spike's already down, and it's not hit the mark that they were looking for. Neffy is, and his rifle is hitting everything it needs to. GSR at least gets rid of the smokes player, but in terms of how doable this is, Hazza, the percentages not in Team Liquid's favour. They look at it, call it quits.
Yeah, it was such a well-timed molly from Chester there towards Connector to stop any players getting out onto a site, to stop Liquid Academy flooding. When they had players in sand, when the orbital strike had just been used to funnel them into their vision, I think Neffy gets a little bit lucky, or maybe he's just situationally aware, whatever you want to call it, goes for the open plant, knowing that Hubert did have the ult available. Whichever way you see it, it's a very well-managed situation from Szach. That's the reason why they get up to double digits. And now Liquid Academy, the money isn't great. They've got time to work with, but a couple ults invested with no return value.
Yeah, they have to go time on this, get themselves a chance at the end of the map, because if not, Szach definitely look as if they're in that position that we're talking about, with the economy being broken on the defense and the momentum rolling at their backs. In terms of the ultimate economy as well, the fact that those key ultimates in terms of Rolling Thunders, Orbital Strikes, well, maybe a Lockdown and the Nightfall are a bit far away, but that's going to be your end goal, right? That's going to be the win conditions that push you over the line against Liquid Academy here. And with this being Fracture, you're looking towards the next one. That is Liquid's Lotus. Szach did some decent damage on that map as well.
Yeah, look, I'm glad you brought it up, because that was the decider of the previous series between the two, one which Szach won convincingly. So I think this series, as I said before, can very quickly shift as well. Szach starting on the attack there, they get the second half defense, which looks so good for them, the same way that it did before. You want to find a way to try and respond here early. Emma, with the overdrive, I think is the incentive to go for a little bit more, purchase some rifles, but you very much live and die by the result of round 18. We spoke about it earlier, but I mean, just look at the timeline. It is back and forth between the teams, and as long as you meet that status quo, Szach are going to be winning this and up 2-1 in the series.
So, I mean, that's the case, right? And maps are going back and forth, and rounds are going back and forth. If you look at the stats as well, both teams, as you would imagine your top two teams to be, are always in the top 5 or top 3, right next to each other. You know, ready to, showing their prowess. I mean, Szach have been on one of the longest runs of any team in all of Challengers. I mean, perhaps a longer run than what we saw from Pacific last year when they made it all the way to the Ascension Finals. It's absolutely insane. In 1 month, they've played 17 series and only lost 4.
Like as you said, it was the longest run possible from the East Open qualifier as an unsigned team without any guarantees. But into playoffs, they've taken it in their stride, and it's the quickest possible route through uppers with the preferential bans. To talk of Liquid here quickly, I think from their perspective, where the difference is made, those 3 rounds, it comes, in the ecos, in the quick force buys that you get coming out the half that Szach were willing to do on a couple of occasions. Even clutches, you want a bit of an X factor. We parallel this with yesterday. They only won 6 clutches yesterday and lost 13 overall. It was an area where they seriously struggled. Yet, even in this game, when they are able to win those kind of situations, it's not as often. It really isn't.
Well, this isn't quite the eco. 3 rifles. I mean, you've also got Demer's overdrive as well if it comes forward. A Bucky there, just in case it runs out. And Szach just pull everything back. Don't even put their engine into gear. Why should they? Just rolling on the clutch.
Another Neon head-to-head. It's the Bucky of Demer. He's playing up close. They're peeking into him. Headshot. That's not the area you want to hit. I mean, look at Demek. 87 HP. And with just 1 taken off the shield, the guy is as comfortable as it gets. That's the thing when you play the Bucky. You've got to shoot into the mass. And I have to assume that was a right click. That was the ult fire. Not the primary.
Another trap play. Players slowly moving into it. This is an A split. You can see that by the map. These players don't know. They're waiting for total confirmation on the A main. Playing off Ninja's contact. Stun comes through. Kozak does escape though. And we're back to one apiece in terms of picks. But Demic looks to be the difference.
Bails out his team so quickly. Kriz, the tip of the spear to just get that round ignited, goes down, but it's a preferential trade. 4v3, numbers for Szach. Liquid trailing. They do have an ult to play with, and now Cupid, well, goes 1 for 1.
Well, last two remaining players do have rifles, and that's what you want here in a 3 versus 2. And players significantly low when you look at Demic and Chester. Sure, their health's starting to come back, but you have to stand tall, even when you're under the cosh. And Ninja now has to be the one to bail out Team Liquid once again, and he's not in the prime position. The spike is for this main hold, and he's calling it quits. He's allowing Szach to find a living. And there you have it. Team Liquid Academy, post timeout, will not find the value and lose every single rifle.
He gets away with nothing. I'd love to see a replay of Ninja's reaction there, because he couldn't believe it even himself. You say that he allows Szach to win the round, but I think it's the other way. Szach had the setup, the one way from Chester, blocked the Fade Horn, blocked the Arc Rose flash from Rex. All of your retake utility lost. Dema still riding on this overdrive. Has to be the difference, as we've got another pick and mix of purchases.
It's whether they can be the difference, Hazza. You were speaking about Kriz right now. I mean, it feels as if it's been the Demic show. This Neon has been absolutely insane. GSR, probably with a bit of luck, but that runs out pretty quickly as Szach head home to 8, as it seems that spike has always ended up.
That's where they'll attempt to make it in post. Ninja's heard the cue, and now the tap, as it was dropped to the ground, firmly planted to follow. Kozak keeping tabs from Dish, but it's a deep main post plant with the ults of both players. Neffy and Chester paired up. Rex arriving late. He had to be the hero, but it falls on Ninja again. His utility will do him a disservice. Nobody gets spotted, and the rope is no better. Kozak shattering that mirror matchup. As Szach take 12 on their own pick. They are 1 round away from moving into a championship winning map in this series.
Yeah, this is starting to get worrying now on this map. Sure, it'll put now Szach on series point, and we've highlighted our worries on Lotus, which our desk will even look to greater expand upon that. But as for now, Dema's op has been brought back. Seeing if he can find the value, because for right now, Hazza, it has to be said, he has gone missing again.
Early wall into Arcade. Triggered by the Prowler. Players grouping up. Ninja here, gets the steps. And Cupid tried to jump around the corner, but Chester tracks him, and Kriz again letting off Venom. 5 versus 3, post-plant situation. The numbers continue to thin as Dema throws his hat into the ring. There's a shot blown straight through it. As it falls off his head, the Academy fall flat on their feet. You look to GSR and Rexturn, the combination that they had relied upon so many times in the last series, cannot count on a clutch. Not a 1 versus 5 with as many win conditions that you could possibly stack against him right now. Szach only 1 map away from making history to be the first team to win a split, a stage of Northeast, heading into Challengers EMEA. The Poles prevail on Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, it deserves an applause. That Fracture was superb to watch from beginning to end. The post plants, the setups, the trap plays, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you can understand why this is one of the best maps that Szach have in their back pocket. The performance was absolutely insane. That's now 10 maps with what, like 2-3 losses at the very most. Yeah, I don't know what else can be said about it.
Yeah, it's 8 wins now of the 10 played. 80% win rate for them on this map, looking absolutely brilliant and a real asset to their pool, which, you know, we've seen pop up here and there, but I think this time for Liquid to show it at this stage, for the Academy to bring it out, you were expecting a whole lot more in terms of what they brought to the table with the composition as well. I think with the nuance that it provides, with the knowledge in mind that a lot of these Academy teams have been practicing against their VCT counterparts, and with how good they've been in EMEA this year, you were just expecting a little bit more. Can we get it on Lotus, or is this the title in the bag for the Poles? That's what we're waiting to find out, what the analysts have to say.
Well, one map away now, and I mean, it's kind of what we expected here on this map. We've been brought to somewhere that Szach feel very, very comfortable, and you can see that the mood has changed entirely when we go to those player cams, when we go to the cams of the coach there. So different what it looks like in that voice chat. I don't know what's going on, but looking a lot happier than they were at the start of Split.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful map for Szach. Once again, Team Liquid, they were able to actually win both of the pistols, which is crazy to me, but I love what Szach did, especially on the second half. They got the spike down, so they decided to force onto that second round where they absolutely destroyed Team Liquid. It was a disastrous round for Team Liquid, and after that they only got 1 round on the defensive side. It wasn't quite pleasing for the side of Team Liquid, who is usually fairly good in terms of having like defensive side setups, maybe having some kind of trap plays. I don't think we saw too many of those this time around here, and I think that speaks to volumes where Team Liquid is at in terms of having Fracture dialed down as their map of choice. It's not. It's obviously a permaban for them. I see why, because I don't think that was a great showing of how Team Liquid is usually playing.
Yeah, I do think that there were several rounds there that did look kind of like there was no plan whatsoever, that, you know, they were just kind of reacting to whatever the other team was doing and hoping that it went right on the server. But you have a couple of rounds that you can show us, and we can take a look at that before we start looking towards the rest of our series here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is perfect on what you said. Team Liquid were kind of looking at how to react on the situation, and Szach was actually the team that was a really, really proactive team. First of all, actually, let's take a look at the utility here. What we have for this round mostly is the Rolling Thunder on Nevi. When we take a look at the guns, it just serves. Okay, there's one stinger here, but it's not too big of a thing. I would say this is an eco. Yeah, you buy a little bit onto the round, but you have to do something. This is where comes the classic textbook pincer move. 4 players for the side of Team Liquid are on the downside of this map. Only Rex is on the upper side. And Szach, I absolutely love this pincer move. Obviously, they spend all of the utility on the map to pressure Team Liquid behind. They want to push them all the way to the back so they can gain a lot of control. And this control is what allows the breach to go close, have that Rolling Thunder, the pincer move coming through. 4 players getting into that Rolling Thunder is absolutely crucial. I think there's actually 1 player that escapes it, but it just destroys whole of Team Liquid's attacking side. That's 4 players dead. And Szach, they had an eco there. Yeah, sure, serves here and there. That's a crucial part. And I think this is a great round showing how Team Liquid were way too passive on this map. You cannot play like this. You're playing way too many positions. Here is 1, yeah, okay, you have the breach and fade, hey lobby, you have Wise holding down B, maybe Brimstone playing some kind of utility. For me, I don't think you can play Fracture like this, especially when you don't have a buy. Let's see what happens here when they just decide to have Deemer solo in Dish. There's obviously 3 players gonna play towards here for the side of Szach. Deemer has to fall back. Yeah, has a Bucky, trying to play that close range angle. But when there's 3 players with a setup here coming through, there's nothing Deemer could do. Yeah, you could get that 1 pick, but in the end, I don't think for the defensive side that 1 pick would be good enough. I think Team Liquid fixes this in this round brilliantly. This contact setup that they have with GSR and Ninja in A lobby, I think this is amazing. They should have done way more of this. But I don't think this is quite enough when you have given so much base towards Dish. You don't, or you can't really control that. And even though Ninja gets the kill, Kozok has to fall back, but look at the map, look at what happened. Demek just grinds GSR over and the round is over in that situation. There's nothing that Team Liquid could really do in that situation. And I think that shows perfectly where Team Liquid's error lied and where Szachmat was great. The proactiveness of Szachmat was something that absolutely crushed the fracture for the side of Team Liquid, and I think Team Liquid, they weren't quite ready to do all of that what Szachmat was doing.
Yeah, well, Team Liquid Academy have chosen Lotus as their next map to go to with, I mean, obviously at this point they're running out of options to choose from maps, and it's not going in their favor anymore. Suddenly, they really do need this one. Quite literally, they need this, and last time they played it, as Hazza mentioned during the game there, Szachmat won it 13-8. It was not particularly convincing from Team Liquid Academy. It wasn't the worst thing we've ever seen. No. At all, but I don't think it's their best map by a long stretch. And Szachmat have had a pretty decent running on this map. They've lost it a couple of times, but against Sweet and Sour, a 13-3, obviously against Team Liquid Academy, a 13-8. It's going to be a bit scary for them. And Team Liquid Academy now backed up into a wall. They've got to show us something special. We'll be right back with our next map after this break.
So you need a little break, huh, boy? Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no, cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget your boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, you're fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Nah, just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place up where you end up, make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, I bleed, I'm off the leash, go down on your knees, bitch I got PhD, I'm all that you need, you just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me, now you wanna stay the night, pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, it's done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else better.
Welcome back to the Valorant Challengers Northeast Playoffs, everybody. Things are starting to wrap up here, especially in the eyes of Team Liquid Academy, who are staring down the barrel of map point. We move on to Lotus next. The pick for Team Liquid Academy, but they are now, again, looking at a possible loss here for them, where they were quite confident with their map pool. They were saying to us yesterday after their win that they were excited to go into a best of 5 here with Szach map. They thought that they were going to be able to win this one out in 5 maps, and it seems so far like things are not going well for them. They lost on their map pick of Split, the one that they have 100% win rate on, and weren't able to bring the fight to their opponents on Fracture.
Yeah, but Team Liquid, they can definitely count on Lotus. We saw that yesterday. 30 rounds of Lotus, and Team Liquid finally stayed on top against Enterprise Esports. But I think Szach is a different beast. They played the Lotus against Team Liquid 2 days ago really great. I think there was a lot of great setups on the side of Team Liquid, but usually Szach, they were a step ahead. Maybe it was great positioning from Chris, maybe it was something else that happened, that they were able to counter a lot of these trap plays that were made by Team Liquid Academy. Now, I do think Team Liquid switching up to that Teho from that breach was great for GSR. A lot of more freedom happening there. I think there was a lot more control, especially on the attacking side of that sea sand area, because you could actually place those salvos to control that area, but you can also place the salvos to stop that Omen or Cypher falling back towards the side. So I think it was beautifully played by Team Liquid yesterday, but it's gonna be interesting to see whether they can actually pull that off against Szach as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we were talking to Cupid, he basically said that, you know, it wasn't either him or Demo's fault, but kind of, you know, that link up wasn't quite working between the IGL and the newer substitute at that time on the team, right? In their game against Szach in the upper bracket finals. And he said that things were looking a lot better yesterday, and hopefully that will kind of translate into the game against their opponents here on Lotus this time around, because their Lotus did look good. There were so many plays actually that looked really, really nice from them. And what we saw on map 1 today is that they have that kind of synergy that you would get from a fully kind of realized roster, one that you've been playing with for a little while. So I am interested to see what the difference is between the last time they played this team on this map. But yeah, it's not a great look for them. Obviously, their backs are against the wall. They need to bring out something special now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I love to hear from Cupid on the interview that a lot of these young players, GSR for example, were able to call on Lotus. Actually, some great calls happening. That deciding round was actually called by GSR. Okay, the pre-round call was made by Bacon, but GSR calling that trap play was amazing. He was popping off as well, 30 kills. It's no surprise that he's on top of the leaderboard. But then you have Deemer as well. I think the stats, they don't tell all the story. When you look at the stats of Deemer yesterday, it was 19 and 22. You're like, okay, that's not the greatest game, but Deemer was actually winning multiple rounds, actually carrying multiple situations. If you did look at that match, it was brilliant what he was able to do, denying a lot of space with the paint shells, but also bringing a lot of space with that race. And that's where GSR shines as well, being able to get those trades. And I think those trades, being able to have close gaps with your teammates, was one of the better things for Team Liquid yesterday. It wasn't quite the thing that we saw in Fracture, in my opinion. I think there were a lot of gaps, so I think that's something that Team Liquid needs to fix into this upcoming map, because when you get the round advantage, or when you get the player advantage in a round, you have to fix your gaps and go for those trades. I think that was brilliant yesterday. I hope that it's gonna be the same thing for Liquid today, so we're gonna see that 5-mapper, maybe?
Yeah, I think another aspect of it is that, you know, Liquid were really in a tough position yesterday as well. Obviously, they've been going for a long time. Sometimes they had looked like they were out of steam, especially on Abyss, and then moving into Lotus at the start of that, they lost 6 rounds on the trot against Enterprise. And kind of, I think their ability to work together in really tough situations, their ability to make sure that they're not losing, well, maybe not that they're not losing unnecessary rounds, but just being able to bring things back from very, very dire situations was really kind of the winning factor for them, right? Enterprise, we had already praised for doing that earlier on. And Metasport before that as well, we praised for doing that. And then kind of, you know, Enterprise took out Metasport with the same kind of play, and then Team Liquid Academy took out Enterprise with the same kind of play. And I do think that, you know, anything is possible, especially in this league. We've seen it from every single team, the ability to bring out kind of things that are unexpected of them. So I do think that Team Liquid, Team Liquid Academy do have a chance here at the very least. And this could go the distance. I think you're 100% right in that we could see a 5-mapper here. And I don't think it would even really surprise me massively. I don't think either outcome here would surprise me too massively. Again, we haven't seen Szach on here for a little bit. Well, I mean, the last time we saw them on it obviously was the last game that they played. So a couple of days now.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid Academy have changed things since then. That's the thing.
Yeah, they have. Well, it's not completely a different composition. Obviously, you change the breeze to the Teho, but it changes up the playstyle. You cannot really go for those stun nade plays maybe, but you can eliminate a lot of space with the salvos. You can eliminate 2 different spaces, whereas when you have that fault line, it's one-dimensional rather, that you can stun. I think it promotes Team Liquid's gameplay a lot more. And one thing that is great for Team Liquid, Demek doesn't really like to play operator in this map. Just did, and that was a big problem. I think it's going to be great for them today.
Alright, well, with no further ado, I think we should get on with this and see if Team Liquid Academy can bring us to 5 maps. Hazard and Cairo, go ahead.
Look, this is exactly why we call it the Mountain. We have not seen a 5th and final map in a grand final since the first stage of Challengers North and the second stage of East back in 2022. If Liquid want to turn this one on their head, not only do they have to win Lotus, they have to go to Abyss following that, an undefeated map for Szach, who stand right on the edge of making history themselves.
Yeah, has Szach have started from base camp East qualifiers, whereas Liquid got a foot up starting from the upper Swiss. That's the difference between those two, and it's actually ended up favouring Szach in the end because of the experience which they've been able to build up as a 5. As every series goes by, they just seem stronger and stronger. Is it just one series too far for Team Liquid Academy? They were able to dig.
That's what we're here to find out. The last 4 series for Team Liquid Academy have gone to a deciding map, including last night's best of 5. Plenty of review to have been made, but can they succeed in such a short turnaround here on the map which they lost last time out? It's the defense to kick things off, and GSR's Teo back in the server, immediately put under pressure. He will fold.
Yeah, he doesn't meet the check. Ninja, though, is next up, and so is Dema, who actually passes, and so does Cupid. The tests keep coming, though, as causing his drop down to 31 points of health, and Chris tries to get something back on their side, but it does not work out, because it does! 31 points of health is all he needs, picks up the ghost, but loses control of the spike. It's somewhat doable, but it isn't in the end. Cupid takes his opposite number, and just as it seems water is wet, Liquid wins a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with that being their name and all. But first round on the board for them seems to be a given. Maybe, just maybe, we could have been treated to another Kozak clutch there, but not happening. Szach knew they needed to take a fight forwards after Liquid had compromised Mound early doors. A brilliant fight from Rex and Cupid. So often they would show presence in that area of the map, but not actually take it one step further and get aggressive. Szach looking for an immediate response. It's only really the Marshall in the hands of Demek that could pose a threat.
I mean, for me, has one thing to speak about. Demo felt as if he went missing past couple of maps, but once he brings out this raise, I'm always impressed by it. As he looks to push the issue once again, the outlaw in hand, but just unscoped at the wrong time. Chris is the one that takes that first kill in this round.
Quite an individualistic, yeah, duelist player. So I think he's fit quite nicely into this Liquid team as a stand-in at the very least. Interesting stat for you, actually, with Bind being played yesterday. Liquid Academy have played more unique maps with Demo than Donatello at this point. Obviously not as many reps. Without him here early on, though, and Ninja, as always, fills that gap.
Has taken a bit of damage, and well, through the wall will take more. Rexstone elsewhere will take out their opposite number, and Cooper, well, he's ready to go again. Nefri alerts the players to his position.
The spike is here.
And well, with the outlaw picked back up, Liquid will convert that anti-eco. Just when you thought that Szach may have had a chance.
Yeah, not so bad in the end. I mean, that was dirty from Chester through the wall. This being another one of those maps where, as I said before, it's double controller. He has a lot more freedom here to look for fights, look for engagements when he would previously be restricted on other compositions. Now, Liquid do a good job to respond to that towards A. Often they'll set up a trap piece there. This time, it's Dema's op layered with the Cypher utility. No window for an opening pick, though.
Not just yet. GSR will find one in the main, and Ninja is a bit too eager to try and go and pick up that rifle.
Yeah, I mean, knife out, looking for a gun in attack spawn. Szach always going to be playing a default on a round like this against the bonus, so treading on thin ice. Cupid up close with the Bucky early, though, is absolutely huge, especially with GSR to support him.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, though, right, is that it's only the Sheriff lost. Cupid, though, will be under siege pretty soon, and the rest of Szach Matt a little bit hesitant to go anywhere near the shotgun of Cupid.
The best part about this too is he had all of his utils, so he just drops a smoke, runs away. The Tejo salvos have cloaked that rotation, and while GSR's in a great position to play back through that door as the spy cams just come up, Dema first contact. C should be under wraps here. Szach Matt are walking into trouble.
Yeah, they are. Although an outlaw on Dema. And the obvious compadre of Rex only has a ghost, so it's not the best in terms of weaponry. They're trying to use classics to delay, and time is getting a bit far too low. So the players
10 seconds
in a position to actually deny this. Salvo's just come up in time. GSR! That's not the kind of shooting that we're used to seeing from him. I have to say, throughout the day, GSR has not been at the races the same way that we've seen him from him before. Sure, Challengers EMEA is coming up, but when it's a performance like this in the grand finals, that bar, which of course he set very high himself as a 16-year-old player, you do just wonder if you've reached the limit, perhaps.
different hurdles come up now and again, has it? That's the thing, like, whether it's GSR's performance or Demos, these are young guns, right? They're going to have issues at some point. Consistency, not always going to be the key, or not always going to happen.
Yeah.
You've got to accept that sometimes.
No, consistency is key. So I'm glad you've brought it up, especially for Szach Matt. I mean, this is the story of a team which are built off their micro plays, being able to play with one another. Chester does not meet that criteria here. He is solo, with Demo looking to isolate him. A call for backup is made. 5 players now in the lobby.
Nice seize, but nothing off the back of it in terms of capitalization. Plenty of bullets would have been held though off the back of that, and you can see GSR rotating in towards the A side because still no noise being made now. Team Liquid Academy aren't quite sure as to whether this will finally be an A, but they're gambling on it nonetheless. Time now starting to hit the 30-second mark.
Deep trap on Mound, so that's all the information that they've got. And with 30 seconds left to play, Liquid Academy make their last stand on the A site. Chester has the opener, and GSR from the edge of this smoke is looking to stop it dead in his tracks, playing such a brilliant off angle. They walk right into him, and like a train, Neffy goes right through. Demek doubling up with the shorty in hand, as you always expect. Twice the man count now for the post plan.
Here. Not only that though, Hazard have used all their utility to take the site, and there's not much to come back in on Cupid, instead opting to hot noise and sneak his way in, find an opportunity to find an angle behind, but at the same time Chris is coming through as a late win condition, and Cupid spot the space at the front of sight. Chris seen at the last second, but now it's all up to the captain, all up to the IGL as he's caught between a rock and a hard place. There it is, Chris doubles up the rounds for Szach Matt, making it 2-2.
Liquid Academy would have loved to have won that round, and you give them the respect for going for it. Even to that end, Chris, the scorched earth policy in the back line to just make sure that no rifle is to remain. Ults available on both sides, couple of them. Demek with the showstopper. A serious chance to help create an opening here. As you can see, Demer on the other side of that door, probably ready to take a fight himself.
Doesn't go for it. The door is open, but it's the... oh, I was going to say it's the dog that goes through the other side. The shorty getting the damage, and so is Rex. Player to the good here, Team Liquid.
Flash gives the information, doesn't quite catch him. In the corner, Chester peeking, taking him down. 3 on 3, and Szach Matt just want to plant their feet, stop the possibility that any of these defending players can get their hands on a rifle. There is no opening, nowhere to go right now, and they expect this site to be stacked.
like it. Contact play. Rex is just escaped. GSR waiting for the chance, and it passes him by like a train. Rex though steps up to the plate, and it's a bit too hot to handle. Now Cupid, just a sheriff spike going down. You expect this to be 3 for Szach Matt.
Not the kind of start that Liquid would have liked to their defense here.
Same as yesterday.
Much like Fracture, their win rate negligible from half to half for the amount of times we've seen it. So any rounds are good rounds, really.
I mean, what was it? It started 6-0 yesterday. I mean, they've made an improvement there.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Cupid creeping closer. Just wants to create a magnetic pull. See if he can draw anyone closer to himself. TP will be hurt. That forces Kriz at the very least to throw his life on the line, but Szach Matt, no. The mental timer, there is no possibility that this one was coming in, but fair play to Cupid for at least walking away with one less player to save a rifle on the Szach Matt side.
Yeah, with it now starting to reach the halfway point in this first half, and we have to take note of it and let everyone at home know that we are starting to get towards the obvious, the ultimate cycle, and the deciding point is to see who takes the real advantages in the forthcoming 4th rounds. Lockdown, Viper's Pit, still to come online. Armageddon for GSR, still yet to come as well. So that's 7 ultimates available across the both sides.
And with Szach Matt still playing this default, we saw them a lot of times like to finish on B, and that does come as a result of making early A presence and having Kriz in main, as you just saw him taking that first fight onto Dema, who's now dropped below half HP with the op revealed. I'll go searching on the other extremity instead. Rex is so far away from his setup, he falls, and that leaves it open for the taking. Demek, another kill. Dema will peek and should lose his life, but Kriz misses the first couple shots, and with that, there's still a chance.
It's always a chance here with Team Liquid, it seems, just the individuals that they have in pocket. Dema now coming through CT, looking for another avenue, and Chester, you can see, just has no idea but where Dema could possibly be. Positions himself on top of box, and well, this looks like a pretty decent post plan for Szach Matt in a minute.
Oh, brilliant paranoia as well. Cupid again drawing value from it. Dema is in solo here to fight it out by himself as he waits for his IGL to help out. Time of the essence, not much of it left. The towel thrown in by Team Liquid Academy again. Szach Matt continuing to build. Twice as many rounds for them now on this attack side in comparison to their counterpart. A couple ults invested to reach that end, but you have to remember, Liquid using their own.
It feels as if, like, Liquid Academy, I mean, they're trying to continuously, like, pose a threat, trying to push lanes and limit tests, but they're being punished for it. Rex does not need to be that far up on C mount. I mean, you saw it a couple of runs previous when they gambled towards the A side. It was because of a very deep trap towards C. Rex doesn't need to be the trap. Just use your utility, man, and push it forward. Don't let yourself get caught out like that.
I think to me, it just signals a game plan change more than anything else for Liquid Academy. Cupid stressing the importance of creating anti against teams, and that being a reason why they've been so strong so far. I mean, I'm not too sure about the Odin peak solo through the revolving door towards Tree. I mean, it's these kinds of plays that have sold them short so far, and Ninja going for a little bit more is a lost cause.
Dema on his own efforts and clearing out main by himself, and usually when you would trust him to get that kill, he doesn't hit. GSR does though, that's the difference. Armageddon online and available to be used on the A side if they want to try and stop a plan, or even perhaps grab themselves a kill. A 3v3 position right now between the two teams.
GSR is considering this. When GSR goes quiet, it's only a matter of time. Liquid Academy looking to attempt this. First player will be flushed out of tree, and Dema hits the all-important shot. Post being played from the upper position. Liquid Academy retaking back through, and that drone gets the info on where they stand. Someone needs to start that stick or the round will slip between their fingers. Rextone the one to sacrifice himself to that ambition. The shorty shot lands, but not to the intended target. And with it, Liquid Academy have saved themselves with a third round.
Yeah, and how many ultimates did they have to use to get it? Exactly 2. Not too bad in there at the end, to be honest, Hazza. It's not only that, it's the plan creation. They take their time, set themselves up for the retake. I'll use the Armageddon to clear out tree, and then once they get the pick, they use the neural theft, pause and wait, so they have the information and can get onto the spike. Everything was thought about in that post. So well played by Liquid Academy.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount of rounds where they have had good utility coming back into a retake, but even then maybe not found the results. Glad that this one stuck. Early pressure put from the door again. Cupid comes out of tree, but with support by his side. And so Shakmat sent to the other side of the map. Deep trips from Rex, off angle held. And already there are rotations starting to make their way through.
So the spike's being committed as well. This will be the end goal for Jacquemat. Making sure to take their time clearing the site. And even you deciding to pay due diligence. Get that lockdown down. Big 1v1 versus GSR. Opportunity missed. But has been seen, which is pretty big for Team Liquid Academy in terms of this retake, if it does come in.
And even then, you've just invested a signature free ability to break the lockdown. It's great utility management from GSR. Cupid still holding on to the paranoia. Ninja with his ult and Haunt here as well. So much pushback if you are to make the C play. And while Chester's going to be hanging around the mouth of B main, there's no way to cross back. GSR will hold that gap. Ninja in helping hand. Makes it 15 seconds with the spike only just going in. Chris has held the line. It's over on A where they'll now try and make this happen. And Chester has a huge position to cut off this rotate.
Yep, 3 versus 3. Temar has retaken with the operator, but most of the players are pretty far back on the main here, which is a little bit worrying if you're in Jacquemat's territory. Chester here has to win against Rex and doesn't, and that tips all the odds probably towards Team Liquid.
Liquid in a stronger position here, but time isn't on their side. They've had to rotate the whole length of the map at this point, and you're coming back into the retake with an Op and an Odin. He does get thrown in. A little bit of damage first, but still, spike not been worked on. This is going to be cut incredibly close. I think Liquid Academy just about have it. No! 0.05 of a second. That was the difference. A round, one out by time itself.
Yeah, that's the 6th man at the end of the day. And Jacquemat can count the lucky pawns because at the end, they should never have won that. They allowed Liquid into that round. Vilcek knows it, knows that they allowed them in. And they get away scot-free somehow. And the worst thing about that round is not only the loss, but how much it puts Liquid's economy into disrepute. Lose this round and, well, you're back to an equal.
As we said before, Shakmat's defense at times has looked impenetrable on Lotus, so difficult one to head into. You need this half to at least look competitive. You don't want them to build a significant advantage. Traps again changed up by Rex, this time one hovering above the heads to stop any kind of TP or satchel play. But Jacquemat contact as much space as they'll possibly be given, and it happens to be quite a lot. Kozok repossessing the cage and smoke means that he should be able to hold on, but the smash and grab operation from Rex will net him a kill.
There.
Massive stuff. Well, not only that, the spike's still not down, it's been tapped. They're trying to beat players out instead. Team Liquid just send it forward, deny the spike, Kaza. And they know that Chester's out on main, but do they know about Chris? They do now. Chester at least gets a trade, collects the spike, but can't he even escape? The answer's no.
Oh, had the pit, it was an opportunity for him to try and win it, but spotted already, wanted to go back and duel Ninja where he stood. Key round for Liquid Academy. That's 2 from 3 now, and look, even the one that they lost amongst the madness was just a quick reaction of Szach to land them something. The way that these have been concluding has eaten away at the economy of the attack side.
Don't give them ground.
They've got a pit, they've got a couple of buckies. I think we can see where this one might be going.
Deep trip once again from Rex. It's immediately dealt with. In fact, I think he was actually picking that up himself. No, it's not. It is actually dealt with by Szach.
Toxins going up.
I mean, look, you get into post-plant here, as Chester has already cleared rubble, got himself in a good position. Things can be very scary at close quarters. The wall as well is in a good spot to just cut off both Dema and Ninja. They like to play deep a lot of the time. It's just about getting to that point, and they're taking their time. And while that's happening, GSR using the stealth drone to clear out all of the main. Noted, nobody there. Chris will go back to investigate, but 3 players to match this push. Plenty of bodies on A from Liquid Academy.
Oh, Demix just went straight in. Ninja got the trade somehow. Shouldn't have. No way in hell. But somehow these buckies are finding value. Cupid can't stay alive long enough. And now, advantage towards Szach. GSR just caught out now. The Concuss not coming in the right spot. This is carnage. A death match now on Lotus.
It's just insane how they take the backside control, and this is Kozok to wrap it up. 6 for Szach. Another thrifty notched into the tally. Such big difference makers in the ebb and flow of this. Something else even to mention as well, you had Chris walking through B main late a couple of times in the previous map on the attack side. He was catching GSR in rotation, and to be honest, I don't even know if they wanted to finish A here initially, if Chris was able to find that kill. There were so many layers to the way that they played it, but on the surface, it's just Bucky go in, Bucky shoot, Bucky kill.
You make it sound so easy.
They make it look easy.
Yeah,
and they've still got the pit. And look at the ults, man.
Toxin screen down.
That's a worrying sight to look at, if I'm being completely honest. Team Liquid are going to try to push it and force the issue on Dema somewhat, keeping things alive, but you just can't imagine that things will go the way you expect it to. With the players with a better utility, with a better weaponry, with a better ultimates, with just a better game plan at the minute. They're looking to hit now round number 7, Rex Tone. Looking to go back towards B main, but he's being chased by a Fade Cat and he has nowhere to go. A Marshall in hand.
And the reason why this map is so good is because of the player on your screen, Chris. Always potent, always a problem. Everyone on Szach set up to react to what it is that Liquid Academy are constantly doing, which is trying to take engagements, wanting to make fights happen for themselves. Especially with the Teo coming in, where you feel like you can assert some dominance towards this right-hand side. The reactions from Szach have been perfect. They've not missed a beat in these last few rounds. Ults available for both teams. Final of the half. Got to put it all on the line. This could be a classic round of Valorant.
Yeah. Can't wait for Bodot to give us the don't feel great, don't quit, sorry. Kozak's giving us the entry kill here though.
Cairo, I don't know if there's going to be much to write home about by the end of this one. GSR doesn't want to lose his head through the smoke again. He doesn't get a chance. Chris, it's another intuitive read of the situation. The spam will select a kill. The rocket goes off. It has dodged Cupid. Kozok halved. Another TP left for him to get out of dodge. Liquid Academy hanging off the olive branch on Lotus, just about keeping themselves in this. The retake's still not in full swing as the spike hasn't gone down. It's Ninja that battles back. 3-on-3 as things creep closer. Cupid still hanging around here as the spike's getting planted elsewhere. Chris finds one on the fadeaway, and they would have been in perfect position to punish had they not got caught out by Rex.
Yeah, it's not that, Hazza. Szach might have lost all their ultimates, and look at Demic. He's stuck at the other side of the map. He's stuck there, he's worried about stairs.
He's still on Fracture, for goodness sake, while the fight's taken on the site. Kozok's finally got the kill and the penny drops. Now he knows. Demek running for the hills to find Rex, who's sticking inside the cage. He's got enough time to find half, but he needs more than just that. He cannot get it. 8-4. Szach sent themselves within touching distance of that title.
Listen, they're 1/2 away, but sometimes 1/2 away can feel like a chasm. The job's not done yet. Szach need to lock in for the defensive side of Lotus, which can feel very thinly put. I mean, 3 sites. Bacon's having his piece saved during the halftime, settling his team. He knows that Team Liquid have what it takes to push this back into their favour. But he needs to have them win the pistol. That's the big thing for me. If Szach hit double digits after an anti-eco hazard, I think the momentum might be just too much for Team Liquid to deal with.
And I'm right there with you. Szach once again poised to make history. The first Polish team to have won an East League since 2022. The third in total. The first unsigned team from a region with North to have done so. Many barriers, many boundaries that they will look to break. Liquid Academy's hearts included. For now, they hang in the balance. Huge 1v1 over on A. Rex, they just have spotted Demek. With their support from Kozok now, and the grouping is towards the C site. That is where Liquid look to make their approach, and they're going to have to do it with just these 4 players.
Losing Rex will be a massive loss, because it's not only the fact you're going to have a late win condition loss, you're going to lose all your players trying to get onto the site. It will be denied. Valorant is absolutely buzzing. You can see on his face that little smile. He's starting to believe. The players are starting to make real inroads, especially if they can hit double digits right here in this round.
Another trophy to sit on the shelf behind Kozok's head. And Bacon looks beside himself. He doesn't know what to do from this position because, look, you force here, such a big risk. Could throw away the map entirely in and of itself. So Liquid will sit this one out with classics in hand and simply hope for a result. 10 the forfeit, and look, there's Neffy to start it off.
Brilliant first pick, and look where Cupid's found himself in towards the middle of the site. Swall's just denying any sort of lines of sight, and Cupid has drove himself all the way in towards CT, but he has the spike hazard. If he gets caught here, that's just wraps.
But if he finds this kill to Chris, it would have given them half a chance. Snatched away. That's the spike. Rotation made. Szach all hands on deck. And after Kozok's double, it's only a matter of time before Chris will close. Double-digit Szach. Look, it was the expected outcome, but even then, Liquid Academy hold your attention for just a moment to make you think that magic could happen. Well, we're going to need magic now because this full buy could be their finish in this stage.
It looks like it could be the case. I thought for a minute we would get a third round timeout just by the motions that Bacon was giving us. It's not the case. This is just a shooting range for Kozok. Bacon cannot believe his eyes. Simple mistakes. And that's essentially what's costing Team Liquid here.
much faster take this time towards the A side of the map. So much utility burnt through early by Liquid Academy. Cupid throwing in the paranoia for good measure, but at the very least, they've managed to find the kills. Post-plant is where this can become a problem. The one thing they will have is numbers, though. That issue that we saw from them before in terms of utility is just thrown to the wind, as it's a 5 versus 3 that you feel they have to convert.
In terms of the post plan though, Hazza, in terms of the utility, 2 big ones just came back up. The Haunt is the first of that. The second is the Salvos. Magic for them, but Szach have plenty of utility of their own to get back into side.
Look at this paranoia into tree. 3 players caught with a double-layered flash, but they drop. Dema to do it, and Rex right there with him. A 5th round for Liquid Academy, and a clean one at that. 4 players left standing means that they can start to build up bankroll on this attack side.
That's it, right. 1 round at a time, focusing on what's next, what's in front of you. Can't think 2-3 rounds ahead just yet. As for now, look at this barrier drop. There's 3 players for Szach, and there's 4 for Team Liquid. This is going to end up in disaster.
And to the good as it stands. But you can see, looking to the floor as the barrier's about to drop, the Demek's going to be bounding forwards with a satchel in hand. TP there too, and he's found the first kill. Follow up Demek, devastating double, nearly a third once Kozok's included, and now Liquid find themselves discounted, deleted from the situation. Rex the last left, 1 versus 5. This will be number 11, Szach.
You've got to imagine Bacon's going to introduce himself then at 11. It has to be the case. Rex nearly buying a lifeline in that round, but 11 is the final. Well, the score after that one. Any introduction here? Any timeout? Seems if he's happy for Team Liquid to continue, so you think.
2 knights on horseback, dueling to become king of this uncrowned region. It's Liquid Academy, which call the first of the timeouts, which feels crazy, but look at the position that we're in. 11-5. The scoreline read the exact same way the last 2 teams played on Lotus, and it feels like the ideas that were brought forward in that first half from Liquid Academy just weren't enough. They were off the pace, and now coming into this second half, the pistol was what made the difference, and Szach just have to take it home.
Listen, couple rounds to do it in. First of the timeouts for Team Liquid to use as well. So if they get a good run of momentum, they know that they can stop things again, talk about what's going wrong. And that's exactly what Bacon's doing, reminding the players about what they need to do. Also talking about the fact that, well, at the end of the day, there's going to be a few key pieces missing here. For instance, Rex is on a Marshall, there is no C's. There should be no resistance towards this A side, either.
What was once considered a distant dream for many of these players is now happening. For Liquid Academy, they don't want that opportunity to pass them by in the next couple of rounds. Another A take, but look at Szach. Proactivity wagered through the middle of the map. The belly of the beast, Neffy goes into tree, but drops. That 1-for-1 trade has conceded the site, and now you look to the flank, finding a result. They want to hunt Rex though, they know about him.
Yeah, exactly, isolation. They know that Rex Stone's trying to play late, trying to hide things out, but at the same time, Spike has been ticking away while all that's been going on. This needs to be a quick retake here, Hazza. They need to get a move on Szach.
Yeah, and 4 players spotted as well, so the reposition from GSR is huge. The salvos will be up to save them if required, but it's on to Ninja now. Just the one that he gets. Szach with numbers playing back through. GSR wins the duel, but still, the salvos can't be the saving grace. Not in that position just yet. Still waiting for them on cooldown. Finally, they arrive. This should be enough to win the round for Liquid Academy. Skin of their teeth stuff. Cupid will get one for good measure, and in fact, GSR will deny every last player from Szach to make their escape. 5 rounds the difference, and they get the first out the timeout.
I would love to know what the value or the kind of I'd love to know what the stat is after the timeout, after Bacon's timeouts, how many rounds have been won by Team Liquid? It's kind of like what happened with Apex last year. It feels as if it's been the same case with Team Liquid here. The ultimates now, we're starting to get to crunch time. Whoever comes out the better of this ultimate cycle, I think will probably win the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's only going to take one round for Szach to cause a problem, and when Demek goes knocking, trouble comes his way instead. Players cleared out. Nefi should have been noted, overlooked for just a moment, but Dema is right back at it, and as Kozok crumbles, the A site collapses. Chris the last line of defense, but with him seized, tethered to the point, Liquid Academy just want to put that extra pressure on his head and make damn certain that the 7th will stick.
Hey, listen, 7-11 is always an interesting scoreline. You're just nearly there, but you're also so far away. As for Chester, it only has a ghost. I mean, maybe thinking about if they can try and find themselves a pistol back, they won't even get a chance. All but confirmed.
No investment of ults from either team on that round, though, a point which you dutifully highlighted heading in. Liquid one away from a full house, but Szach still lacking a couple of orbs on both Chris and Chester. The lockdown, the pit, tools which could prove invaluable. Still, the retake potential's pretty high with the Showstopper and Seeker's combination. I think Liquid just need to assert themselves and give a little bit of security should they find themselves in a post-plant position here. But you've got to get past the double-stacked anchor utility if you want access to A this time.
Yeah, you've also got to get through all that retake utility when you see the Seekers and the Showstopper there as well. I mean, they've got rid of all that KJ utility with just 2 salvos. Rexstone on the other side has finally got value from his luck. That was the omen, and Demek is starting to take the space which has just been left by the Cypher.
Has been the sole operative towards Mound on many of these rounds, and finally got some value, found an opening pick. Demek on an island, but has the Showstopper. He's got his first. Does he want to hang around for more? He does. GSL will punish that. And yeah, this is the post-plant which Liquid would have been looking for.
Exactly the case. Remember, Ninja is low, and they're gonna, I mean, fair enough, listen. Got to dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure that you don't leave anything loose. Nefi perhaps could have been that loose thread. The if pulled, everything comes undone. Chester trying to be that and denies the spike once again. Pit is in, Chris found, and it's a 1v2.
This Pit has fanned out. It's given Chester a reposition.
Now he's back to sight, the back is sight. Back to spawn, Demer catches him off guard, managing to get through the first of those ultimates invested by Szach. It's traded either side. Team Liquid have got 3, possibly 4 if Chris gets his online to get through.
That Pit would have been so nice on the eco as well for Chester, so another missing piece. Demek, the decision to take an extra fight here, it makes sense. I think when you're running with confidence in this situation, you've got to go for it. But in the 2 versus 1, well read by the Academy young boys. They knew Chester's tricks too well. Again, it's Demek here, and they will note him.
Cage triggered.
Rex doesn't want anything really to do with this. Catches the head of Demek and calls everyone back towards A. You can see them starting to spread out, look for clues. The biggest clue towards A opens everything up entirely. Szach stand on their heels, don't want to move like statues.
It's the exact same style of round that we've seen in the previous as well. Rex on an extremity with an outlaw in his hand, hits one shot and the floodgates open. Neural theft as well is just the extra info. Liquid Academy want to be a little bit careful here. They have repositioned 2 players towards spawn, but can still very well get caught here.
Good. Seems easy right now with the better weaponry up against sheriffs and pistols.
I like this though. I mean, you've got Ninja so deep, off angle, contact from Cupid. There is no getting past this now.
Seems to to be the case. Not an ultimate invested, not much to come out from this one. Yep, it will be 9 for Team Liquid. Kriz can't even get one back. It will be flawless. It's just gifting orbs to Liquid Academy. Not that they necessarily need it, considering the ultimates that are in pocket and how far away some of them actually feel. Szach will introduce their coach, stop the momentum, which has been 4 in a row now for Liquid Academy.
And look, as a team which have gone so far without the additional resources and support that many other organizations invited to Upper Swiss will enjoy, this team of pursuants which have constantly proven themselves from the open qualifier and now listening on to Vilcek, who will have fleshed out that strat book and will very well, you know, within it somewhere, have some ultimate rounds where you say, okay, we've got a few pieces that we can invest, let's go for it. That's what I want to see from them here. A little bit more depth into that strat book. On the opposite end, Bacon's got to be thinking, this defense is sweating. You guys are doing your job. That's 5 rounds from the last 6 played now. Expect a reaction. Expect Szach to try something here. It's where the mind games start to come in.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, the other thing that he's got to be saying is, listen guys, also think about what's been left in pocket, what's still to deal with in post-plan. Lockdowns, showstoppers, seekers, big ultimates that you're going to have to deal with. So when you head into post, always think about what you have to do after that. Tech pause comes in, a little bit longer to get into this round. And I imagine it won't be too long, it is a little bit of a keyboard issue. So with that being said, Hazza, I wonder what Szach changes here. Do you think maybe a pace change actually take the defense to the attack?
It's so difficult to say. It is so difficult to say. They've shown a variety of setups so far, and I think just looking at the ults on the surface, you have to be thinking about some kind of a retake. But I mean, we already saw how well GSR can be equal to that lockdown from Kriz. You've got to try and find the right situation to actually invest it. This is what I'm talking about in terms of mind games, because yeah, you could look to play retake one side of the map, but do you want to let Liquid Academy get into post when they have proven that they can set up pretty efficiently? It's you know, a volatile game that you play as everything is sat on a knife's edge right now. The fact that the attack have been able to build up some money with the last 4 rounds as well, the final of them are flawless, means that as long as there are rounds left for them to play, they are going to be able to invest fully into it. Whereas that can't be said for Szach. They will have maximum loss bonus by the end of this one, but you know, even then, I'm looking at players with less than 1,000 credits.
That's the worst part, is that they are having to risk everything right now to try and get it over the line in this map. And listen, it's not all but done. Team Liquid, when we do go to that 5th map, Szach can think about that. They don't need to sweat as much, and don't need to, I guess, not only just like sweat, but like use up that mental fortitude. And I think that's a key word here, considering Team Liquid Academy have been here before. Well, maybe not like a chance of losing a best of 5 from the 4th map, but you understand what I'm saying. Yesterday was a tough matchup that they had to go through.
And I mean, this series in general has already delivered in my eyes. We crown a new champion at the end of it all, but even for now, if we were to go to a final map, that again breaks records the same way that Szach taking it here would do. It's been 5 stages of East since we last saw one, 6 stages of North since it went to a 5th and final. And even then, Liquid would have to battle through the fact that it's an unbeaten Abyss which Szach hold on to with a vice grip.
And they lost it yesterday as well.
That they did. Next round, just as important as the last. Ults available, and you can already see the investment getting ready to be made by the Academy.
Yeah. And it seems Szach are ready to invest bodies into this. Liquid Academy come out the gates, ultimates traded, both being used on either Raze and Cooper. Look how deep he's gone. Nefe unaccounted for, and the utility is spot on. Still they tried to get that trade on the sky, and Liquid Academy trailing the player count, able to recollect the spike. Where did they go? Onto A. They've not thought about it, Hazza!
It's a huge blunder. Cupid walking into the site, melee out, and Kozok's there. Onto Rex, the 17-year-old, to stop championship point and mate in one for Szach. Trailblazer clipping at the heels. The Seeker already noted him, and as soon as that door opens, they will know.
Looking for his chance. His opportunity. The
30
hopes of
seconds left.
Liquid.
I have retrieved the spike.
Such a young player, tap of the spike, you'd imagine would come soon, seeing if anybody can be baited out, but look at the patience coming through from Szach.
And all the while, the walls close in. Chris with a lockdown if it's needed, but even then, Rex has got to come up with a highlight reel-worthy play. Kozok has the angle held, and there it is. Szach, 1 away from lifting the Challengers Northeast title.
Hassan, they have been at the forefront throughout all this series. I think they've had one bad map, and that would be Haven. And even at that, you still felt as if there was a chance they could come back into it. Bacon not looking pleased whatsoever with his young team. They've shown everything possible, and it just feels as if this is one step too far.
That one corner overlooked that made all the difference. Everything invested in the A play, and now Liquid Academy go back to the opposite side of the map. Checkmate, 3 rounds to do exactly that. Pieces in the right places. Chris still with the lockdown in his hand towards his site. The Academy make their last assault.
Moving in, see that Szach are in position very, very quickly.
Oh no.
Again, we've spoken about, do they want to use the lockdown? I mean, they're going to go for it. Spike going down as well, the salvo's being used up, and that timer's going to be ticking in the post.
Great use of counter utility there to shut them out. Liquid Academy making this last stand on the C site for now. Dema up high with the op in hand. Flank is clear. All focus can be put to the front lines as Demek goes hurtling forward yet again with a shorty in his grasp. Both buckshots used. Corner cleared out and nothing found. Cupid having to hide away as the rest of Liquid Academy hang on. Ninja and Cupid coming up with the goods. That will be double digits in flawless fashion, no less. And Liquid will live a little longer.
Not only that though, Hazard, they get through the ultimates that Szach had in pocket and had for so long. And you think towards the economy, and it's starting to get to a really bad spot. I mean, Szach have been so good at it. Bonus after bonus, they have a full arsenal of rifles after round. You never see their economy being knocked, but now you can. 3 sheriffs in this round.
Couple of rogue rifles still for Szach, one in the hands of the captain, Nefi. Leading the line. Calling his forces, 4 players strong on the A side of the map, and Liquid Academy take down half of them. The numbers split, those were the guns gone. It is just the pistols now, and that corner will be cleared. Dema dialed in, finds it, has to be Kozok, has to be the hero here, and he will fall. The maximum regulation to be played, unless Chris can come up with a huge clutch, which he can't.
Yeah, he cannot whatsoever. And Liquid just so hot on the guns, waiting for the smoke to drop, playing off one another. And Szach might have called a timeout. A 1-round shootout between the two. And Liquid Bacon will get his last introduction to talk to his team. And Vilcek as well, before it's possibly a title to Szach and an overtime for both teams.
And as I was saying earlier in the day, Vilcek, equally as frustrated as Bacon, has been in the coach slot. Now in a position where this one could soon slip away. Enterprise had a map point, a series point yesterday to make it to the final themselves, which Liquid were then able to leapfrog them to. coach, which, as I said before, has always just been one stage too late to the party, whether it be Anonymous in Game Changers or in their roster within Challengers a couple of years ago. Finally at the forefront, finally there with Szach, and with this opportunity looming right in front of them, this is the last chance to seize it before we go to another overtime in which Liquid on this map have yet to lose.
That's a fair start, right? But it feels as if you're almost guaranteed overtime when Lotus comes through, especially if Liquid's playing.
MX starting this one on B, Op invested with the turret off his shoulder, little bit of info, goes both ways. Hubert investing the ult early. Kozok hanging around his one way with bated breath. Hearts in the mouths of the Liquid faithful, as there's every possibility that with each passing round, it's the last that they could play in this first stage of Challengers. Rexstone, other side of the map, he's been a constant to find a pick. Shoots out the dog. Szach are set up with a minute left.
I mean, why will they leave one player on C mound? Remember, there's still that alarm bot giving the passive information that players haven't gone any further forward, and there's the first bit of information to come back. It triggers a response, and now smokes are starting to come in. It's pulling players across to the C side as Liquid scale up A.
Oh, huge find from GSR. Quiet so far in this map realistically, but Chester, that first blood stat, first deaths which go against him, falling foul yet again, post-plant Liquid, but not with much utility left.
Spike planted.
Present. Neffy now just holding on towards stairs while Szach are working the rest of the map. Spike's going on here, and Szach are worried about the other spots of the map.
Demek has got into the flank, jumped the trap, but Ninja's thinking about it.
Dema, he's holding on here. Yeah, punishes the operator. Team Liquid will push themselves on towards overtime, finding what they needed to. I mean, that was a close round, but it always felt as if they were in control. Control of the map, control of this half, and 8-4 half returned to Szach.
Masters of their own destiny, Liquid Academy. Schooling Szach in the ways of this Lotus side. As they now move over back towards the defense. Demmers with the op out again and the Odin on Cupid. The sole A player, as B is where they look to plant their feet. Rexstone went walking so many times here on that defender's side and gave an opening to the attack. Szach will be looking for this. He has to hold his nerve.
Yeah, Rex. Not as clean as he would have loved. Drops back, but looks like he's going for a second dip elsewhere. GSR has got a spam through, I think, the wall.
Yeah, no, he's just taken that peek. 3 players through B main. Advantage for Liquid Academy coming into the retake, and they have 4 players in close proximity of C. That's one more than Szach at this point in time, as Chester is still creeping up the rear. They want to take this fight forwards, in fact.
Yeah, trying to take the post even further forward. That paranoia was placed spot on, and GSR capitalises off the back, keeping a player to the good, and still utility to come in. Salvo's paranoia on Liquid's side. Neffy though, his rifle keeps things even, but not before the salvo strike. This is starting to get worrying. As you said, the ultimate coming through. Kozok's decided to play on the other side, and he's winning out. GSR has 4. Kozok has to come up with another clutch, which he cannot find. A quick clap will get Liquid the 13th.
Oh, that's unbelievable. GSR in these last couple of rounds has been on rails. Salvo's backed up from the Seeker's release to the hands of Neffy. And Szach loosen their grip on this map itself. The Armageddon cleans it all out. There was only one place that those last 2 players could be, in Bend, and as Bacon is going through it yet again in pursuit of his first Challengers title. A VCT EMEA one already under his belt. It's their first map point and first opportunity from 11-6 down, may I remind you.
Cage trigger.
That A plate coming through once again. Jacques Matt trying to push Liquid back, but they were nowhere to be seen. And already Jacques Matt are starting to gamble on the fact that they've already won that A fight, which they have. This is a correct gamble, one which will come out in their favour as the spike looks to go down and then poised to flood that C site.
Chris knows better than to duel on sight. He drops 10 paces back and then wins the one that he needs to. Stun lands, damage dealt, no kill yet for GSR. He needed it. Liquid Academy fading away in this round, unless it can fall on the shoulders of that man exactly. Ninja another, but not until he goes down. Cupid and Rex, between the two of them, need to find a way to take this over the line, and Cupid's got the ball rolling. Condemned to the corner. How much longer can he last? Rex is right there by his side. It's a 2v2, a head-on clash. The Bulls lock horns, and it's Szach Matt that want to go for one more.
Listen, Hazard, we are going round and round the merry-go-round. Once again, we go to overtime. Through the ringer, both teams go. Jacques Matt fighting for their title, whereas Team Liquid are just fighting to stay in this battle. They still have a map to go before they're vying for that title. Jacques Matt doing well, and Vilcek, you can see his mental is being put through it, as well as Bacon's. Passengers to what's happening right now.
As I said before, it took 3 map points in overtime for Liquid Academy to close. One of them went the opposite way. Tenacious as ever, you expect them to respond, and that starts from the beginning of the round until what should be the very end. Couple back means that now Szach Matt are in a great position to go ahead and take the A site. Ninja the one between them. He gets the info, but is spotted in the process.
While all that's happening, there is a stealth drone that's been sent through B main. So Team Liquid now know that there isn't anyone towards that side. You can see GSR just worried about it possibly being a B take.
There's always going to be Chris in that position, but he's claimed amongst the rest an A site take made. But the right kind of reactions for him to go searching there, gives the info, sets up the site hold, and they go ahead and win it. As we said before, this 16-year-old involved with making the call which won them Lotus last time out. That was the decider. They're fighting to get to a decider this time. And with the timeout through, Bacon feels confident. You can see it in the way he speaks. Let me remind you, this is what happened last time.
Exactly the case. Timeout after winning the defensive round to put them advantage in overtime to push it over the line. But it doesn't just favour towards Team Liquid. Remember, Vilcek will have his own value to be added to the next round.
Saying his piece, but again, I think when you look at the coach cams, you can kind of see the difference between the two. Bacon involved a lot, a guy which, as we said before, 4 years on Liquid so far into this academy project, brings a wealth of experience, and as much as Vilcek provides, he's also there to keep his team in check, you know, pardon the pun, to call a timeout if he feels it's necessary and allow for Neffy to flesh out his own ideas as the in-game leader of this team. It's not a one-way relationship.
4 players from Jacques Matt are ready to send it forward and try and catch Rex toned out. This time though, he stays towards the A side as Liquid poke and prod towards C. This is the same round that we saw last attack here. Can Jacques Matt once again conquer their foes and beat their demons here on the C side? It looks the case as the spike's denied, but Team Liquid are looking to play on the front foot, looking to play in front. Chris still stands and looks to stand taller, looking to fell Team Liquid and dips away.
Smash and grab operation, Chris. Again, so good at isolating these duels. That's why we credit him as a top challengers player in this first stage. Liquid Academy calling the freeze. But in terms of the map, there's an alarm bot front B. There's only so far you can get in the allotted time. They're going to have to wait it out until the final few moments to go again. Tries to put the wall up to maybe see if he could bait out a cross or something of the sort, and only now do
30
Liquid make their
seconds left.
approach.
Kozak is supported by Chester, whilst Chris is only supported really by the turret. Both guns shot there, so 2 rifles heard. Team Liquid now know what situation they're in. Rex has to hold on but can't. Now Ninja has to do it all himself and can't quite do it. Even though there was an intervention by the coach of Team Liquid Bacon, it doesn't work out. And we still go round and round once more.
And no getting off this roller coaster anytime soon. It took 30 rounds to settle the last Lotus that we saw. And Bacon, head in hand, knows that he can do no more from this position. Neither can Vilcek. Hands off, the rest to be played between those 10 players inside the server. A debut for each and every single one of them at this stage of any Challengers competition. A first grand final for every last one of them. And with 2 rounds separating Szach from reaching that end, they go again, having denied 2 opportunities for Liquid Academy to extend this series.
Utility being sent out, nothing really being found. It looks as if the decision is towards the A side, and Liquid starting to read into that as the wall goes up.
Well, it hurts.
There.
At least one player behind this, Ninja knows. No Horn. It is just the C's for him to work with here, so nothing really to spam off the back of. It's all got to be intuitive play, and so many times when we see Szach take this grass control towards A, with Chris through main, there's still a view for them to split towards B.
No flashes, Paranoia's being used, so is the 2 blinding lights. Straight up gunfights here, nothing really to move yet. That's what's going to end up getting Team Liquid the first kill. The players look to head down A main and catch Szach off guard. That spike is stuck in tree right now, and the players are feeling the pressure. Demic looking to bail him out, but he's only got 1 point of health. Chris elsewhere, and time's starting to get low here.
There's nowhere else to go. B is the last dash hit and hope that Szach would have to win this round, but they're going into the jaws of the beast itself.
Yeah, the players walk in, and Team Liquid put them to their graves. Chris trying to find 3, can't quite get the spray transfer, but Demo will get rid of everything on his site. 15, that is the 3rd time where Team Liquid have reached advantage in overtime. Can we finally see something different? Can we finally see an attacking round in overtime?
10 seconds left.
I mean, Szach again posturing for the same kind of round I was talking about, but Szach through Kriz ends up just being a distraction towards B. They commit to A through tree, and it just feels so one-dimensional in the end. Another round reset. 30 required for Liquid Academy to have their way with things. Demo trying to open, but it's a closed case on C. Nothing shown by Szach.
Yeah, nothing given away. Again, look at the gamble towards the A side of the map. So quick. Again, you use that word intuitive. That's exactly the case here. Very intuitive, Szach. They've even got the spike.
Yeah, a shorty in the smoke, always expected by Demek. Now 3-on-3 though. And with the spike picked up, Demek missing his next opportunity. Might just be out of this.
Could be. Still utility coming forth, and Szach not going to give out without a fight. GSR holding on, waiting for his chance at the back of sight. Heard utility going down, but Kriz will get his. Rex is low, and the spam is good enough. A 1 versus 1 for Ninja to win this out against Kozak, who's been the clutch king, the player who Szach have relied upon time and time again, who they can rely upon once again as they go even. This is what, the 4th round of overtime that we will reach now. Not much to decide between these two.
the two trustiest players, the safest pair of hands in the server, and it slips Ninja's net to leave Kozok with a chance to tie things up, and there was one final timeout from Szachmat left. The rounds reset, another bout of overtime prepared. Vilcek certainly has a lot to say about what we've seen in the last few rounds.
Can imagine that would be the case. 3 defensive rounds, which they've won. 3 attacking rounds, which they've lost. So we've yet to see an attack round. And that might be the difference between the two. Bacon just probably talking about that. In fact, both teams will be. But what they can do different on the attack, what they can change up, what they can find.
On Szachmat, you've got 3 players with 20+ kills, whereas that can be said for everyone on Liquid Academy at this point in time. They know where they're going to find these openers, and it's those same set of players. Chester is being used as the lurk, Neffy the initiation, but Kozok, Kriz and Demek, each and every one let off the leash to find these first bloods. They need to channel that here on the attack side. This their opportunity to go in front, a position which Liquid Academy yet to find themselves in since this comeback began.
Stopping that information coming through. It's a big piece to find early doors, the stealth drone. That re-clear and going, Dema. Getting up close and personal with the smoke, but I'm not sure you want to go near that side of the map. Considering Chester's on the other end.
Just inside this first 30 seconds, Team Liquid Academy always a little tentative. You are expecting there to be presence on both extremities. They learned that the hard way in the opening half, and that's what they've rectified at this point in time.
Oh,
I was gonna say, Ninja with the spam gets one. Dema's put on a show so far. The stand-in has stepped up round on round. He needed more than one there to keep them in it. Szachmat with a huge opportunity, and the rotation doesn't look to be fully heading the right way. It is now.
yeah, I mean, the good thing is, though, is they got rid of Chester, right? So that late luck, I mean, the late post-plant utility with mollies, etc., will be gone. Rex brings things back even between the two.
What a shot. Flash in the face of GSR, survives a moment longer. Trap reveals his position. GSR feeds off the back of it. That's 2 for him now. Nearly a third. Kriz moving away from the situation. Has the spike from which to work, and for a round that started so well for Szachmat, it is a painful conclusion to proceedings. GSR running riot, giving them one final opportunity in overtime again.
Yeah, they can be happy with that in the end. Bacon cannot get off this roller coaster. Remember, guys, for those sitting at home, this is map number 4. Team Liquid can convert. We still have another map to go. We still have Abyss.
The mood in the Liquid Academy camp seems to be of a positive one too, whereas Szachmat feel as if they can't take the map here, then what could Abyss possibly foretell? Another defensive round means that they are forced to match it. Neffy in the open, 3 players peeking through. Dema with another impactful opening kill.
Big one. Is that going to be the difference though? Finding Neffy, finding some initiation, and not only that, the re-clear through the dog as well.
And Liquid Academy haven't committed to the B play either. We've rarely seen them finish here. Something that Szachmat are so good at doing on their defensive side is calling those preemptive rotations towards that site. You saw there were 3 players there at a point in time, but with this freeze now played, a little bit of A presence shown, they still have options, as Rex will continue to play his trade outside of Mound.
Shadows traveling.
Steps finally being able to be heard. I Fake towards A, is that what Liquid are going for? Tester re-clearing by himself, and that alarm bot has bought him a lot of information. A gamble out on C, and he's managed to get 2, which is played in Szach map for this round. Demo though has his ultimate and will send players through. Demic getting through the door. What is happening? Carnage between the two as Kozok is on the heels of Cupid and gets him. Another round which we could see evening out the score, but it has to be up to the stand-in. Denver has to come up clutch for his team, but he's already been brought low, and you can see the shot being prepped by Demic. Is this all she wrote for Liquid in this round? It certainly is, as we go back to 16-16, all even.
Oh, it was Dema looking for his second ace in as many series standing in, but just couldn't amount to it in the end. And through the back door, not just once, but twice, Bacon has vacated. He knows that no matter what he does now, it is fully out of his control. Every single timeout used, and we know that for a fact. Kozok, this situation once again trying to be the motivator. It has been 8 successive defensive rounds in overtime. 4 for either team. As the overtime now goes beyond the very limits of which we've come to even know from Liquid Academy at this point, whereas Szach map, every move is uncharted territory as they try to hang on to this map which they should have seen out a long time ago.
5 players are here from Szach map as Team Liquid tried to be proactive, and while they trade even, you look to what is lost on either side. You lose information and a duelist on Liquid, but as for Szach map, they lose out on a Viper and KJ. That's big post-plant utility.
Demek is going to have the nade here as well, so GSR needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't drop into a position where he can get caught by this utility. Kozok also with a paranoia if they want to push forward or at least react. Rex closing in on the flank, and it's a deep clear of the Omen player, which he needs to find right now. Cupid creeping closer, but it may go overlooked. This is the timing.
Yeah. Rex. Oh, I was going to say, may have missed out. Kozok can't quite get the spray transfer, and now Demic has to try and find the kill at the front of sight against Cooper, but can't quite do it. I think Bacon will maybe need to see a heart surgeon after this one, because we go once again to Team Liquid Academy have an advantage in this overtime.
Hey, for Szach map, it's open heart surgery. They've been on the table so many rounds. Defensive-sided dominance, which does not falter. Vilcek, head in hands, pressed to the desk. How upset he'll have been with how these rounds have concluded. That was another one where Szach map had a double entry, which they did not convert.
Crazy. Again, as these barriers drop, it's going to be another explosive start. Mostly from Szach map, as Team Liquid wait for their chance to re-enter in towards the A side of the map. And Demar with the shorty takes Kozok clean out, takes his head, it's mush, and so are Szach map towards the A side. Now you have to rely on Nefi to at least get to bring it within touching distance for Szach map, and it will not happen whatsoever. 2 players left to hold on, and Chris will at least get his in the round.
Yeah, just slapped away the opportunity. The first 5th map that we'll have seen in 3 years is 2 kills away after Szach map had a mate in 2 for themselves.
Don't think about it just yet. That 5th map isn't confirmed just yet. Demar using his ultimate, the showstopper, to delay the players coming back in. But Chris, I mean, he's got to try and get onto the spike soon, but with 3 players standing strong for Liquid, you can't help but feel it will be that 5th and final map that we'll be heading to. We'll be heading to Abyss to decide the title for Northeast.
18-16, and the empty throne remains vacant for the taking. Szach missed opportunity. Is it one which they will come back to rue the mistake that they made in this series? A fantastic comeback from Liquid Academy. Lotus does not get past them yet again, and we will go once more.
Yeah, exactly, Hazza. I mean, you've got to be thinking of the missed opportunities that Szach had coming into that the end of that map. Will they feel that heading into Abyss? Will there be a hangover? That's the questions that I pose to them. As for Team Liquid, what have they learned from yesterday? They're able to fight through Lotus once again, but it's not a map that they've got major success on as they move in towards this 5th and final map of the best of 5.
So much running through the hearts and minds of both teams as it stands. 10 players in the server, each and every one without a challenger's title. The deepest run that they have ever made will end for half in just a moment's time. We head over to the analysts, but when we return, the final map of this series. Don't go anywhere.
Man, Bacon looks how I feel right now. Somebody needs to preemptively call this guy an ambulance. He's been having panic attacks every 2 rounds right now. This is the 2nd night in a row that these guys have gone multiple overtimes here on Lotus. And for what? This is just to keep them in the series. They're not even done yet. They've got another map to go. They've got to do this again. Oh my lord. I mean, the fact that we've only got one player over 30 kills here is actually kind of insane. I'm going to post my heart rate monitor onto Twitter after this, because this has just been ridiculous. We had interview questions ready for Szach, and Team Liquid, once again, their backs against the wall. They've come out of absolutely nowhere to get a win when they need it most. Now, it's 2-2 in the series, and we go again. There's nothing more to say. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, we did say the bar was raised high from yesterday. That lower final was incredible. Today, they decide to go one more OT to stretch it all the way to the last map of Abyss. What a map was there. Insane amount of clutches, insane amount of 4Ks. GSR once again performing insanely well. 16 years old. Kozok as well, showing that chess experience, insane amount of composure in that situation, that 1 versus 1 situation on round 30, to be able to win that and keep them in that series. But it's still not quite enough in that round. What a map. What a map. And we have one more left as well.
Yeah, we're not even done yet. This is absolutely... I said yesterday, right after we finished the show, there's no way the grand finals could ever live up to this. We just got pretty much the same map in that one that we did in map 5 last series. So yeah, we've got to go again. And look, I don't know what the stars hold for us, but it seems like we're just going to get an insane map 5 once again. So I'm just mentally preparing myself for that. Why don't, while we try and let, the 2 coaches of the teams have a decompression session, you can go through a couple rounds for us.
Yeah, let's take it down a notch for a second here. Let's look at round 6. I think this was a brilliant round in terms of Team Liquid Academy actually understanding and rather Rexstone understanding how the map works, how the pressure works that happens. You want to take a look into here and into here. What happens throughout the map in those 2 positions? Let's play it out for a bit and see what is happening in the map, who is getting spotted on the A side, and why Rexstone is gonna move up towards that C side. First of all, Rexstone starts to think that he should already rotate towards A. I think it's a great idea that he doesn't. Right now, Ninja goes for that shoulder spot. He spots 4 different players there. I think there's information on Chris as well here. There's a lot of information that causes Rexstone to instantly go forward into this position. Start pushing on that side of the map. Szach, they feel like it's a little bit too much pressure on towards that A side. They cannot quite find that pick. But here where the problem lies. here is exactly where the problem lies. Rexstone, I think, is overextended. Yeah, you saw 4 players towards A, but Lotus is such a short map that you can have these rotations very quickly, and when you overextend all the way to here, you put yourself in a position where Szachmat can actually come together, swing with 2 players, and actually get you eliminated. But that's not the only thing that's happening here. That also means that the fade is gonna rotate, and when you have the operator holding for that rotation, that means that's 2 picks gone from that one initial push. That's a tough situation that you don't want to have. Obviously, Deemer is gonna get the pick right after that, but I don't think it's still quite important in that round. It's a tough situation, but I think here is a brilliant round for Szachmat. They understand that they do not have the best guns here. Obviously, you have a Bucky, you have another Bucky, you don't really have any prominent ultimates. Yeah, Viper's Pit, then you have a couple of service, a Frenzy on Kozok, so you have to think about how you take these fights. I think it's an absolutely brilliant showing how Szachmat understands this game, understands their economy, their guns. The smoke off this angle where the operator lies, where the vandal lies, just take it chill, inch by inch, try to go forward, and when they're ready, when the Viper wall is ready, they utilize these 2 Buckies. Look at the position of Demek and Chester. Demek goes for the first pick, finds a pick with the Bucky, then goes Chester. Yeah, Demek gets traded, but look at the follow-up. Chester gets that kill with the Bucky, gets the close range duel, switches out to a rifle as well, and Cupid is down. That's the round pretty much over in that sense, and I think it's a brilliant showing of Szachmat actually utilizing a really weak buy, but being able to bring out those close duels allows them to win out that round as well.
Yep, alright. Well, I feel like we should fill for as much time as possible, just so that when we get to the break, you know, the coaches have a bit more time, or everybody has a bit more time. That was an insane map there, and we've got to go again. We've got Abyss is our final map to go. I've closed most of my tabs here with all of the information about all of the maps, because, I mean, I had enough time to bring them back up, I'm not going to lie, I was just too busy watching those overtimes. I mean, this is going to be, no matter what happens, right, this is going to be an absolutely insane final map. I think the last time we saw Abyss, obviously, from Team Liquid was yesterday against Enterprise Esports. That was one of the 2 that they lost against them, if I remember correctly. That's 8-13 on that one. They didn't look bad on it at all, but it was just one of those maps where Enterprise were just ahead. Again, Enterprise picked that map and Team Liquid just weren't fully prepared for it. But I think before that, the last time that they played it was against Wild, and that was 13-10. We have a lot to go over when we get back from our break, but we will head to that break now. Join us in a few more minutes, and we'll be back with more Valorant.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire. Then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer. Mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. Bummer, yeah. I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast Playoffs, everybody. We're wrapping things up here. No matter what, no matter which way this goes, it is the final map of the best of 5 of the grand finals. It had to be this way. We had to get to this final map. Actually, you know, if we're looking at past grand finals of this league, we didn't. But here we are for the first time, really. We're going to map 5. Abyss between these two teams. Neither of them particularly like it. I would say probably Szach is the best, is the team with the better record on it. Especially recently, obviously, they played it relatively recently against Sweet and Sour about 2 weeks ago or so. Well, a week and a half. They won that 13-4, but that wasn't really a similar matchup to the one that they've got right now, so maybe take that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also think that Team Liquid has improved from that yesterday's Abyss. I think it was a mess. There was a lot of great setups shown already, especially with the dimensional drift, breaking those vents with the salvos, having that setup towards that A side. I think there was multiple brilliant ideas, a lot of heavy post-plant setups as well, those salvos being able to actually bring out quite many rounds really closely. But I do think it's a rough map in terms of Team Liquid having to play, because it was a mess yesterday in those rounds. A lot of the times there was GSR that you had to rely on with the Sheriff to get a 4K to have that round come back, but then you had on the side of Enterprise Esports another player getting a 4K on a eco round, finding a thrifty. So it was a big mess yesterday. I do think today we might see more coordinated, even though we are on a map 5. But I do hope that all of those issues have been fixed from yesterday. The rounds are gonna be more coordinated and maybe more clean.
Hopefully, yeah, we're gonna probably take a look at the agents in a little bit, but we can already look ahead and see kind of what we expect from them. Shakmat run a very kind of comfort comp, I would say, on this map generally, with the Omen and the Astra, KO and Sova. This is kind of a, you know, I mean, these are all agents that everybody is comfortable on. They're not necessarily agents which are currently in meta, currently the best for Abyss.
Yeah, and I think it's quite unconventional comp as well, because you don't have that Sentinel, so you have to push for more information. If you would have that Cypher in terms of maybe removing the Astra or removing the Omen, have one of those double control or one of those controllers taken away from the roster and having a Cypher, you'd have so much more information. But I think with this composition, with Szach's composition, you have to push for more information, especially on the defensive side. Yeah, sure, on the attacking side, you have a lot more stuff that you can actually initiate on site. You have a lot of more places that you can cover with 4 different smokes. But I think the defensive side is where you have your struggles, especially when you don't have a Sentinel. In terms of Team Liquid, they have much better composition for that, because they have a double Sentinel, which is in terms really hard to counter, especially on the attacking side as well.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, it doesn't make much of a difference in terms of actual ability to win the map. It's all going to be about how you play it at that point. They're going to have very different ideas of what an attacking round looks like and what a defensive round looks like. Look, we're at the end of a best of 5. We've been going for hours now, and as we saw towards the end of Lotus there, strats don't matter. Both of the coaches had their hands on their heads, their heads on their tables. It didn't matter what was going on. The players were just seeing what was in front of them and playing the video game. And I think the same kind of thing is going to apply here. Obviously, the coaches can now talk to their players a little bit before the match starts, and they're going to have timeouts, unlike well into that overtime when they both run out of their timeouts. So they are going to have strats going. I just think that, you know, we've got so late in the night. We have a lot of players who aren't used to having best of 5s and running all the way until the end of a series, that it is just going to be a bit of a slog, and you're just going to have to do best with what you know.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, this is the second best of 5 2 days in a row, so it's a rough situation. I think I share your sentiment. I think there's probably going to be a point in Abyss, maybe round 8 or something, where the strats are just going to be thrown out of window, and it's pretty much just trying to execute your fundamental Valorant with your teammates, to have those trades, have that aim, and have that confidence. Momentum is something that we haven't talked too much about, especially after Enterprise drop, but I think momentum is a heavy part as well. And when we talk about momentum, the momentum killer is one of those things that we have to bring out as well. I think that's the job of the coaches. Bacon, you have to rely on that. Wheel check, you have to rely on that as well to be able to stop that momentum if the enemy team gets that. So I think they will play a big part in this map. Yesterday we might have not seen that early timeouts that we would have wanted. I think especially for the side of Enterprise Esports. I think today should be a different story, especially in this Abyss.
Yeah, I think definitely you kind of put it well there, that the coaches are going to have more of a role of just trying to keep their players on track. There are no changes, obviously, composition-wise. I don't think you want to play with a formula this late into the day with a map that you really haven't played that much anyway. I mean, there's not much more we can add to this. There really isn't a lot strategically that is going to be going through these guys' heads. At this point, it is put your heads down, shoot the opposition players, win the series, let's get this over with, let's not overcomplicate this. Hopefully, that is going to be the case, and we see a little bit, the tiniest, last, like, smidge of hyper-focus that these guys have, because, yeah, towards the end of that last map, things got very hairy, and I reckon we're going to see a lot more of that over the next hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the last map of the first split of Northeast, and these guys are gonna be thrown in the abyss. But we have our casters ready. Cairo and Hazard, take it away one more time.
Moments like this do not come often. Do you rise to the occasion or fall flat because of it? This is about writing a legacy from this point onwards. Every single team to have won a championship within North and East for the last 4 splits has gone back to back. To write history for yourself. That is what Szach have to try and do here in the face of a Liquid Academy side on an upward swing.
I mean, that's it, Hazard. We are in Tier 2. The first time the Academy rosters have been introduced, and the first time of asking, is an Academy roster going to win Northeast, or will it be an all-Polish side to prove to be the resistance to the onslaught of these big organisations looking to capitalise and take control of everything that is on offer in Valorant? Both of these teams have gone round for round, that proven in last map's overtime, but it's a best that will decide everything between these two.
2 big regions that just get bigger, and with that better. The next generation, the new era ushered in by youth, rookies, either side, their debut at this level, and it's a grand final. A first grand final for all of them, which goes 5 maps. It starts off with a confident Liquid Academy, one which searches out all of mid before preparing to retake the B site.
Oh, that's a lovely arc rose that GSR is going to capitalise upon. Unfortunately, Ninja has gone wandering too far, and Dema is in the back lines to prove to be another issue. A knife between the shoulder blades, and now we end up within a 3 versus 2, nearly a 3 versus 1, as Dema proves still to be an issue. Spike planted, but Nefi is occupied elsewhere, and as we have said many times throughout many series, Team Liquid will find the pistol round.
Yeah, it's a given at this point in time, and just yet another reason if you're Szach to be worried about where this one could be going. They were 11-6 down on Lotus for those who tuned into that map. But Abyss yesterday, and what we've seen from them so far, the retakes were where a lot was left to be desired. So the fact that they've managed to back that up with some serious proactivity, immediately testing the flank as well, where they never really got the value from that against Enterprise, is showing good signs early on of how this one goes. And well, look, Szach are right back in it with a force.
I mean, it's crazy. 3 series played for Team Liquid Academy, and 13 maps. The maximum amount between those 3 series has been played.
And the last 4 series played all to deciders. This one, again, following that trend. A Team Liquid Academy of tenacity is what we're looking at. For Szach, think back to Fracture. Think to that force by which they made there. It's an anti-force from Liquid Academy, which could just grow this lead early on.
Demic looking to be a force to be reckoned with all the way through heaven, but it's Dema and Cupid who combine right now. Kozok goes a step too far, and Nefi with just the Sheriff, the one lone purchase, the one lone pistol, left all alone. And while Team Liquid punish Szach's desperate play early doors, they will gain a massive advantage in the economy.
And as I said before, it's more of the same kind of things. That time, a quicker retake. But when I said before that Liquid Academy struggled with this, it was more towards that A site. I'm thinking of so many times where they weren't able to set themselves up, and even there, while Cupid's stealth drone does get shot out early doors, the playback through is sublime. The analytical quality to this development squad has been such a key detail in their improvement of performances, map on map, series on series. So when it comes to Abyss, the devil's in the details, and the ones that you scrutinize are the ones which seem to have been improved upon early on here.
Right there.
Avengers just caught the shoulder of Chester. Well, we'll catch the chest as well. A bullet put through it. The rest of the players are trying to contest with different lanes and seeing what they can find. Liquid, you can't help but feel at these long range with the better weaponry are more than favoured. Demic, the only difference, the only different buy to be bought through in terms of a Marshall that will help at long range, but need to hit the head.
Yeah, you do, and that's something I was just about to mention. Because Liquid Academy keep it clean, you've got a couple of cheap upgrades, everyone's on heavy shields.
Blocking vision.
You have to think back. Szach
30 seconds left.
against Sweet and Sour on this map, a team which had looked invincible coming out of that first Swiss stage in uppers. 13-4 result for them there. Momentum built at every possible opportunity, and even to get a spike plant in now would be a best case scenario, you feel.
10 seconds.
Play is feigned for just a moment, and while Rex is hot to it, equal to it for Chris, catches Neffy as well. That is brilliant work from the youngster.
Yeah, just waits for the rest of the players to come through before taking that peek. At least that's what I thought was going to happen. Rex far too confident to allow Kozok to lie and wait in main. 3 rounds in a row, flawless, and on top of that, you just saw there a couple of ultimates, or 8 ultimate to come online. That'll be the dimensional drift for Demo. Not only that, that economy's built up a little bit with a flawless round there. So things at the start looking pretty good for Team Liquid Academy.
You've got a Teho to combine with this play as well. If you can reveal a player, you know which corners to clear. It helps buff the retake, of which we said there are issues with for Liquid Academy before. But when I go back and talk about momentum that Szach had, it's Liquid Academy right now in full stride. After the rounds that they strung together to keep themselves going from Lotus, the confidence will be sky high. And Szach on this round to stop the bonus, this is absolutely everything, because you could find yourself falling out of this final very shortly after if you can't put an end to this while it's in motion.
I think that's the big thing. This round is a clear indicator to where the confidence is at, where the heads are at for Szach, whether they truly have been knocked by that last round at Demic. Left alone in mid to gain Ninja. That's the Astra, that's the controller, that's your smokes.
The downfall of Lotus for Szach was when they weren't able to convert these opening picks. They've managed to find one now. As we say, Liquid continually confident. To just add on to what we were saying, you're talking about a team which went to the elimination game, the 2-2 match of Upper Swiss. And when they hit their form, that's the exact same reason why they found themselves in this playoff stage, in this deep run. Rex with it flowing through his veins now, the one tasked to stop the A-site push.
Demic from above, just raining down lead. Dema, who has started to be a real highlight, will bring out the dimensional drift, but from the top of site once again is where Rex is condemned. Dema has switched positions with the rest of Szach, but he needs to find value. That's the key word, which he won't get. GSR coming back through with a Sheriff and a Spectre. You're expecting this will be the round that Szach will get the response that was needed.
No chance for GSR here. A few maps on Abyss. The reason for him picking up that Upper Swiss MVP, you were even seeing the quality of his Sheriff the last time that they showed it, but this is too tall an order to ask for the 16-year-old, and so Szach will get their first on the board, meaning that Liquid Academy advance no further than the rounds that you expected them to plot on the graph after stopping that force buy early doors. Huge.
Yeah, exactly the case. They've got a few, I guess, extra credits in the bank, and with that being said, an operator has been introduced for Team Liquid Academy, and it's not on the player you expect it to be. It's Ninja, full flowing of confidence, the Astra player, who will take up position in mid with it. As for Szach, they found a weakness in A and they want to exploit it.
Emma early on dodges the knife. I don't know if he'd been spotted here, but decides to dip out. But again, just reconfirming this, the one map that you will see him take to the Teo, and well, with Rex sat all the way back in spawn, he will not get caught by the null command. All of this utility should remain active for the time being to help support Liquid, strengthen the site, and strengthen they will. Double out of Dema, the stand-in stands tall, with Cupid following it up. It's a fourth.
Yeah, I mean, that just looked that just looked completely textbook. The way they come back out of city and to back site, the smokes to support it. Not only that, you can just see players getting caught on top of site where Szach had taken space before, right? They'd taken up these positions. Team Liquid Academy were aware of it, caught them. But with that being said, again, another thing to note, as you said, dutiful in my approach to it. The ultimates are coming back online.
Yeah, Szach have got a couple of heavy hitters here, which they really need to be banking on. So much we said before, riding on this fifth and final map. For Szach as well, you've got to think of the monetary value of finding a first place. Something we said before is that second stage syndrome with so many free agent teams that we've seen in East over the years. Chippy Chappers, Rapid Ninjas, a couple of names that weren't quite able to hit the heights. While Challengers EMEA does still remain on the horizon, this is your opportunity to make a serious dent. Support yourselves in the process, and well, this round starts with mid.
Chris is falling off the map.
What?
Oh, that's a massive loss. I don't know if that was maybe the salvos or what it was that pushed him away, but with him being found, no more smokes, means trying to get onto site like A with us having that little bit more difficult, forcing Szach to go through mid and having to take up that spot.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I'd love to see a replay of it. As it stands, Szach have opened up heaven. Nice paranoia, playing through, but Demek hanging from top mid to connector has the perfect position to make this a problem. Dashes back in support towards vents. Szach set up in post. They have the Hunter's Fury from which to work on Kozok's shoulders. Rex with one of his own, and he will get a chance to use it.
Oh, looks away at the wrong time, and both players, oh no! There's a player right behind you! Cupid has to wait. And look at this, Kozok's running away,
yeah, just
wasting
run away.
time. 2 versus 3, and both remaining players are at the back of sight. GSR just wasn't quick enough, and now in the 2 versus 1, both of Szach are completely isolated from each other. Banking on the Hunter's Fury, Cupid goes high, goes above, it catches Neffy off guard, but misses out. Survives on 5 HP, and that was far too close for comfort.
Way too close, but close doesn't quite cut it. Szach will get their second round. Vilcek in disbelief, but you disregard the context. The round was picked up. I mean, I wasn't prepared on the replay to see what happened. Chris, not happy, but yeah, they do pick up the round most importantly. And just hanging a player back through mid. Kozok win condition with the Hunter's Fury. No chance you lose from that point onwards.
Emma clears out A main by themselves, leaves the other 2 players there, and already towards the B side.
It's fantastic. 3 players already over towards B. They've done their due diligence, and now it's all about holding the line. A difficult task on this side of the map with Chester behind the wall. There's no audio cue. They just don't know. And he's there through the back door, ready for the backstab. Dema flies in front, doesn't spot Chester, each the opposite way. And without being able to claw a kill back, Liquid Academy have to keep it, call it quits.
Yeah, fair enough. They respect the what was invested into that round, and would rather keep the guns that they have, considering how low that money is. I mean, it was a nice set play idea that Liquid went for, but I mean, Szach Mat were equal to it. The Omen TP, they don't know exactly where Chester is gone, just steps out from the veil of the Cosmic Divide, catches players off guard.
And that's the kind of depth that we expect from this team at this point in time. I mean, the statistics showed they're 2-0 on this map, but that then becomes 3-0 if you consider the run that they've been on. So many of those series, those officials invaluable to the development of this team. As much as you talk about there being an academy on one side, this is a Szach Mat project which has gone from strength to strength with the time that they've been offered themselves. There is no big pressure, no, 25-year anniversary organization sat on your shoulders. It's the expectations of each and every one of these players who have made challengers competitions before, but never been this far.
Look towards mid here. Team Liquid Academy looking to put some sort of defence there. You can see Demo's just holding on towards the ropes towards top mid. Well, Szach Mat are making inroads on B. Need to be careful of GSR here, because his Sheriff has done work from this position before, caught blind and deposited into the depths.
Like wolves, they hunt him down, and Dema again trying to do damage on the way back in, just gets shown the door. The spectator screen. Liquid Academy still holding on to 3 rifles, and as diligently as Cupid wants to clear out mid, Kriz is hanging back as far as is humanly possible just to play post with the util that he has. They've got to go a long way to search for him, and they will pass each other by, in fact. Neither of them know.
No, they don't. That's the worst part about it. Time is ticking away, and there is impotence on getting things a move on if that's to be the case. In fact, I think this is another save round. As you can see, Cooper hunting for these kills, doesn't quite get it. Time too late. Team Liquid Academy happy with the damage that they have done. Just catch Kriz on the fadeaway, won't get the kill. 4 apiece between these two.
And we've seen a little bit of that from Dema on both the defense and I expect to on the attack as well, where he does just go hunting for a kill. In that situation, you really want it to be able to follow up off the information of GSR's death and not have him fall in vain. But at the same time, such risky plays that he's trying to make, and with it being the same kind of flash through heaven each and every time, Szach Mat start to get a feel for how this defense is reacting to their post plant.
Starting to get a read. I mean, they tried to do this last round where they want to deposit Dema towards bottom mid, and every single time it feels as if Szach Mat are equal to it.
Timing.
Away. Yeah, he's still on his util. GSR's going to get caught completely off guard. Cupid still standing strong. Can't quite get one more, and will respect the space that has been taken, and even depositing an ultimate. Dema, now Kriz stuck there towards top mid, can't quite escape. Nobody can capitalise on the position.
It's a huge investment with no return just yet. Cupid gets 1 kill and then gets out of the situation. Kriz with the clear, mid under his banner yet again. And we go into post where Szach Mat look to be in a strong position. They've repossessed Heaven Control, and while there is a Cosmic Divide available, it is actually going to cut them off here.
Yeah, the defensive Cosmic Divide to get onto the spike, but the Kriz and the likes get a chance to even get through the wall, flashing, and Dema's completely blind, and Cupid, well, he got his third. Szach Mat have got their third in a row. Team Liquid Academy not being able to answer it. In fact, it's 4 in a row, sorry. And the onslaught has not stopped, and Bacon hasn't called a stop to procedures either.
I mean, it just shows Szach Mat's ability to mentally reset after a tortuous 4th map in this series. 18-16. For all the rounds played, for all the opportunities they had to see that one through. They've got their head back above the waterline now and lead yet again. Chris such a key component of that round, and for as much as I talk about each and every one of these players on Szachmat not having gone so far, he's gone the furthest. Coming into this team, into Upper Swiss, as still just a 17-year-old, his time on Zero Tenacity has proved to be invaluable. It's a slow start to this round from Szachmat, but they are finding the kills when the fights are presented.
Last player standing.
So much discipline shown, and Liquid Academy will be lucky to get away with even one here. They won't.
Flawless fashion. 2 rounds are left, and I don't know, is Bacon happy with 4 rounds, just 4 rounds on the defence, considering the start that they have? I mean, it seems to be the case, so you would think. Again, a little bit late, but it comes in nonetheless. Wants to introduce himself and talk about the last 2 rounds and what they can do differently.
And with, you know, only a couple of rounds remaining, you want to make your imprint on this half and salvage a 6-6 while there are a couple of ults available. Dimensional Drift, Steel Garden, both tools which you'll be banking on coming into a retake scenario. From the 2 times that we've seen Liquid Academy play this, 1 win, 1 loss, 1 from Upper Swiss and 1 in playoffs, they only have a 30% or 38% attack-sided win rate. So the defense is really where you've got to, you know, dig your heels in, find something for yourself, and this climb back into the game. And look, we've spoken so many times about the comeback ability of this Liquid Academy side, even for how young they are. Szachmat cannot make that mistake twice.
We can't. Again, just to note, Steel Garden, Dimensional Drift available, Team Liquid Academy, for what they want to do here in this round, whether it's a retake, whether it's to go and gain information and take things on the front foot. One thing that they have changed up is the positions of the Vise and the Deadlock. Different sites they switch, and the rest of the foes towards mid. And this time, Dema is getting his chance to actually walk down deep mid here.
Will drop the barrier mesh just as that initial utility comes in. Blocks Demek for a moment. Updraft is over the top of the books instead. The safety his own teammate Smoke rounding the corner and a crossfire placed. Szachmat looking like they want to fight this one forwards through the link position as well, and Chester hitting like a truck. 2 kills from him, and GSR the only line of resistance. Still
managing to get one back. Steel Garden still available, Hazard.
Liquid Academy look like they want to try and invest this. Kozok yet to be cleared, and the flash from Nefi attempts to play him in, but the post plant in full swing right now. Double held angle. Cooper in a clutch. No utility left to fall back upon. 2 players to hard clear in positions which they are yet to give up. Through danger, you must look for any opportunity. And while the captain has been calling well above his years at this point in time, there's still so much left to be asked. And with the gravity well available for Chris, the work is cut out for Cooper, and so is the round. 7 for Szachmat, and Chris will make damn sure of it.
Well, advantage confirmed. Perhaps can go one better towards 8. The Deadlock switch with the Vise wasn't enough. Neither was having every single one of the players ready to go in the post plan for the retake. They get caught off guard. Now this looks to be a powder keg of a round when you look what's available for both sides, or what could be available for both sides, should I say.
What are the use in lessons if you don't
Rupert starting strong, Emma just there behind him, but it's this duelist, unfortunately, we've got to put under the microscope. He had a torrid time last time out. Chris finding yet another one there in mid to kick off the final round of the half.
Defensive Astra as well. All those stars gone, Grav well, concussed, the full shebang. Could be a disaster, that initiation which Team Liquid would usually rely upon. The Vise utility on the E side is completely down, as now Szachmat are going to get their chance onto the E side.
No opportunity for Liquid Academy to put a wedge on this site. Dema, right now, doesn't look like he has a TP. Got to commit to making this fight happen in main as the Steel Garden comes in.
perfect position for it to come in, as the shorties aren't going to hit, but the Sheriff certainly are. There's still one player at the back of sight, but he can't escape. We're down to a 2v2, and Chris doesn't have the most health either. 2 shots Kozok has in pocket. Both players trying to stop GSR defusing, but they'll be denied. More than equal to the task. It will be 7-5 on the next half.
GSR finding 4 and finding form in the 5th map of this series. I jumped the gun on a point I wanted to make as we now have hit the halftime swap. You're looking at Dema onto this attack side now. Can he be a driving force in closing the gap with this Yoru, making space, and then most importantly for me, post plants? Liquid Academy was so lackluster in that department against Enterprise. They could take the site, they couldn't hold on to it. And not to just put all of the onus on Dema to be the guy to do that for him, but if he's going to go and take these extra jewels, is there a second layer of support? And if he's going to, you know, still be that first of line of defense but drop back, is there a contact piece and is someone else going to peek off it? I need to see that synergy from them here.
The big thing for me is more than the latter half of your point. Is there going to be more support? Are the people going to be playing together? Because there was so many times where there would be gaps in terms of the tradability of players. Yeah, that's not the real deal. That is, and Dema has been found as the first kill once again.
Completely isolated. GSR still alive, but only 6 points of health from which to work. And walks back into the B site as the rest of his team are battered and bruised. Buried 6 feet under. Smoke will plume, but the spike's on the other side. And as good as that Nebula would have been to retrieve it, instead, it is a bullet magnet. Szach fire through to send themselves to what could be the 8th round on this defender's side. A story we've seen before, but one which you feel fails to repeat from Lotus to Abyss now.
Won't make the same mistake twice. You've got to feel calm. And Bacon doesn't have 2 timeouts in the second half, he has just 1. That's not the same case as Lotus. Pistol round converted, and now into the anti-eco. I mean, it's fair to say Team Liquid have been pretty risk adverse when it comes to this second round as compared to their opponents who have not been.
In terms of the buy here for Szach, it's sort of few and far between. Outlaw, Marshall, just a Guardian and Bulldog in terms of those rifles, really. So, wondering how good that bonus is going to look to just see if they can kick things on. Liquid Academy are all classics, and right now, maybe trying to take an orb or 2 in tow.
Had both players drop here. Ninja and GSR, and Chester has found Ninja, who's not been having a good map whatsoever. Top fragged in the last one, but won't be able to top frag here. Dema, though, at least gets rid of Chester. Spike going down, upgrade has been found.
It's another box checked, man. They got the spike down now in this situation.
Rex.
Dema is the opportunity that they have here to get a kill. Mephi has gone down, and as you say, Rex is on a flank, but a flank which is going to come in way too late.
Looking to be found here to at least fall to one of these players. I don't think he's going to get the chance to defuse or deny the spike, just missing out with these classic shots. Will finally be found by Chris, and it will be number 9, but good damage most importantly there. Back to Szach. Should hopefully deny their bonus round, which is usually very, very good. It's just a singular rifle from Kozok.
Yeah, at least it is for now. It depends whether Chester wants to buy up beside this or anyone else for that fact. Marshall and Outlaw, the ones that survive. And this is it. Last chance saloon for Team Liquid Academy. I don't want to call it too far ahead of time, but if Szach find a way to cobble together this bonus to net double digits in the 11th round you expect behind it, I mean, what, that would be 11-5? That's just one extra round shy of the 11-6 that we saw last time, but even then, it doesn't happen twice. It shouldn't happen twice.
Now, Well, as the saying goes, lightning doesn't strike twice, and Chester looking to at least strike once, find one kill, and won't be able to do so. Team Liquid, Ninja, finally getting a kill, which feels like it's been so long since he's done so. Demo's already on site, and the rest of the players for Team Liquid aren't really here to support. It's just him all alone. Well, the spike gets ferried finally onto where the plant spot should be.
Great entry work from Dema, and look at this, dropping back, not overplaying their hand. 5 versus 3, you've got a strong post plant, and with Rexstone still alive here as well, all of his utility combined with GSRs to just make this impossible. Team Liquid Academy have parked the bus, and Szach will be lucky to find a way through.
Well, made their way in. Still utility to work with. Just
Free kill.
hitting it home, man. It is as easy as it could possibly be. It's set on a plate, and well, Team Liquid are eating nice. Kozok does have a rifle to work with here and will find Rex, but as for anything more, it won't be the case. 4 rifles through though will at least allow that economy to grow a little bit, but as for how well it can grow is another thing entirely.
And once again, I'm seeing bright signs early in the half that Liquid Academy are building upon what they will have put into those review sessions. You know, with the double analyst combo, Cupid, Bacon, the lot. The support that they have, the support which Szach maybe can't rely upon in spades. And the example that I give there is just Rex having the utility and then players playing off it. How many times did they go in post-plant before and not actually have that initial contact to capitalize?
Looks like Szach might have some sort of trap play here with Demic down on books. Nefe playing behind, 2 flashes in pocket, the drone coming out here. What's the initiation? Demic needs to be careful and isn't. Gets caught. Dema, the opposite number, finds the kill.
And now, might just have greenlit the path towards the A site. Chris here.
Next.
2 stars already placed towards the site. A statement of intent from him. Cupid elsewhere. I don't know what kind of a fake he's trying to sell right now, because Liquid Academy have sold no illusions. Szach are under nothing. Ooh. They want to hit this site, and Dema has hit him where it hurts, in and out. Do they seriously still want to reconsider this? They're at least waiting for their IGL to arrive, but it's given time for Szach to place the crossfire, which crumbles under GSR.
Magic stuff in the end. Given the targets, waiting for the players to peek into them rather than trying to peek the Szach, who have been hitting the heights that you expect them to. I mean, Demic there, I don't know if he's waiting for a flash or if the flash was too shallow. What was the case? It just did not hit like you expected it to. He's been caught. That was the start of the round. It continued to be the case as we started to head in towards the latter stages. And as for this one, Szach, the defense, have had their economy broken, forced to an eco, and they've put all of their forces, or majority of them, towards the B side.
And as much as we spoke about Liquid Academy having a marginally weaker offense on this map, you have to speak to Szach's own defense to match that. And when you look at the win rate, it is halved from 82% to 42% on this side of the 3 times that we've seen it. You can only start to get worried for them in this kind of position. Liquid convert this. That's 1 round of difference between the teams.
Another utility is coming in, and Chris just missed the head of Dema. Site going to be in the perfect place for Team Liquid Academy's post plan, as you'd imagine, with all that time.
I never want to be the harsh critic, but Dema has definitely stepped things up so far. The real test is going to be into that rifle round. He's taking the first contact here. Who does he have in support? Rex right by his side. This is what we want to see. He's actually TP'd out and left his Sentinel to fight this solo, but Rex passes with flying colours. It gets 2, but 2 back for Szach.
I mean, that's going to be a disaster as Ninja goes as well and forces out the Steel Garden, which I don't think was necessary considering players are already on pistols as an eco round. And Team Liquid Academy will find that eluded 8th.
It's just that little lapse in communication. Demo was right there, I'm getting ready to sing his praises, and then whoop, he's just TP'd out of there and, you know, sold Rex down the river. But still, 2 kills, enough. Szachmat doing damage. Once more, damage doesn't cut it. Team Liquid timeout. Bacon again. But Vilcek on the opposite side, he has a lot of tools at his disposal. Ops coming out for Demek for the first time that we've really seen so far on this defense to get active. You've got a Hunter's Fury to work with from the shadows for a quick rotation if required. And catching up pretty close on the remainder of those as well, most notably Kriz. Just 1 orb away from the Cosmic Divide, and as the top performer on the team, you expect him to notch it soon.
I mean, it's interesting that it's Bacon the one to call it, most importantly. Wonder what he's seen. I mean, obviously, like the eagerness to use the ultimates, etc. But I wonder what he's going to change in terms of how they played, like their defaults, how they're playing throughout the map.
No charges.
I got trolled there for a second. I thought we were maybe going to see a double timeout, but just the conclusion of it. As I said before, Szachmat in a position to build a game plan around the few ults that they do have at their disposal and the ones soon to come online. We've seen a bit of a change up as Kriz is now stationed with his own utility towards the B side. Chester bearing on down to his one-way on A. But how many times have we seen Liquid on the attack just call a default immediately off the timeout, get an initial read on what the setup looks like from the defense, and back to this A site of which they are so very accustomed now.
Drone has got that info. Starting to really abuse this A side, or at least so it would seem. Getting utility pulled out from that A defense.
It's a few pieces which you know, maybe expect to see back. Drone invested from Szachmat. Kozok just calling to the rest. I mean, he's looking around the one-way. I don't know if he fully cleared main there. And actually, they've kept 2 players as the salvos were invested by Cupid towards Vent. Just trying to sell the idea that this could be an A split push. Still, Demek looking down the midst of mid should be in the perfect position to confirm this is all a ruse and it's a B play with the 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's the worrying aspect, is the time. The 6th man that helped out Szachmat on Lotus may help them out once more. Rex though denies it. The Hunter's Fury is firing off bolts. Players just in front of the wall that's come in, and while the spike has been used, it's the players that are going to be sitting in front that grab the kills. Neffy 3 on the round. Rex and GSR have to combine, but they won't. Just up to Rex now, the sole sentinel who'll be put to the depths and destroyed by a big massive sword. Double digits, Szachmat find.
Yeah, you even saw the null command invested there by Neffy, and while on the surface it may look like an overinvestment, against the Vice and the Deadlock, it makes sense because you're worrying about potential little bits of utility to play them back in. If it was me personally, I'm more worried about the gun in the hands of that dynamic duo because the amount of 2v4s they've won over this campaign has definitely been a sight to behold. But here, it's the quick retake. It's a possibility for a setup to be made on the B site. You even saw Rex have that first sonic sensor shot out as players were able to keep the link control for themselves. 2 rounds the difference. Liquid with another full purchase here.
I mean, Szachmat this time going for that mid plate, maybe looking to deposit. Shadows. Demek down there as the op has changed up positions and changed hands. Chester holding from B heaven.
Liquid Academy, it's back to basics and back to the B site. Chester's caught one and managed to get out. That's Rextone gone, and once again, precious utility lost. Neffy once more, flashing himself back through. Maybe Szachmat are getting lost in the source because Liquid are laying them out on the ground.
They have. Last time it seemed like measured aggression, this time it feels like desperation. As you said, caught in the sauces, Demi is having to get his teammate of Chris to bail him out, and it brings it back to 2v2. Still, Demic is only one body shot away, and Chris only has one star. Even after the Cosmic Divide invested, Cooper is playing on the other side, knows that he can just bide his time and wait, and uses the correct time to pick up the last kill.
Liquid Academy doing all the right things in the end. I hate to point the finger at Dema again, but the guy just makes your heart stress. I did like the use of the fake out towards backside for him to sort of just sell the idea that maybe he was running away from the situation, but no one on the Szachmat side fights down. And now 4 from 5 for Liquid Academy puts them in prime position to win out this end game. 3 ults from which to work, and Szachmat have just not seen the results from their own.
Dimensional drift from Dema will clear out the full site as Szachmat respect the push. At the same time though, they're not respecting the backline as they look to try and investigate and see if there's any cracks back there, Hazza, which Szachmat, the defense, can manipulate.
Go Ninja's trying to plug that gap, walking into trouble, and Demek comes in the form of the Blade Storm. GSR not yet revealed by the knife, the opposite way, the 0 points not caught him. GSR's found a head. Demek's gone down, and Kozok out from Rafters gets one, but Deadlock's already done their work. Rex adding another. Dema prowling the front line with the support of Cooper. Liquid Academy come crashing down on Szachmat's skulls to tie us at 10-10.
Listen, we have been here before. We've been here in a scenario where both teams find themselves equal. But can there be the difference? I mean, the big difference for me already, the Cosmic Divide is still on Ninja, who has not been having a great game, Hazza. He needs to survive long enough in the post plant. Now, especially with those stars in pocket, especially with that ultimate, which can be oh so decisive.
For everyone on the Szachmat side, there is no standout performer. It is a team united here, which just need to show that next level of coordination to find it through the following round. Steel Garden goes, and the story says Chester's going to have to get out of here before too long. Trying to backfill the space, they take some room to the site. Still Liquid Academy moving forwards, flying into their faces. Demek over the top, drops inside the Deadlock wall. The mesh keeps him held. And Liquid Academy have done just enough to hold Szachmat back.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide just to be the cherry on top. Is that enough to stop the players coming back through? No, they're going through CT instead, Hazza.
I mean, look at the money. Szachmat aren't going to have anything left in pocket in the next one anyway. It's the grand final. It's the 5th map. If there was any moment to make it happen, they're looking like it wants to be now. Kozok and Chris, same duo as before. Both players stunned by Rex's own sonic sensor. But still, they step forward. 11 Liquid Academy, 2 rounds away.
They are 2 rounds away, and this round right now is the perfect round to go up and get that map, series and championship point. As Szachmat are on an eco, as you said, but they do have some different pieces and a little bit more money than you would expect to prove to be the difference.
You look back through the history of Szachmat, the year plus that they've put together to find these results as a team. And it ended up taking 3 seasons or so of the East Open for them to even get their first win in East United, to be a team which could prove they could be promoted. And while they've done all of that now through playoffs, and it feels like a world behind them, the development of this team, if they can't take the next few, you feel as if still leaves a little bit left to be desired. Those final few rounds which they need to win this Challengers Grand Final at the first time of asking, the kind of feat which they haven't been able to do. Not up until this point in time.
Well, they still have to pay respect to their opponents because these Sheriffs have hit before, and we are going to get another deathmatch opportunity. 4 players on either side walk into mid here, Hazard.
All hands on deck. Szach will put every single player forward that they have, with the exception of Chris as the safety net on A to save their souls here on Abyss. It's a couple of kills, it won't suffice. Cupid's found 3! 3 big kills to take them a step closer to 12. Just a couple of Sheriffs left that remain, and neither of them in a position to deny this B push.
And listen, Szach don't want to waste any time picking up rifles. They want to get to the B side, they want to gamble and see if they can upset early this post plan.
It's all on Neffy, the captain's shoulders. It hangs in the balance and he just can't hang the shot. The Sheriff bullets whistle past Liquid Academy. Music to their ears. But what can Chris do? The youngest player on the Szach side, stepping in for Upper Swiss, can't even find the first shot. So it is map, series, and championship point for Team Liquid Academy.
But they have to go up against the full buy that Szach have, the last opportunity that they will have to contest Team Liquid. They're at the front foot. They've let teams in the back door before. Team Liquid Academy cannot slip now. They have an Armageddon to push themselves over the line, and it comes down to this.
The start of a new era beginning in front of our very eyes. The future of Team Liquid in safe hands of the Academy for now, but yet still, they have to find a way to close. Pressure put on early here to Szach. One of the few final buys that they may have. Split across the map, mid left open, that has been an issue. With 7 of the last 8 rounds going the attack's way. Calling in what could be their final push towards that title.
Playing anti-cause up, hangs on the other side of the smoke. The player's not through just yet, a crossfire, but still Chester is able to get 2. Keep Szach somewhat in this as Neffy nearly falls into the abyss. Has to go up in a big 1v1 versus Rex, who stands tall. A player to the good Team Liquid Academy. Can you send it home?
It looks like they might just do it. Back into all of the utility. Szach must go.
The wall, denying, delaying, stopping the last 2 remaining players who are forced to be crouched, forced by the grab net. Demo now, denying, GSR supporting. It's all up to the last remaining player of Chris. He's trying to use the Nebulous to get through, but he won't get it. It's Team Liquid Academy to go all the way up the mountain and claim the crown.
The peak has been conquered by a new king. Welcome a new champion to Northeast, the first academy of their kind. Team Liquid Academy battled back brilliantly through Lotus. And coming now onto Abyss, where the odds ever against them, they have managed to pull it seemingly out of nowhere. Bacon ecstatic, Cupid lost for words, and Dema take a bow. The stand-in the last 3 series, taking more wins for himself personally than he has in his previous 10 officials. So many plays to be proud of for them, and history written by this team.
I mean, what a series, Hazard. They have played 3 series in 3 consecutive days with the maximum amount of maps needed to finish out. Within some maps, the maximum amount of rounds needed to finish that out. The amount of Valorant that these kids have played and the amount of maturity that has been shown on server is nothing short of admirable, right? That's just the way it's been, and congratulations to the teams. And do you know what? Listen, there was people out on Twitter that were asking why are they picking up certain players. Do you know what? There's your answer, mate. There's a title to contest with.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what a day. What a day for Team Liquid Academy here. They've proven everyone they can go as far as the limits of finding a championship in their first ever stage. as an organisation here in Northeast, the first of which we have ever seen. A performance to be proud of, as I say, once again. And in this league, which we expected to be dominated by European super teams, they have proven everybody wrong.
Absolute cinema. There is no other way to put this. This has been an insane series, the likes of which we generally do not see in this league. That is such a way to end it. I think the reaction of Bacon just says absolutely everything there. Team Liquid Academy worked so hard with their backs against the wall to make that one work after what was a very tough start to this series. First off, they're coming into a series where their opponent gets 2 bans against them, forcing them onto maps that are uncomfortable to them. They were given the opportunity to play on Split, gifted that, and squandered it. They didn't manage to get that victory on Split, and yet they were able to bring it back in the latter half of the series. Absolutely insane stuff. They fully deserve that victory. I am incredibly excited for them.
Absolutely, and even after seeing how rough the first half of this Abyss was, they were already losing their grip after being up 4-1. All of a sudden, Szach just starts controlling that mid. It's impossible to Team Liquid find anything in that situation, but all of a sudden the tables turn and Team Liquid, they are the winners.
I mean, immediately for you now, we have an interview with Ninja here. First off, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, look, what do we even say here? Cupid told us yesterday that you were looking forward to this game and showing off your map pool today. Despite losing your mainstay here in Split, how do you think your map pool and your confidence has developed since last time you played Szach map?
I think besides maybe Fracture, we are very confident about our maps. Split didn't go our way. We did some silly mistakes, but it's fine. We prepared for Lotus. We're also preparing for Bean that they unfortunately banned, but we are pretty confident in the VO5.
Okay, it's Challengers League Grand Finals. You haven't gotten here previously, but now with the new roster, you weren't only able to reach here, but win it as well. What does it mean to you as a player and as a team to be crowned the first Northeast Split winner?
It's an amazing feeling. Last Split, I couldn't achieve that. I'm very happy from the work we did with whole squad, with our coach, with our manager also. He's insane. Without him, we wouldn't be there. It's obviously the best present that I could imagine for my birthday. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, talking about celebrating your birthday and the prom as well, obviously with the lower finals and the grand finals going on, you probably didn't have too much time to celebrate your birthday and the prom, but now you have the win of Northeast Challengers League as well. How are you gonna celebrate all of this after this?
I think I will just sit with my family and just, I don't know, enjoy our time.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Look, we talked a little bit earlier about the doubts people have had with the Academy roster for Team Liquid, how hard you've been working to prove naysayers wrong. Do you have anything to say to your fans, to anybody on Twitter before prepping for Challengers EMEA? And as well as that, do you have anything to say to kind of Cupid and Bacon, the people who helped build this roster?
Yeah, I'm very thankful for both Cupid and Bacon because they have amazing knowledge. During the 3.5 months, I learned more than my entire life in terms of playing. To the haters, I don't really care. I think we showed that we can win, even though we're a young roster, so maybe now they will believe in us.
Yeah, that's so great. So, I mean, congratulations on your win. Absolutely amazing stuff. Both yesterday and today have been joys to watch. I mean, you guys are a force to be reckoned with, so best of luck with the prep for Challengers EMEA. You guys are going to smash it, I completely believe.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I hope so.
All right then.
Right.
Thank you, man. See you around.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow. Amazing.
That out.
Amazing.
What do it like? All of this energy has been going the whole time. These guys have just fought their way back from such dire situations. Both Lotuses, right? And 2 map 5s. It's been 2 insanely long days for these guys, and I think there's really just not much more we can say.
Yeah, I mean, and today has been such a long day. It's already a different day for me. Job Life already qualified for Challengers EMEA as well. A lot of has happened, and now we have our champion as well in Team Liquid Academy. I think there was a lot of struggles that they had to face. It wasn't quite the cleanest start either, but in the end, they are the champions. They have silenced all of the haters, and look at that. That's the first place. This Team Liquid Academy doesn't lose in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, insane stuff throughout. These guys have, I mean, hard fought every single victory. Look at all of the victories they've had. There have been 1 map in it. In fact, every single series that they have played in the playoffs has gone the full distance. They are... look, if any team is used to a long series, it is going to be these guys. These guys are coming into Challengers EMEA with so much in-server experience under their belts, just by virtue of having everything go all the way. And I mean, coming up against so much animosity, or not animosity, but you get what I mean, so much resistance in the server, just means that they have so much more of that ability to come back from and deal with and counter strat and do everything with these situations, which are so difficult for other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you talked about the maps, 13 maps in 3 days. That's insane amount of officials that you've had to play, multiple overtimes as well. A lot of stuff that could have happened, but I'm so glad that they were able to pull themselves together, have these young players achieve such greatness in their first split, and for GSR to show that form, I think it's something that we might see in Tier 1 in the upcoming years. Obviously, age 16, it's gonna be a tough situation. You have to spend your time in the Tier 2 a couple more years, I think, and then you can go for the Tier 1. But I think it's an insane amount of skill in that guy.
Yeah, well, indeed. I mean, let's think back to our roots here. Obviously, we've been going for 4 days now. We have qualified 4 teams to Challengers EMEA. So for everybody who has got through, such congratulations. That is Enterprise Esports, that is Metasport, that is Szach Matt, the unfortunate runners-up after today, but amazing play from them. And of course, the victors in Team Liquid Academy. Everybody has played incredibly well, and we thank you so much for watching all the way along the way. It has been an amazing week of Valorant, and it could not have ended any better of a way in terms of just pure action, pure drama. But that's about it. You can check out the socials below. We're all done for this week. We're all done for this split. It's Challengers EMEA time up next, and we have 4 amazing teams to represent us. So thank you guys so much for joining us, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and spice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere, end up making last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me.